Chapter 76. Seeing the man and hearing Harry's words, Sherlock wasn't surprised at all. I knew it was him. Under Harry's astonished gaze, Sherlock strode up to the man. Looking at the face that was both familiar and strange, Sherlock asked him politely. "What are you doing here?" "Just showing my concern for you, as always." "Thanks, I think I've received your concern." Despite not having the height advantage, Sherlock's aura didn't falter in the slightest when facing this man. Even though he had to look up at the other person while speaking. "You're as overbearing as ever. Have you never considered that we're on the same side?" Strangely enough, Sherlock tilted his head, as if thinking for a moment, and then gave a negative answer. "No. We have more in common than you can imagine. Compared to that, our little grievances are just child's play." Hearing Sherlock's answer, the man frowned and said earnestly. "But someone will be upset because of this. You know very well that this will worry our parents." Originally impolite, Sherlock's eyes instantly sharpened when he heard this sentence. "Who exactly is making them worry?" "Me? I think you need to understand that they're never worried about me, Mycroft." When Sherlock said this, Harry was stunned. "Wait, stop, hold on a second." Harry hurried forward and stood beside the two. He looked at Sherlock, then at the man Sherlock called Mycroft, and asked cautiously. "What you said about parents? Whose parents?" "Our mom and dad." The two turned their heads simultaneously, their eyebrow-raising movements like mirror images, causing the shocked Harry to take half a step back involuntarily. Sherlock suddenly chuckled. "Harry, this is my brother, Mycroft Holmes." After saying this, he looked up again. "Hey, you've gotten fat again." Mycroft still frowned. "On the contrary, I'm bulking up." He didn't think his younger brother couldn't see that. Obviously, he was saying it on purpose. Harry looked incredulous. "Brother? You said brother? Is he really your brother?" "Of course, he's my brother." Sherlock seemed a little impatient, and his tone became rough. "But he's not." "Not what?" "I don't know how to say it." Harry hesitated, and said tentatively, "the mastermind." "Ha!" Sherlock couldn't help but laugh, and he was happy to hear Harry say that. "Well said, my friend, close enough." Mycroft also laughed, but it was out of anger. "Oh, my God, I'm just an ordinary college student." "Do you mean ordinary as in you're already working for the British government before you've even graduated?" Sherlock said coldly, turning to Harry, not forgetting to explain. If he weren't always doing odd jobs in his spare time, he'd probably be a member of the Queen's government as soon as he graduated. The two's conversation completely stunned Harry. He never expected that the person who claimed to be Sherlock's nemesis would actually be his own brother. Even more unexpectedly, this brother of his sounded so powerful. The two brothers began to argue fiercely right at the doorstep. Neither side was willing to give in, and Harry, caught between the two, felt weak and helpless. Just then, the door suddenly creaked, and Mrs. Holmes poked her head out, looking at the two. "Children, are you arguing?" "No. Impossible." The two spoke in unison and then frowned at the same time. After instantly taking 3 steps back to create distance, Sherlock quickly retracted his hand, while Mycroft casually adjusted the angle of his tie. "Tea is in the study." Mycroft's umbrella pointed to the mud on Harry's heel. "Remember to tell Coach Moran that his anti-slip wax formula needs to be updated, unless he wants to train all his members to be geologists. After all, not everyone can harvest sandstone samples from wrestling." As he turned, the hem of his coat swept across Sherlock's trouser leg. "Keep up, brother, unless you want me to tell Mother that you dismantled her Victorian samovar again." Sherlock gritted his teeth and sneered. "Harry, remember to never bet with people who are like bureaucrats. They even record how many raisins you ate for breakfast." Mr. and Mrs. Holmes were very happy to have their eldest son home. Through Mr. Holmes' introduction, Harry and Ron were also surprised to learn that Sherlock was not an only child, but also had an older brother. Mycroft Holmes was 7 years older than Sherlock, and their grandfather was a generational country squire. When Sherlock was 4 years old, the entire Holmes family travelled to Montpellier, France, where they stayed for 2 whole years. Mrs. Holmes learned French cuisine at that time. "What, so we've been eating French food all this time?" Ron looked very surprised. "Mr. Ronald, wouldn't you know? The best restaurants in England are French restaurants." Mycroft smiled as he fiddled with the black umbrella in his right hand, looking at Ron. Ron. He only cared about eating and didn't know anything about this. After leaving France, we went to Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and then settled in Cologne, Germany, for a while. Mycroft took over Mr. Holmes' words and continued to state. Sherlock entered a boarding aristocratic school at the age of 7, and the family also hired a tutor for him. Boxing, fencing, and violin were all learned at that stage, and it must be said that my dear brother is indeed gifted in this regard. Sherlock hummed, while Harry and Ron looked at each other. They now knew that their good friend had a very rich experience. As an Englishman, he had already been to France, the Netherlands, and Germany at the young age of 7. Thinking about their 7-year-old selves, one was enduring his cousin's bullying in a dark and sunless cupboard, and the other was enviously watching his brothers play Quidditch on the grass. We are different. Just last year, Sherlock was seriously ill. Originally, we wanted him to go to Yorkshire after he recovered and enter a preparatory school as a day student. Unexpectedly, he received an admission letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You know the rest. After a brief silence, Ron couldn't help but ask. So, Mr. Mycroft, are you also a wizard? Hearing Ron's question, Mycroft gave him a smile. What do you think? Mycroft didn't stay at home for too long. He left after only eating one meal, without even staying for a night. It was said that he was very busy. But Harry and Ron really didn't understand, what could a 19-year-old college student be busy with? Shouldn't this be the most relaxing stage of life? You don't have to worry about him, Sherlock said lightly when asked by Harry and Ron, he's always been like this. Sherlock, your relationship with your brother doesn't seem good. That guy has his own set of rules, and he always wants me to live a so-called normal life, which is exactly what I don't like. You know very well that what I pursue has always been freedom and excitement. So, is he a wizard or not? Of course not. Then did your aunt and uncle tell him about you going to Hogwarts and about me and Ron? Hearing this question, a complex look appeared on Sherlock's face. No, never. Then how did he? Maybe you won't believe it, but he's indeed better than me at observation and reasoning. Sherlock said calmly, half of my first year at Hogwarts has passed, and that's enough time for him to make inferences. In fact, he didn't start contacting you until Christmas, which is later than I expected. It seems that the magical world is not entirely useless, at least it has hindered him to some extent in some ways. What did you say? Hearing Sherlock's praise for Mycroft, Harry and Ron were immediately stunned. The two knew Sherlock's skills very well, but now he was saying that Mycroft was even better than him? Was he even human? Harry, do you remember what happened when we met outside before? As soon as he met, he said that we had been practicing boxing, and that you had fallen. Reminded by Sherlock, Harry remembered that there was such a thing. Mainly because he was too surprised when he heard Mycroft's voice just now, and he had overlooked this point. Isn't this your mother? As soon as Harry said this, he felt like he had done something stupid again. Mrs. Holmes could certainly tell Mycroft that they went to morning exercises, but she couldn't possibly know that they were practicing boxing or that he had fallen. Of course not. Sherlock shook his head. First of all, our clothes are loose sportswear and sneakers, obviously not for a leisurely stroll. Secondly, there are slight red marks on my wrist, and he can definitely see that those are the marks left by the boxing glove straps. I bet he even noticed the direction of the wristband buckle. I only just thought of this. And you, my dear Harry, you must not have noticed the rolled-up cuffs of your elbows, and the rough fibrous edges are sticking to a few grains of quartz sand. In all of London, only the boxing ring in the back alley of St. Bartholomew's Hospital uses this mixed gravel to pave the ground, so he mentioned Coach Moran at the end. The wear on your left heel is abnormal, and the outside is covered with a mud. Only a single foot drag after a loss of balance will form this spiral pattern, coupled with a stiff gait when walking. It is enough to prove that you suffered a slight sprain when you fell. Finally, the sweat beads that you didn't have time to wipe off behind your neck and the frequency that is 0.3 seconds faster than normal breathing are the physical signs of regular exercise for more than half an hour. Through these details, it is more than enough for him to infer the whole thing. Sherlock's words stunned Harry and Ron. Funnily enough, when I received the admission letter last summer, I also thought it was a prank by that guy, but I wronged him. Speaking of this, Sherlock also laughed, but he frowned immediately. He didn't tell his two friends that through Mycroft's behavior today, he vaguely had a guess. That is, Mycroft knew about the existence of magic, possibly even earlier than him. Chapter 77. The first snow of 1992 came later than usual. On the day before school started, Sherlock and his friends reunited at platform 9 3/4, welcoming the swirling snowflakes. After saying goodbye to their families, the four of them, just like when they left school half a month ago, boarded the Hogwarts Express again. The warmth from the train's heating system fogged up the windows, and Hermione's magical drafts and potions book pages were flipping at an unnaturally high speed. Ron's eyes were fixed on the chocolate frog that had rolled under the seat, which was crawling out in a zigzag pattern along Harry's sneakers. When they just got on the train, Sherlock, Harry, and Ron all noticed that Hermione was not quite right. She seemed to have had some sort of argument with her father. Not only that, but after getting on the train, she didn't say a word and just flipped through her textbook. Sherlock deduced what had happened, but he didn't care. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and decisively chose not to provoke trouble. Unfortunately, when you don't go looking for trouble, trouble often comes looking for you. When Hermione turned the last page of the book, she suddenly slammed it shut. Sherlock, you never told me you had an older brother. Her long brown hair trembled with her voice, as if she had been hit with an engorgement charm. Hermione was very angry that she couldn't make it to meet Mycroft. She hadn't even spoken to Mr. Granger for several days because he had stopped Hermione from going to Sherlock's house. Hermione, even if Uncle Granger agreed to let you come over, it's not guaranteed that you would have met Sherlock's brother on that day. Harry looked at the unmoved Sherlock and decided to reason with Hermione. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken, because Hermione immediately sneered and turned to him, saying, "That's right, but why didn't you call me that day? I clearly told you last time." Harry. I shouldn't have said that. Ron chuckled to himself. Brother, you've already suffered once, why don't you learn from it? Having 5 brothers and 1 sister, he knew very well that tantrums are women's prerogative, and being unreasonable is women's privilege. He was secretly enjoying himself when Hermione suddenly looked at him. And you, Ronald? I clearly said last time, why didn't you remind Harry to call me? Do you think he's wrong, so you look good? Ron. Are you Hermione Granger or Severus Snape? Since getting on the train, Sherlock had been using the magical magnifying glass that Harry gave him to observe the cracks in the ice crystals on the window, as if the argument was just background noise. Seeing Sherlock like this, Hermione, who had left Harry and Ron speechless, became even angrier and simply asked him directly. Sherlock, aren't you going to say something? Sherlock put away the magnifying glass and said quietly, Hermione, you never asked me. Where Hermione couldn't see, Harry and Ron secretly gave him a thumbs up. As expected of you. Although she was mentally prepared, Hermione didn't expect that Sherlock could kill the conversation with just one sentence. Even so, you could have called me together. Hermione was a little disappointed, we're friends. I don't think meeting that guy is something to be encouraged. But he's your brother after all. He let Harry and Ron monitor you, but he really cares about you. It's just his wishful thinking. Sherlock put away the magnifying glass and leaned back slightly. He put his hands together to support his chin. For someone who often worries his parents, it's better to solve his own problems before taking care of his younger brother. There was no way to continue the topic here. Although Hermione thought the brotherly opposition was a bit childish, she could imagine how terrible Christmas dinner would be, looking at Sherlock's unhappy look. Even though she was Sherlock's friend, this was, after all, a family matter, and she really couldn't say anything. Thinking of this, she glared at Harry and Ron. This is none of our business. In any case, as long as Mycroft wasn't mentioned, the four's conversation went smoothly. During this time, Harry also took the initiative to treat everyone to a lot of magical snacks. Except for Ron, the 3 collected a lot of wizard cards. Ron was excluded because he already had almost 500. So far, he only lacked Agrippa and Ptolemy, 2 SSR-level rare cards. But he didn't really care. These 2 cards were extremely rare even among SSR-level cards, and he had long since given up hope. It's better to focus on chocolate frogs. Of course, the one that rolled under the seat just now couldn't escape his clutches either. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, it was completely dark, and the heavy snow in the Scottish Highlands had stopped falling. Because the students hadn't all returned to school yet, the castle wasn't as noisy as usual. As soon as they met, the Weasley twins rushed over. After greeting the 3 except Ron, they immediately pounced on Ron. Little Ronnie, your face has gotten rounder in half a month. It seems the food at the Holmes house is unusually good. It's really sad to abandon your dear brothers after accepting a friend's invitation. It's simply a decline in morality, People's hearts are not what they used to be, the world is cold, and it's outrageous. Ron, caught between a rock and a hard place, was no match for the twins. Even if he struggled desperately, it was to no avail. In the end, he was dragged away by them in a forceful manner. At a critical moment, he saw Percy Weasley passing by not far away and hurriedly shouted to his third brother for help. Unexpectedly, Percy left straight away as if he hadn't seen anything. Just kidding, even if Percy was the twins' brother, he wouldn't dare to provoke them at this time. On Christmas Day, he received a special gift from the Weasley family and was ridiculed by the twins, saying that the P on his sweater was not Percy, but Prefect. The always serious and methodical Percy certainly wouldn't agree. He originally wanted to teach the two stinky younger brothers a lesson, but unexpectedly, he was carried out by them because of his lack of strength. With such a lesson learned, he naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble again. He was even secretly happy when he saw Ron having the same experience as himself. At least I'm not the only one who's unlucky. Not long after Ron was dragged away by the twins, Seamus, who was bored in the next dormitory because he had arrived at school early, also dragged Harry to try out the new wizarding chess. Need some fresh air to sober up. When only Sherlock and Hermione were left, the latter made such a suggestion. Sherlock nodded inadvertently, taking the opportunity to think about the evening's arrangements. The two walked side by side out of the castle and into the Hogwarts campus. Hogwarts in the snowy night was beautiful. The moonlight drew a silver-blue path on the snow, the fir branches in the distant Forbidden Forest were overwhelmed and bent at a 45-degree angle, and the snowflakes hanging on the branches were as light and transparent as if they had been cast with a levitation charm. The snow was more than 3 inches thick, and stepping on it made a creaking sound, giving people a very comfortable and decompressing feeling. When Hermione saw the 2 rows of neat footprints left by Sherlock and herself on the snow, she couldn't help but feel a move in her heart. By the way, I checked some information during this vacation and finally figured out the whole story of that matter. As she spoke, she stopped. As a result, she found that Sherlock continued to walk forward as if he hadn't heard. Hermione. Sherlock, I'm talking to you. Sorry, what did you say just now? Looking at Sherlock's innocent look, Hermione took a deep breath and simply went straight to the point. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold and can also create the elixir of life, making people who drink it immortal. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the famous alchemist and opera lover, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. As Professor Dumbledore's partner and friend, it is only appropriate to ask the professor to help him take care of the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, released the troll on Halloween to attract other people's attention so that he could go to the room where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. He attacked Harry during the Quidditch match, most likely under Voldemort's orders, because Voldemort was worried that Harry would kill him as the prophecy said. After saying all this in one breath, Hermione then looked at Sherlock. Hermione, you do have a talent for summarizing. After listening to Hermione's analysis, Sherlock gave his approval. It is a serious mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly one begins to twist facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts. So in the eyes of others, Snape is always more suspicious than Quirrell. I'm glad you can extract key clues from the information and string them together into a logically rigorous whole. But you had already explained everything at Hagrid's before, and I didn't figure it out until now. Despite getting Sherlock's approval, Hermione's voice was still a little muffled. My dear friend, for a first-time deduction, you are already 3 Rons smarter than the goldfish at Scotland Yard. I have repeatedly pointed out to him the difference between seeing and observing, but until now, he has only put it into practice in one situation. Although Hermione was unhappy that Sherlock compared herself to Ron, she still asked curiously. What situation? He never treats a sugar quill as a quill even if the two look very similar. Hermione. I'm going to preview my lessons, see you tomorrow. Leaving these words, Hermione hurried back to the castle. She had already obtained a positive inference through observation. Sherlock definitely hadn't read the charismatic speaker book she gave him. After Hermione left, Sherlock stayed on campus for a while and returned to the castle, coming to the Gryffindor common room. Harry and Seamus had already played several games of chess. During the holidays, he learned a lot of tricks from Ron at Sherlock's house, and now he used them all on Seamus, creating a lot of trouble for the latter. This also made the chess pieces that had been critical of him much more obedient, which made Harry and Seamus very happy. Playing chess is only interesting when you find opponents of similar strength. After Seamus left, Sherlock and Harry returned to the dormitory together. Ron was exhausted by the Weasley twins and was already lying in bed snoring, and Neville and Dean's beds were still empty. They hadn't returned to school yet. Sherlock didn't say much and directly asked Harry to take out the invisibility cloak. Harry knew very well what this meant. Obviously it was time to go night touring Hogwarts. This made him both nervous and excited. It always felt like something in his body had been opened. Chapter 78. Are we leaving tonight? Harry asked, lowering his voice. The students won't all arrive until tomorrow night, so Filch will be less vigilant tonight than usual, which is a good opportunity for us. Harry happily agreed. He grew even more excited as he put on the invisibility cloak and watched his body completely disappear from sight. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, then stretched the cloak out a bit more. Sherlock, why don't you just squeeze in too? Harry's idea was simple. The invisibility cloak his father had left him was large enough to cover both him and Sherlock completely. It might be a little inconvenient to walk, but it would be much safer. To his shame, when Sherlock had given him the invisibility cloak, he'd had a bold idea. To take a stroll around the school grounds alone while wearing it. Because it was something his father had left him, he felt he should use it alone for the first time. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Sherlock had gone to great lengths to get it for him, so how could he do that? Without Sherlock, he might not have gotten it. Although Sherlock had said Dumbledore would give it to him as a Christmas present, who could be sure of something that hadn't happened yet? His idea was just too selfish. Harry had felt ashamed about it for a while. However, he never expected that when he suggested sharing the invisibility cloak with Sherlock, the latter would say, "From the moment I gave you the invisibility cloak, you should have been wearing it to explore the school alone. If you had, it would have been a great help to our actions today." Harry suddenly looked up. "Unfortunately, today is the first time you've used it. As for now, put it on, don't speak, just walk ahead." Sherlock's voice was calm, but his tone was full of confidence. "Even without the invisibility cloak, I won't be discovered." He refused so firmly that Harry could only agree, but his mind was in a whirl. So, in Sherlock's view, his previous selfish idea had actually been the right one? That was too outrageous. He calmed himself down and asked, "But where are we going?" "Go wherever you want. Don't worry, I'll keep up with you." This was Sherlock's real purpose. He didn't have a specific destination in mind for tonight's nighttime stroll around the school. It was mainly to broaden Harry's horizons and increase his experience. As he had said to Harry earlier, from the moment Harry decided to face Voldemort, Sherlock had decided to make Harry stronger. Otherwise, with just that ancient spell and a surge of enthusiasm, Harry's current immature methods would be no match for Voldemort. Next, Harry followed Sherlock's instructions, carefully left the dormitory wearing the invisibility cloak, went downstairs, passed through the common room, and climbed through the portrait hole. "Who's there?" The fat lady couldn't see anyone and asked in a rough voice. At that moment, Harry's heart was beating fast. He firmly remembered Sherlock's words, remained silent, and quickly walked down the corridor. He didn't even dare to look back to see if Sherlock was following. At the same time, Sherlock, who was following behind Harry, couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If it weren't for the invisibility cloak, Harry would probably have been discovered just after leaving the common room. Even with the help of the invisibility cloak, Harry's stealth posture still had flaws in Sherlock's eyes. Fortunately, they had time. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Harry finally had a chance to catch his breath. He stopped and prepared to choose his destination. However, just as he was about to subconsciously discuss it with Sherlock, he was surprised to find that Sherlock was gone. This scared Harry. He looked around again, confirmed that Sherlock was indeed not there, and couldn't help but call out softly, "Sherlock? Sherlock?" There was no response. He was the only one in the entire corridor. "Oh no, did I walk too fast and lose Sherlock?" This thought immediately made Harry feel terrible. That's right, Sherlock was powerful, but he was invisible now. He was too hasty just now and should have slowed down and waited for him. Thinking of this, Harry didn't hesitate and turned to go back. He would never abandon his friend. However, as soon as he took a step, a strong and powerful hand pressed on his shoulder. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in his ear, "Good evening, Harry." "Sherlock." Harry turned back in surprise and saw that Sherlock was right beside him. "Speak quieter, my friend, if you don't want to attract anyone else." I thought you had Harry was too embarrassed to say the rest. He was the one wearing the invisibility cloak, but not only did he fail to keep an eye on Sherlock, but he also thought Sherlock had lost him. "Where were you just now?" Sherlock took 2 steps back to the side, leaning his back against the shadow of a huge stone pillar. Tracking and concealment are originally skills. Wearing the invisibility cloak makes you invisible to others, but it doesn't mean you've really disappeared. His fingertips pinched a shimmering sliver of glass. "A minute ago, you stopped in front of the knight's armor, and the temperature of the knee pad rose by 2 to 3 degrees. The invisibility cloak doesn't insulate against heat transfer." At this moment, Harry noticed that Sherlock's robe collar was embedded with a prism, and the refracted light network faintly covered this area of the corridor. "This is, you've mastered the disillusionment charm? That's an advanced spell." Harry felt incredible. "You overestimate my abilities, dear Harry. It's much simpler than that." Sherlock raised his right hand. "Look." The fine threads hanging from his fingers shimmered with a pearly luster in the moonlight. "This is the spider silk I bought from Diagon Alley last time. If used properly, it can change the direction of light refraction. Also, when the invisibility cloak brushes against it, it emits a C major pitch." After saying this, he took another half step forward. "Your breathing rate is 17% faster than normal. Although I don't think anyone else would notice this, I still suggest you try to relax. All right, my friend, if you still can't make a decision, then I suggest you go to the library first. It's a moderate distance, spacious, and you're relatively familiar with the environment there. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid our time will be up." Harry accepted Sherlock's suggestion without hesitation. The library was pitch black at night. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but Harry felt it seemed particularly eerie and terrifying compared to the daytime. In this situation, Harry had no choice but to light a lamp and carry it as he walked past rows of bookshelves. The lamp looked like it was floating in mid-air. Although Harry felt himself holding it, the sight still made his hair stand on end. When he reached the restricted section at the back of the library, this feeling reached its peak. Harry carefully stepped over the rope separating these books from the other collections. Just as he was thinking about taking out a book to see what it was like, he heard Sherlock's voice beside him. "If I were you, I wouldn't walk in areas that easily leave footprints." Harry was stunned, looked down at his feet, and then chose another path with an embarrassed expression. In the following nighttime stroll, Sherlock gave Harry a good lesson. Like before in the corridor, Sherlock relied on his agility and some simple spells to move forward unimpeded. On the contrary, Harry, who was wearing the invisibility cloak, was almost discovered several times by Filch, who was patrolling at night. Thanks to Filch being more relaxed than usual, as Sherlock had said. In addition, Sherlock provided cover at crucial moments, and they managed to get through. What made Harry even more speechless was that there were several times when it was Sherlock's turn to lead the way temporarily, and he almost followed him. Wearing the invisibility cloak and still getting lost. Embarrassing. In contrast, Sherlock, even though Harry was invisible, could accurately find him every time. In a word, amazing. Sherlock took Harry around for a while, reminded him of some stealth precautions, and when he saw that it was almost time, he prepared to return to the dormitory. On the way back, Sherlock deliberately chose a different route than when they came. As a result, Harry did not disappoint at all. He got lost. Looking at Harry entering doors and turning corners at random, Sherlock couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Cultivating the savior, a long and arduous task. Or should I just do it myself? Just as Sherlock was thinking about this, Harry's voice suddenly came from his ear. "Sherlock, are you there?" Sherlock sighed and walked into the room where Harry was in 3 steps. "Sherlock, look, what's that?" Sherlock didn't immediately look at what Harry was pointing at, but first scanned the entire room. Many tables and chairs were piled against the wall, casting large patches of shadows in the moonlight. In addition, an inverted waste paper basket clearly indicated that this was an abandoned classroom. Next, Sherlock turned his attention to the thing that had caught Harry's attention. It was a very grand mirror, its height reaching the ceiling, with a gorgeous golden frame and a base supported by 2 claw-shaped feet. Sherlock quickly came to the conclusion. This mirror was recently moved here, no more than 3 days ago, and it will soon be moved elsewhere. "Tell me quickly, Sherlock, how did you figure that out?" The current Harry was no longer the Harry who had just met Sherlock. The reason why he directly gave up in this situation was because he knew that no matter how much he thought, it would be difficult to come to the correct conclusion. On the other hand, he himself would be very happy whenever Sherlock explained his reasoning process. Especially when he heard genuine praise from others, his smugness could not be concealed. In that case, praise him is the right thing to do. Chapter 79. A simple deduction. When asked by Harry, Sherlock explained as quickly as ever. There's no accumulated dust here, nor any other footprints. Those new scratches are obviously from moving heavy objects. The original dust distribution around the mirror's placement has been disrupted, forming a clearer area that matches the mirror's outline, but other places still have an even layer of dust. Choosing such an abandoned classroom, and this casually placed posture, is enough to show that this is just a temporary storage point, and it will soon be moved to another place. Although he was mentally prepared, Harry couldn't help but admire Sherlock after hearing all of this. Sherlock, it's always like this. When you explain your reasoning, everything becomes so obvious. But before you explain, I can't figure it out no matter what. Sherlock laughed. Thank you for your praise, my friend, but I'm afraid I have to remind you to pay attention to the time if you plan to stay here. To Sherlock's surprise, Harry shook his head. Sherlock, shall we go? Go? Not going to take a look? Sherlock looked at him with interest. Harry shook his head. It's too late, and I always feel like something's not right. He vaguely felt that the appearance of this mirror was a bit strange. It was as if someone deliberately put it here, arranged for it to wait for Sherlock and him. Deduction is contagious, my dear friend. Hearing Harry's words, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh, which made Harry worry that his laughter would attract Filch. See, you're starting to use it to study problems now too. Harry just had a vague feeling, while Sherlock could be sure that this mirror was deliberately placed here for them to discover. There were only a handful of people in the entire Hogwarts who had the motive and the ability to do this. Sherlock almost instantly deduced who it was and what their purpose was in doing so. Unfortunately, neither you nor I can leave here. What did you say? I'll bet you a galleon that if we go out now, we're likely to run into Filch or someone else who will force us back into this room. Sherlock's words made Harry and someone hiding in the dark clench their fists at the same time. If you don't believe me, you can try it now. Harry hesitated for a long time, but in the end, curiosity prevailed. It wasn't that he didn't believe Sherlock, but he just wanted to see what would happen. Sherlock watched Harry, who was wearing the invisibility cloak, walk towards the door with a smile. He also wanted to know what method the person behind the scenes would use to stop them. Harry walked to the door and had just pushed it open a crack when Mrs. Norris's bright eyes appeared in his field of vision. Harry, A. 3333 meow. Harry stood motionless. He didn't know if the invisibility cloak worked on cats, so he could only stand still. Fortunately, Mrs. Norris didn't stay long. Once it turned and left, Harry immediately closed the door and breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems I was wrong this time. I didn't expect it to be a cat. Sherlock said self-deprecatingly and walked straight towards the mirror. The previous encounter undoubtedly proved Sherlock's deduction. Harry didn't want to run to the door and try again, so seeing Sherlock go up, he followed. Sherlock stood in front of the mirror and scanned the top, where a line of words was engraved. Eriststra eruoidu bakafruoid on wosi. Eriststra eruoidu bakafruoid on wosi. It seemed like a meaningless sentence. In less than 3 seconds, Sherlock had already understood the correct way to read this sentence. A look of surprise first appeared on his face, which then turned into a faint mockery. At this moment, he understood why this mirror was here today. This old geezer. Very good. Since you want to pursue excitement, then carry it through to the end. He took 2 steps forward, allowing himself to stand directly in front of the mirror. His well-defined fingers pressed against his lower jaw, and his grey pupils contracted into pinpoints in the cold light of the mirror. To Sherlock's surprise, what appeared in the mirror was not a maze piled up with galleons, nor the streets of Elizabethan London. It was a scene so precise that it was chilling. Countless silver threads were interwoven into a net in the void, each thread strung with floating pocket watches, blood-stained daggers, and yellowed case files. A piece of parchment covered in unknown symbols was slowly unfolding, and the ink on the paper formed a magical equation he had never seen before. Hogwarts Castle collapsed into a floating dodecahedron, each facet twisted into the same Gothic letters. The final problem. After looking at it quietly for a few seconds, Sherlock sneered at the scene displayed in the mirror. A boring emotional projection trick. You should show me the only option among all possibilities that is not valid, such as the moment I stop thinking. At this time, Harry also came to the mirror and asked with a puzzled look after hearing Sherlock's words. Sherlock, what are you talking about? Sherlock pointed to the line of words at the top of the mirror. Harry looked at it once, then again, and then again. Then he had one thought. What is this written? Before Harry could ask, Sherlock had already said the answer. Ariststra eruoid u bakafruoid on wosi, a very simple puzzle, just read it backwards and repunctuate it. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry didn't follow Sherlock's train of thought and asked confusedly, what does that mean? I show not your face, but the desire revealed in your heart. Sherlock said lightly, this mirror can reflect the most urgent and intense desire in everyone's heart. So magical? Sherlock, what did you see? Harry couldn't help but ask curiously. Sherlock didn't answer, but stood aside. Sherlock. Harry looked at Sherlock in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Haven't you always wanted to see your parents? Sherlock said, pointing to the spot where he had just stood, signaling Harry to step forward. Harry trembled all over. My mom and dad. His gaze turned to the mirror and walked forward slowly. As the distance between him and the mirror continued to decrease, Harry's mood became more and more nervous, until he saw a large group of people reflected in the mirror. He almost screamed. Fortunately, after following Sherlock for half a semester, he had improved his ability to remain calm in the face of danger, so he didn't scream. He looked back once, then again. After confirming that there was no one behind him, he stared straight at the mirror, and a fascinated smile gradually appeared on his face. Sherlock saw Harry's abnormal behavior and couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Harry pressed his hands tightly on the frame of the mirror, and his whole body was almost touching the mirror. Mom! Harry whispered, Dad! At this moment, a hand pressed on his shoulder, forcibly turning his body around. Forcibly turned around by Sherlock and his gaze moved away from the mirror, Harry became anxious. What are you doing? Ouch! Sherlock's strong and powerful hands pressed on Harry, and the latter struggled desperately, but could only feel a burst of pain. My dear Harry, you need to calm down. I think you saw your parents in the mirror. Not just my parents, but also my grandparents, many people. Do you know, Sherlock, they each have the same green eyes as me, the same nose, and my grandfather even has the same uneven knees as me. Harry said incoherently. It seems that your desire for family is stronger than I imagined. Sherlock said thoughtfully. Sherlock. Harry's gaze was still fixed on the mirror, and after realizing that he couldn't get rid of Sherlock, he could only look at him pleadingly. Sherlock frowned and finally released his hands that were holding him. Let him feast his eyes for now. After gaining freedom, Harry rushed to the mirror. This time, he sat down on the ground. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and many relatives whose names he didn't know. At least a dozen people were standing behind him in the mirror, waving at him with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Harry just wanted to stay here all night, with his family, and nothing could stop him. Not even Sherlock. Sherlock didn't know that he had become the biggest obstacle in Harry's heart. He watched with interest as Harry stared at the mirror ravenously, wishing he could jump in and stay with his relatives. He was waiting. Waiting for that person to appear. That person didn't make him wait too long. So, just as Harry was about to enter a state of self-forgetfulness, a peaceful voice came from behind. Harry instantly felt his internal organs frozen into ice. He turned his head stiffly and saw Dumbledore's figure appearing at the door. Sherlock was not surprised at all. He greeted Dumbledore calmly, Professor. I must say, Sherlock, when I was your age, I didn't have such keen observation skills as you do. Dumbledore said with a smile, as you said, this mirror can indeed allow people to see the most urgent desire in their hearts. It's called the Mirror of Arist. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the smile on Dumbledore's face. Sherlock raised his eyebrows. Dumbledore continued to look at Sherlock with a smile, so, can you tell me now, what is the desire in your heart? Sherlock had already deduced that Dumbledore had placed the mirror here. Hearing him ask, he immediately gave a reply without thinking. An overly artistic clockwork GG. I suggest Mr. Filch strengthen the castle's pest control work. Dumbledore. Not only Dumbledore, but Harry also looked at Sherlock in surprise. What was he talking about? Without giving the two time to react, Sherlock continued. Reality and fantasy are sometimes difficult to distinguish, and it is even more difficult in a world with magic. So I don't think putting this mirror here is a good idea. Dumbledore nodded slightly. He originally intended to say this to Harry, but Sherlock had already taken the lead. Seeing that Sherlock seemed to have something else to say, he immediately coughed and looked at Harry. Harry. Headmaster. Called by Dumbledore, Harry became nervous all of a sudden. I would prefer you to call me sir or professor. Okay, sir. Your friend is right. This mirror can neither teach us knowledge nor tell us the truth. People waste their time in front of it, obsessed with what they see, and even driven crazy. Because they don't know if everything in the mirror is real or if it can be realized. Harry lowered his head and said nothing. He recalled Sherlock holding him back from continuing to look at the mirror just now. It is useless to indulge in illusory dreams and forget about real life. Harry glanced at Sherlock again. Sherlock stared at Dumbledore. I think this mirror will be taken away soon, right? Surprisingly keen, as you deduced, Sherlock. I will have someone move it elsewhere later, and I hope you don't go looking for it again. Although he said you, Dumbledore was looking at Harry. Obviously, in his opinion, Harry was the only one fascinated by the Mirror of East. I will advise Harry. Sherlock threw out another question. Sir, what did you see in the mirror? Harry also looked at Dumbledore curiously. Dumbledore squinted his eyes. Me? I saw myself in the mirror, holding a pair of thick white wool socks. Sherlock. Harry. Dumbledore ignored the gazes of the two people. Well, why not put on that wonderful invisibility cloak and go back to sleep? Harry nodded, and Sherlock said slowly, it's not necessary to have an invisibility cloak to be invisible, right? Dumbledore didn't speak, but just gave them a kind smile. On the way back, Sherlock still didn't wear the invisibility cloak. Under his leadership, Harry's speed was much faster than when he came. When the two arrived at the Gryffindor common room, Harry breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I thought the professor would deduct points from us. He wouldn't, Sherlock said with certainty. Harry asked curiously, how do you know? Because he isn't Professor Snape. Sherlock said, his voice suddenly turning serious, my friend, your performance tonight was not good. Harry felt somewhat ashamed. Tonight, after seeing the Mirror of East, he had thrown everything to the back of his mind. Now, looking back, he felt as if he had been bewitched at that time. He even had an abnormal feeling of as long as I'm with my family, everything is fine. Who cares about Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone, or Voldemort? Even if Quirrell really took the Philosopher's Stone, so what? He even overlooked an important thing. Voldemort is the enemy who killed his parents. Chapter 80. Sherlock, I was wrong. I shouldn't have indulged in fantasy. Harry was very embarrassed. He didn't know what was wrong with his previous self. If Voldemort really got the Philosopher's Stone and regained his power, he would definitely stir up trouble. Not to mention whether he would regain control of the British wizarding world. Just because of that prophecy, he would never let himself go. But how could he have felt it didn't matter at the time? He was truly bewitched. The difference between fantasy and reality is not that obvious. Not everyone can distinguish between them, especially for people of this age. Harry. Just as he was wondering, Sherlock said something that made him very excited. There are many ways to miss family. Immersing yourself in fantasy is the most foolish. This summer, we'll go to where your parents lived. Hearing Sherlock say this, Harry was immediately ignited. Before that, you have to learn stealth and fencing from me. Okay. Harry agreed with full confidence. As long as I'm with Sherlock, I'm not afraid of anything. After being taught by Sherlock and Dumbledore, Harry was finally successfully persuaded and stopped thinking about the Mirror of East, quickly falling asleep. Sherlock was still pondering. Obviously, Dumbledore deliberately placed the Mirror of East in that abandoned classroom to lure himself and Harry over. Of course, he had no malice, just wanted to check his and Harry's character. It can be said that he really wanted to personally cultivate a savior. As for himself, it can only be said that although this old man has no malice towards him, he is used to having everything in his hands, which was fully demonstrated in his previous desire to have Harry face Voldemort alone. If it were when he was a child, he would most likely see a scene of sailing out to sea when he looked in the mirror. But now, eternal puzzles, endless reasoning, he is willing to do all of this. Sure enough, he is not a normal person. As for whether Dumbledore can understand his answer, let him be. After the new semester started, Harry completely let go of the mirror and trained with Sherlock every day. Although Sherlock really wanted to teach Harry boxing and fencing, with Harry's current physical condition, he still had to make his body stronger first, which meant mastering the basics. First, Sherlock began to increase the intensity of his daily morning exercises. Get up early and walk and jog around the Black Lake. The scenery around the Black Lake is beautiful and the air is fresh. Walking and running around the lake can exercise the body's coordination and endurance. After aerobic exercise, do some simple stretching exercises on the flat grass by the lake to improve the body's flexibility. This is most suitable for Harry, who is malnourished and lacks exercise. After finishing a day's classes, after his roommates were asleep, Sherlock took Harry quietly out of the common room, shuttling between Filch, Mrs. Norris, and Peeves, continuing to roam Hogwarts campus at night. In order to ensure sleep time, the night tours were not long each day, but they were thrilling and exciting. With the help of the invisibility cloak and Sherlock's guidance, Harry progressed rapidly and became more and more comfortable. At the same time, he admired Sherlock even more. You must know that Sherlock was night touring Hogwarts with him without the cover of the invisibility cloak the whole time, and even in this case, he almost got discovered by Mrs. Norris several times. On the other hand, Sherlock was as steady as an old dog, without any flaws. Maybe this is talent. Harry thought so. In this way, except for the Forbidden Forest and the corridor of that room that Dumbledore had specifically reminded him about, Sherlock took Harry to complete a comprehensive exploration of Hogwarts without anyone knowing. Of course, saying it was a comprehensive exploration was actually just on a macro level. After all, this school hides too many secrets. In addition to the roads on the surface, there are many unknown secret passages. But only Filch and the Weasley twins know about these. In any case, after training with Sherlock for a period of time, Harry's whole mental outlook began to change. He, who originally gave people a thin impression, gradually became well-proportioned, and was no longer the smallest one among his peers. He became faster, higher, and stronger. During this period, the professors who received Christmas gifts also sent return gifts. It is worth mentioning Professor Snape. He gave Harry a bottle of expensive and practical advanced potion. This also changed Harry's opinion of Snape once again. But every time in potions class, Snape still deducted points from Harry as usual. He did not restrain himself because of Harry's Christmas gift. But this time, not only Harry, but even the little lions had become accustomed to it. Everyone knows that as long as it is potions class, Gryffindor will become Gryffindor. Time passed quietly unnoticed. Just as Sherlock was preparing to continue to increase the intensity for Harry, Quidditch training began again. This plan can only be delayed. The main reason is Gryffindor Quidditch team captain Oliver Wood. He is very strict with all the players, even in the continuous rainy days after the heavy snow. The Weasley twins even complained directly that Wood was becoming a training freak. Harry firmly stood on Wood's side. On the one hand, if they could win the next game against Hufflepuff, they could defeat Slytherin in the House Cup. This meant that Gryffindor would complete its first victory in 7 years. On the other hand, after getting used to Sherlock's special training, he suddenly found that Quidditch training was nothing. This made Wood praise Harry. In contrast, there were the Weasley twins. Watching these two constantly dive bombing up and down, and often pretending to fall from their flying brooms, Wood said exasperatedly, "If you guys continue to mess around like this, we will definitely lose the game. Snape is the referee this time, and he will definitely find excuses to deduct points from the Gryffindor team." When the twins heard this, their faces changed drastically, and they actually fell from their flying brooms, landing face first in the dirt. Snape's appointment as the Quidditch match referee sparked a heated discussion in the Gryffindor team. As soon as the training ended, the players immediately began to discuss it enthusiastically. Harry ran away without saying a word. He wanted to share this matter with his friends as soon as possible. Arriving at the Gryffindor common room, he was not surprised to see Ron and Hermione playing chess. Only in this case would Hermione lose to Ron. Both of them were enjoying it. One wanted to win. The other wanted to see the other lose. Harry approached the two of them and told them in a low voice about Snape's intention to be the Quidditch referee. "Don't participate in the game," Hermione immediately raised her head and said, "Pretend to break your leg." Ron was even more ruthless, "Really break your leg? I can't do that. There is no substitute seeker on the team. If I quit, the Gryffindor team won't be able to compete. Harry shook his head and said, Sherlock also said last time that Professor Snape is actually a good person. He protected me in the Quidditch match before, and he even gave me a return gift. Wait, where's Sherlock? Speaking of this, he realized that Sherlock was not in the common room. After starting to participate in Quidditch training, Sherlock temporarily suspended the nighttime Hogwarts tour project. Otherwise, with Harry's current physical strength, if he sleeps too late every day, he will not have the energy to participate in other activities. Of course, the aerobic exercise every morning is still maintained, but the intensity has been slightly reduced. When Harry goes to the Quidditch field for training, Sherlock often writes magic homework in the common room. Hermione has said this to Sherlock more than once. Because every time Sherlock finishes his homework, Ron puts it in the common room for other little lions to circulate. Sherlock did not express any opinion on this. Hermione felt that Sherlock was too indulgent of others. If it hadn't been for the troll incident before, she would have publicly expressed her dissatisfaction. Even so, many little lions secretly complained. I advise you not to interfere in other people's business. How can a scholar's affairs be called plagiarism? However, sometimes Sherlock's homework cannot be copied because for some courses he is not interested in, he simply does not write it, or only gives an answer. In this case, Harry and Ron can only rely on Hermione. She is different from Sherlock and resolutely does not allow others to copy her homework. However, she will also help the two of them check their homework, and after her check, they can get the correct answer. Watson sent a letter, Ron explained when Harry asked about Sherlock. Hagrid has something to ask him to discuss at his hut. We were planning to discuss whether or not to go over there after you came, Hermione added. Harry couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. What did Hagrid ask Sherlock to do? Could it be that some magical creature is missing and needs Sherlock's help to find it? Just as he was hesitating, Neville Longbottom stumbled into the common room. When he saw that even when he fell to the ground, his legs were still tightly stuck together, Harry stood up abruptly and rushed over in one stride. It's the leg locker curse, Hermione said in a low voice, and then stepped forward to undo the spell for Neville, who had already been helped up by Harry. Ron, Dean, Seamus, and several other little wizards who had a good relationship with Neville immediately gathered around to ask. What the hell happened? Sherlock knew nothing about what happened in the Gryffindor common room. At this time, he was drinking the strong tea that Hagrid had specially brewed for him. In the cold winter, this thing works better than a warming charm. It can not only dispel cold and keep warm, but also relieve fatigue and refresh the spirit. The disadvantage is that drinking too much can easily lead to going to the toilet. Thank you, Hagrid. Sherlock looked at the giant in front of him who was a little cramped and didn't seem to know how to speak, and sighed. I'll just say it straight, there are now 3 ways to solve the dilemma you are facing. Chapter 81. Mr. Holmes, I really can't thank you enough. Hagrid instinctively expressed his gratitude when Sherlock pointed out that there was more than one way to solve the difficulties he faced. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something seemed off. Wait a minute, I haven't said anything yet. What was going on? He had only asked the owl to send a letter to Sherlock, saying that he had something he wanted to discuss with him. As for Sherlock, he had just arrived at his hut and had a cup of tea. How did he know he was in trouble? Sherlock was also speechless. If other people's secrets needed to be analyzed and deduced through observation, then Rubeus Hagrid was simply wearing his thoughts on his sleeve. Not to mention himself, even Hermione. Oh, no, it should be Harry, still wrong, it should be Ron. Ron could get information out of Hagrid's mouth. Because this person couldn't hide secrets at all. You're having a headache about how to deal with this dragon egg, I have 3 solutions. First, tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this matter, with his ability, he will obviously handle it well. Second, contact Ron's brother Charlie Weasley, he studies dragons in Romania and can also solve it safely. Third. Wait, hold on a second. Before Sherlock could say the third solution, Hagrid interrupted him again. He stared at Sherlock with extremely horrified eyes. Merlin's beard, how did you know? What did you say? Sherlock raised his eyebrows. Don't you want to solve the dragon egg problem? I do. But you have to tell me first, how did you know I got a dragon egg? I clearly didn't tell you anything. Hagrid's eyes widened like copper bells. He really couldn't figure out why Sherlock already knew everything when he hadn't said anything. Okay. Sherlock knew from Hagrid's gaze that he wouldn't calm down if he didn't explain things clearly. So he had no choice but to repeat these things that seemed obvious to him. If you don't want people to know about this, then you should put away these books in the room, at least don't put them in such a conspicuous place. Dragon Species of Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Inferno, Dragon Breeding Guide, Breeding Dragons for Recreation and Profit, otherwise I think anyone who sees them will find it strange. Also, all the curtains in the room are drawn, the fire in the fireplace is stronger than in the coldest time, and the temperature in the house has reached an unbearable level. Of course, the most important thing is that I can see the egg in the fireplace from my angle as far as I know. Only dragon eggs need to be hatched in this way. When Sherlock finished all of this at an extremely fast speed, Hagrid hadn't even put away those dragon-related books. Sherlock. The scene was once very awkward. Okay, I didn't expect you to see through it, amazing, Sherlock. Hagrid even changed his address in his excitement. Sherlock. Okay, what's your third idea? Hagrid rubbed his hands together excitedly. Honestly, I don't think the first two ideas are very good. Just looking at his appearance, Sherlock knew that this guy wanted to raise a dragon himself. However, in the magical world, this is a typical illegal act. As early as the 1709 Wizarding Assembly, personal breeding of fire dragons was prohibited. Professor Binns mentioned it once in passing during a history of magic lesson. Let's talk about how this dragon egg came about first. Are you also interested in dragon eggs? Hagrid suddenly became excited. To be precise, I am interested in the person who gave you the dragon egg. Hagrid's expression suddenly became puzzled. What, is there something wrong with this egg? No, the problem is you. Sherlock's eyes sparkled, and he put his hands together to support his chin. Now, tell me in detail about that night. When Hagrid heard Sherlock asking about the dragon egg, although he felt very confused, he still very cooperatively told the story of that day. In short, he went to the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade Village to drink as usual, and happened to meet a stranger who came to him to play cards. As a result, the other party's card skills were not good, and he lost several galleons to Hagrid. The gambler's eyes turned red with losses, and he immediately took out a dragon egg as a bet, but unfortunately, he still lost to Hagrid. Hagrid didn't say it in detail, but it was enough for Sherlock. So you didn't see his appearance clearly? Yes, that guy always refused to take off his cloak. Speaking of this, Hagrid couldn't help but smile. Sherlock, you are too sensitive. There are always some strange guys who patronize the Hogshead Inn. People like him are not uncommon. That's right, but it's meaningless. Sherlock looked at Hagrid and said, but there are not many people who are full of interest in magical creatures and carry a fire dragon egg with them, and such a person has found you. Sherlock, can you explain it more clearly? Hagrid scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. You know, I'm not very good at using my brain. Sherlock sighed a long sigh. So, besides the Hound of the Baskervilles, what else did you set up near the Philosopher's Stone? Not a hound, it's Fluffy. Hearing Sherlock slander his beloved dog, Hagrid first retorted, and then continued. Although he looks fierce, I can control him obediently. Just play some music for him, and he will fall asleep immediately. Dumbledore borrowed Fluffy from me, and then asked several other teachers to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, of course. Dumbledore himself also cast spells. Wait, I forgot one person. Oh, right, it's Professor Snape. Speaking of this, Hagrid's face suddenly showed a look of horror, and he slapped himself hard. Why can't I control this mouth? Sherlock, _. Why can't you control it? Don't you know it in your heart? To be honest, Sherlock didn't have any sense of satisfaction when facing Hagrid. He didn't even need to deduce, he told everything clearly himself. Hagrid, calm down, Dumbledore has already told me about these things. Sherlock said calmly and composedly. Now it seems that the person who lost the dragon egg to you is Quirrell. How could it be him? He is one of the people who set up the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Obviously, Hagrid did not remember what Sherlock said in the hut last time. Sherlock was not surprised by this, he was too lazy to say more, and once again pushed the matter to old Dumbledore. I have already confirmed this matter with Dumbledore. Hagrid's eyes widened like copper bells again. What's going on? He had this feeling last time, and this time the feeling was even stronger. Why does Dumbledore tell Sherlock everything? I came first. Let's go back to the dragon egg. As soon as he heard the dragon egg, Hagrid's attention was immediately attracted, and all the fluffy, quirrell, and philosopher's stone were thrown behind him. However, Hagrid was taken aback as soon as Sherlock opened his mouth. "The third solution is to give the dragon egg to me." "Give it to you?" Hagrid looked at Sherlock in confusion. Was he abandoned by the times? No wonder it is said that in the current magical world, a 12-year-old wizard can handle dangerous creatures like fire dragons. If this is the case, wouldn't he have lived his life in vain? "Yes," a sly glint flashed in Sherlock's eyes, "I happened to see a potion recipe in a forbidden book, which requires the use of dragon eggs." "Wait, you mean? That's what you think, I want to use dragon eggs to make medicine?" After saying this, he took another deep look at the dark egg that Hagrid had placed in the fireplace. Noticing Sherlock's fiery gaze at the dragon egg, Hagrid couldn't help but shudder. No, this is a life. It's not a life until it's hatched." Sherlock waved his hand. "I suggest you consider it carefully, I can pay you some galleons as a reward." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hagrid stood up abruptly, and even the chair was knocked over by him, smashing to the side with a bang. "I would rather tell Dumbledore that I accidentally said about Fluffy, than let Holmes use it to make medicine." He waved his thick arms and said with an excited face. The title for Sherlock was changed to Holmes again. "Is that so? That's a pity." Sherlock shook his head and said with a look of regret. Seeing his appearance, Hagrid couldn't help but become more afraid. What kind of person did Gryffindor recruit this year? Pfft! Ha 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 ha! In the Gryffindor common room, Ron laughed so hard that he leaned forward and backward. "My hell mother! Sherlock! You are too bad, you actually used this method to force Hagrid to hand over the dragon egg. I have to say, although it is a bit despicable, it is indeed very effective." Hermione gave her evaluation of this. "That's right, fire dragons are too dangerous, even Hagrid can hardly tame them. Speaking of which, he should really see the burn marks on Charlie's body, which were left by the wild dragons in Romania." Harry asked with some worry, "Sherlock, what if Hagrid goes back on his word?" "No way." Sherlock said calmly, "Wizards always like to reconcile and compromise. If you directly let Hagrid send the dragon egg away, he will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate sending the dragon egg to me to make potions, he will come to reconcile and compromise, and be willing to send the dragon egg away." The three little friends looked at Sherlock in surprise, and after thinking about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. "Okay, I'm convinced by you, so what about the Quidditch match with Hufflepuff next? Hermione and I both suggest that Harry not participate." "Why not participate?" Sherlock asked back. "I heard that Snape unusually wants to be the referee for this game, the gluttonous gargoyle, you know, he has never done this kind of thing before, he is clearly here for Harry." Sherlock nodded, "You are right, he is indeed here for Harry." Ron, who was recognized by Sherlock, immediately raised his head and chest, and looked at Harry and said confidently. "What do you think? Now even Sherlock thinks I'm right. If you want me to say, you should deliberately break your leg and not participate in the competition, right? Harry. Buddy, please be a human being." Sherlock ignored Ron, he turned to Harry and said, "Since there is such a good thing, you only need to consider how to win the game." "Hey!" Ron was shocked on the spot. What is this operation?" Chapter 82. Harry naturally had no objection to Sherlock's statement. Overseeing the game was originally his responsibility. But would said Snape. Professor Snape would try every means to find excuses to deduct points from Gryffindor. "That's right." Sherlock also agreed with Wood's view and then provided a solution. "Just catch the golden snitch before the gap between the two sides widens to 150 points. Seeing Harry nod repeatedly, Ron couldn't help but interrupt. "Wait, do you guys even know what you're talking about?" Snape being the Quidditch referee was obviously a very disadvantageous thing, but how come it seemed like a reassurance to Sherlock and Harry? "It's ridiculous." Hermione also spoke, "Ron is right, even if Professor Snape won't hurt Harry, he certainly doesn't want Gryffindor to win." Sherlock chuckled lightly. "That's how Quidditch is, Seeker Harry only needs to devote himself wholeheartedly to the game and catch the golden snitch, but Snape, as the referee, has many things to consider." This time, not only Ron, but Hermione also couldn't hold back. Even after Sherlock's repeated emphasis during this time, she already believed that Snape would not harm Harry. And would even protect Harry. But Sherlock's words really made it difficult for her to understand. Wasn't he being sarcastic? In fact, Sherlock really thought so. After all, after becoming a referee, Snape had to ensure Harry's personal safety and find ways to deduct points from Gryffindor. This was indeed very challenging for him. Not long after Professor Severus Snape was confirmed as the referee for the second Quidditch House Cup match, the match began. Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff. Compared to the first match, the little lions had complicated feelings, the little snakes gloated, and the little eagles watched strongly. On the contrary, the little badgers, as participants, looked carefree and indifferent. This time, Sherlock didn't go to the locker room to find Harry before the match. But Wood pulled Harry aside to give him instructions. "Potter, I don't want to put pressure on you, but we need to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible today more than ever." Wood's brow was almost twisted into a rope. "We must make a quick decision. We must not let Snape have time to excessively favor Hufflepuff." Harry nodded. On this point, everyone's views were consistent. Even Sherlock, who had always believed that Snape would protect him, said so. Due to Harry's outstanding performance in the previous game, there were more spectators this time. Almost all the teachers and students of the school came. It's a pity Professor Dumbledore didn't come. Harry looked at the lively and noisy stands and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If Dumbledore was also present, Quirrell would never dare to hurt him. Although Sherlock said Snape would protect him, Sherlock also said that with Voldemort's help, Snape's strength was slightly inferior to Quirrell. Last time, Quirrell almost succeeded. But this time, Snape specially applied to be the referee and could take action anytime, anywhere, so there should be no problem. As the referee blew the whistle to start the game, 15 brooms took off into the air. Every time a Quidditch match started, Lee Jordan began to use his talent, using his rhythmic voice to start a passionate commentary. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff match officially begins. If Gryffindor can defeat their opponent in this match, then they, with 2 consecutive victories, are very likely to snatch the House Cup championship from Slytherin. I personally think that this game is still a contest between seekers provided that the referee can judge fairly." Jordan. "Sorry, Professor." Facing Professor McGonagall, Jordan obediently admitted his mistake. But he still expressed his meaning. Like the tactics of the last game, Harry hid far away first. On the one hand, he was waiting for the snitch to appear, and on the other hand, he was avoiding being targeted too early. The moral quality of the Hufflepuff team was much stronger than that of Slytherin. No one fouled maliciously like Marcus Flint. Obviously, none of these team members had Korean blood. At this moment, Snape looked towards Harry. Harry returned what he thought was a friendly smile. Snape immediately turned his head away and awarded Hufflepuff a penalty kick. The reason was that George had hit him with a bludger. Harry. It always felt like this penalty kick had something to do with him. His guess was quickly confirmed. Just a minute later, Snape awarded Hufflepuff another penalty kick. This time the reason was even more outrageous. Gryffindor chaser Angelina Johnson's flight path was a straight line, which was a deliberate collision with the referee. So after that obvious biased penalty, Jordan. Professor McGonagall roared in a low voice. "I mean, after that controversial penalty. Jordan, I warn you." Okay, after the penalty kick just now, Hufflepuff's lead has expanded to 20 points, but I believe this kind of thing happens to everyone. Currently, Gryffindor still has the ball. I think they can only hope that their seeker Harry Potter can find the golden snitch as soon as possible, otherwise they will be in trouble. To be fair, with Snape doing this, Lee Jordan felt it was difficult for him to be impartial. The Gryffindor students even let out a loud boo. This black whistle was too obvious. However, they had no choice. That's how Quidditch matches are. Many penalties are originally between penalty and no penalty. Snape simply penalized all the Hufflepuff balls that could be penalized or not. The opposite was true for Gryffindor, all the balls that could be penalized or not were not penalized. Back and forth, the score gradually widened. It gradually began to rain in the sky. It started as light rain, but as time went on, the rain became heavier and heavier. For the 2 teams of players flying in the sky, the rain gradually began to have an impact. However, Snape did not call off the game. A little bit of rain was not worth mentioning. Oliver Wood was loudly encouraging his teammates. "It's just a little bit of rain, everyone, the weather we practiced in was much worse than this." Yes, even if a forbidden curse fell from the sky, you wouldn't stop practicing. George Weasley rushed to the front and smashed a bludger hard at the opponent's seeker, and by the way, complained. The arena was in full swing, and the stands were equally lively. Before the game officially started, Sherlock said he had something to do and left the stands in Hermione and Ron's puzzled eyes. When Malfoy, who was originally far away, saw this situation, he was overjoyed and came over with Crabbe and Goyle. When the game officially started, Malfoy began to ridicule Harry, and Ron led Neville, Dean, Seamus, and others to retort. Hermione did not participate in the verbal battle between the two sides. She put her hands together on her knees and kept chanting, "Harry, hurry up." Although Quirrell had not shown any unusual behavior so far, Hermione was worried that this guy would do the opposite. As Snape's penalties became more and more outrageous, the gunpowder smell between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students in the stands became stronger and stronger. After Malfoy ridiculed Gryffindor again, Ron couldn't help but roar. "Damn it, you bastard is so arrogant because Sherlock is not here." When Ron said this, Malfoy suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "I'm afraid of him?" "Just kidding, just a Muggle-born guy, relying on a little cleverness to get the care of the professors." Ron didn't dare to take his eyes off the arena, but he refused to give in. "If Sherlock was still here, Malfoy, you wouldn't even dare to fart." "Weasley, are you just using other people's names to scare me? If brains were gold, you would be broke." Ron's ears turned red all of a sudden. "Malfoy, I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth." "Ron, don't be provoked by him. Oh my god, look at Harry." Hermione, who was originally persuading Ron, suddenly screamed. In the arena, Harry, who was wandering outside the crowd, suddenly changed direction and made a rapid dive. At this time, the Hufflepuff seeker had not realized what had happened. "You're lucky, Weasley," Scarhead obviously saw money on the ground. Malfoy ridiculed again. This time, Ron finally couldn't help it. But before he could exert his strength, Malfoy had already fallen. Seeing a familiar figure appearing in the stands, Hermione and Ron cheered together. "Sherlock! You are also lucky, Chrome Boy." Sherlock retracted his fist and turned to Crabbe and Goyle. "Why don't you go pick it up together?" Faced with Sherlock, Crabbe and Goyle's ending was not much better than when they first arrived at Hogwarts on the Hogwarts Express. In just one encounter, they followed in Malfoy's footsteps and fell directly to the side. At the same time, Harry in the high altitude was riding his Nimbus 2000 and whizzed past Snape. The air current brought by the gale blew up a corner of Snape's black robe. This made the latter frown deeply. But before he could find an excuse to issue a penalty kick, Harry had stopped only a few inches away from him. The next moment, Harry raised his right hand high, just like the last game. The golden snitch was in his grasp. This game was declared over. The entire arena was immediately drowned in cheers. This was a new record, the fastest record for catching the golden snitch in the history of the House Cup. "We won, we won. The Gryffindor team won." Hermione in the stands screamed and jumped on the chair, and hugged Sherlock tightly. At this time, Harry also jumped off his Nimbus 2000 at a height of 1 foot above the ground. Snape landed next to Harry. He was pursing his lips tightly while keeping a straight face. Obviously, this result did not make him happy at all. Looking at his stinky face, and thinking about the penalties he made in the Quidditch match just now, Harry originally didn't want to pay attention to him. But thinking of the flower language that Sherlock had explained to him, and that special Christmas gift, Harry still said to him sincerely, "Thank you, Professor." Chapter 83. Harry thanks Snape. Snape's face instantly turned ugly. "Ugh, it's disgusting that I actually heard that word from a Gryffindor." Snape looked at Harry and said in a tone that made people feel extremely uncomfortable, "Potter, has your brain been bashed in by a troll, or did someone stuff dung bombs in it? I don't think what I just did deserves your thanks." Harry. No wonder Snape made himself so unpopular. He just had a special ability to infuriate people with a single sentence. Harry took a deep breath, and in his heart, he repeatedly recited "He is protecting me," which allowed him to resist the strong desire to retort. Seeing that Harry did not refute, Snape was a little surprised. However, he then glanced in the direction of the stands, and said gloatingly, "Too bad, your detective friend and troll buddy seem to be out of luck." Harry hurriedly looked in the direction of Snape's gaze. The battle on the Quidditch field had ended, and the battle on the stands had just begun. The rain continued to fall. The atmosphere was not harmonious. Malfoy was huddled in the corner of the stands, covered in mud, the corner of his mouth still swollen from a punch from Sherlock. Goyle and Crabbe were sprawled out by the railing, one on top of the other, and had also lost the ability to fight. Sherlock's movements were too fast. Before the three could draw their wands, they were simply knocked down. Gryffindor barbarians. Seeing Malfoy's miserable state, Pansy Parkinson, a first-year Slytherin, pierced the air with her shrill voice. The next moment, as she waved her wand, a red light shot out from the tip of her wand. Careful! Hermione quickly reminded him upon seeing this. Sherlock, however, seemed not to see it. He slowly drew his wand and said to Parkinson, who was preparing. You moved first, Petrificus Totalis. The attacking spell cast by Parkinson was very inaccurate, only hitting a seat next to her. Just as she wanted to try again, Sherlock had already cast a full-body bind curse on her. The latter's arms and legs were tightly pressed together in an instant, and her whole body fell to the ground as stiff as a board. Save Malfoy. Defeat Holmes. Avenge Parkinson. As Sherlock knocked down 4 Slytherin students one after another, the other little snakes could no longer bear it. Someone raised their arms and shouted, and everyone swarmed up. Do you think we're dead? Ron had long been unable to restrain himself. Seeing that Sherlock was about to be ganged up on, he immediately drew his wand. Brothers, let's go side by side. Seamus and Dean followed immediately, and Neville hesitated for a moment before rushing up as well. The little wizards from the 2 houses took out their wands and began to shoot spells at each other. However, they soon discovered that this was not very efficient, because the first-year students had not learned many offensive spells. On the contrary, fists and feet were more effective. So most people simply abandoned their wands and resorted to close combat. Only the little wizards who could not squeeze to the front were still firing spells sporadically. In the dense crowd, the hit rate did increase a lot. The unlucky Neville was hit by someone's leg locker curse and suffered a loss. Hermione quickly took action and dispelled the spell in time. She was about to step forward to help, but Seamus cast some kind of spell that exploded directly in the crowd. While causing damage to the Slytherin students, it also hit his teammates hard. Hermione had to cast healing spells to help her own side. Seamus, put your wand away, put it away. Ron shouted in the chaos, just go up and punch them with your fists. As the leader of the Lion House, Sherlock was naturally the first to bear the brunt and attracted the most hatred. Almost all the little snakes wanted to rush over and hit him. Unfortunately, as the main tank, he also dealt the highest output in the entire field. When a group of grimacing little snakes swarmed up, Sherlock did not let his emotions be affected in the slightest, and remained rational and calm. First of all, distract the opponent. Facing the first little snake rushing towards him, Sherlock casually threw out Neville's pet, the toad Trevor. He had just helped Neville find it not long ago and had not had time to return it to him, so it came in handy at this time. Trevor, who had been cast with a levitation charm, flew around in the air, croaking. Taking advantage of the moment when the toad blocked the target's sight, Sherlock landed a right hook on the right cheek of the little wizard rushing in front. KO. 1 hit down. Despicable. Hermione's reminder came from behind. But Sherlock moved faster. Before Hermione could speak, he had already extended his left elbow, just in time to block the sneak attack of another Slytherin little wizard. Sherlock didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Fighting has always been about winning or losing, and there's no such thing as despicable or not despicable. Besides, this punch seemed full of flaws to Sherlock, the only thing worth mentioning was its strength. After blocking the punch, Sherlock swung his right fist and knocked the opponent to the ground. Second. Step to the left and backhand an elbow strike to a Slytherin's right chin. Bang. Third. Attack the right rib. Fourth. Cut him midway. Fifth. Use your knee to hit the diaphragm. Sixth. Sherlock's punches hit flesh, fast and hard, and no one could stand on the ground after taking one of Sherlock's punches. Regardless of gender. Under the leadership of such a strong and powerful teammate, the little lions shouted excitedly. Almost instantly, the situation became a one-sided crushing game. At this time, the older Slytherin students couldn't stand it anymore and began to stir. Percy Weasley's cold voice rang out. Control your people, Gemma Farley, otherwise, you will suffer, I guarantee it. Although students from 2 houses were fighting, so far, all the ones who had taken action were first-year students. Because they hadn't learned many offensive spells, although it looked lively, it wouldn't cause too much damage. But once the older students took action, the nature would be different. Percy Weasley, Slytherin has not fallen to that point. Gemma Farley, the Slytherin prefect, glanced coldly at Percy, and then her gaze swept over her own little wizards. Her eyes were full of disappointment. It was fine if the same grade couldn't beat them, but they were still thinking of bullying the younger ones? Shameless! The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Seeing that a battle was about to end, Hermione was about to draw her wand to teach a lesson to a few people who were sneak attacking Sherlock in the back row. However, when she saw Professor McGonagall rushing over from the corner of her eye, she immediately put her wand back. Not only that, she also shouted anxiously. "Stop it! Don't fight anymore! Please don't fight anymore!" The rain was pouring down. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students all looked at her in surprise. Was this person sick? Or did the rain get too heavy and water got into her brain? Enough! At this moment, Professor McGonagall's roar came along with the sound of the stand's wooden planks freezing, and all the offensive spells disappeared at this moment. Sherlock's fist also stopped. Less than an inch away from a little witch's face. Millicent Bulstrode retreated in horror. This Holmes, he actually hits women. No, he had already hit women just now. Professor McGonagall, who arrived in time, had a serious and dignified expression. Her gaze swept over the messy stands, the bruised and swollen Slytherin students, the cheering Gryffindor students, and Hermione Granger, who was wholeheartedly trying to persuade them to stop fighting. Finally, it stopped on the calm and composed Sherlock. "Can someone tell me what happened?" Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley, the two prefects, stepped forward at the same time and described what happened from their own perspectives. Assaulting classmates is a serious offense, Gryffindor loses 50 points. Insulting classmates and deliberately provoking a fight, Slytherin loses 10 points. Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley, as prefects, allowed the situation to escalate without stopping it. Both sides lose 10 points. You are the worst class I have ever taught." Professor McGonagall's voice was like quenched steel, making everyone present feel a burst of heat. Even the heavy rain could not extinguish it. "But Professor Malfoy and the others provoked us first." "Silence, Miss Granger," Holmes was the first to attack. "Hermione. Mr. Holmes, as punishment for your egregious behavior, I sentence you to detention tomorrow night at 11 o'clock, go to the entrance hall to find Mr. Filch." Sherlock did not defend himself. He was indeed the first to attack, and Professor McGonagall's sentence was not a problem. Moreover, this was originally a part of his plan. Not only Sherlock, but almost all the little lions on the stands were immersed in excitement. Even facing the double punishment of points deduction and detention, it did not make them feel discouraged. Only Hermione was still trying hard. "Professor, please, you can't." "Miss Granger, it's not your turn to tell me what I can and cannot do." "All right, prefects, immediately take the people from your respective houses back to your dormitories." Hermione looked a little dejected, and also a little worried. Harry helped Gryffindor defeat Hufflepuff, but Sherlock used his own strength to make Gryffindor lose a full 60 points. That's 60 points. It can be said that with such a deduction, Gryffindor has almost no hope of winning the House Cup again. After experiencing the troll incident, Hermione no longer valued points that much. She was worried about Sherlock. Having so many points deducted, he would most likely be ostracized by his classmates. Although Sherlock himself would not care, she was too familiar with this feeling, and it was not good at all. Originally, she was thinking of relying on her performance to be able to regain some points. Now it seemed that she was still too naive. What Hermione never expected was that when they returned, the Gryffindor common room held a grand party. Not only was Sherlock not ostracized by his classmates, but he was treated as a triumphant hero. Also sought after were Harry, who had just bravely broken the record and secured the victory on the Quidditch field, and Ron, who used trash talk to inflict mental blows on Slytherin students represented by Malfoy. The Weasley twins didn't know where they got a lot of delicious food. Their friend Lee Jordan gave Sherlock a thumbs up. "Holmes, Potter, Weasley, worthy of being from our Gryffindor, you didn't embarrass us. Well done." "Yes, well done indeed." Chapter 84. Facing the spectacle in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione felt bewildered. Hadn't Sherlock just deducted 60 points from Gryffindor? And earned a detention? Why was everyone acting like it was nothing? She even spotted Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students in the crowd. Now she understood where the Weasley twins got their food from. With Hufflepuffs here, there was no shortage of treats. Slytherin is so despicable. They're always cheating behind the referee's back during matches. In the last game, they fouled maliciously, nearly knocking our chaser off their broom. Exactly, I heard Marcus Flint has Korean heritage. Really? No wonder. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were united in their animosity, fiercely criticizing Slytherin. A tall, handsome Hufflepuff student raised his butterbeer high. That's right, a toast to Holmes for defeating the vile Slytherins. What, you're drinking alcohol? Hermione was even more astonished. Come on, Granger. You grew up in the Muggle world. George Weasley said with a grin. Fred Weasley followed up, it's just alcohol. Why are you so shocked? Hermione. The Weasley twins had a point. Although the legal drinking age in Britain was 18, the law also stated that children over the age of 5 could legally drink under parental supervision. So, for a wizard like Sherlock who grew up in the Muggle world, it was almost certain that he had been exposed to alcohol before. But, before Hermione could say more, George Weasley shouted. Everyone, Holmes is our king. Hail the Lion King! Fred Weasley immediately chimed in. Harry and Ron exchanged a look and roared, Lion King Holmes, Holmes is our king. Neville, Seamus, Dean, and others naturally joined in. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students also cheered. Those who had consulted Sherlock before were especially loud. Hermione was completely numb. She couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. And she had been so worried before. Not just Hermione, even Sherlock himself was a little surprised. In fact, before the match today, he and Hagrid were in the headmaster's office. Under the shadow of Sherlock's brewing the dragon egg into a potion, Hagrid finally honestly confessed to Dumbledore how he obtained the dragon egg. Once the matter was clarified, Quirrell was exposed without a doubt. Just as Sherlock had said, dealing with a dragon egg was nothing to someone like Dumbledore. But Quirrell's deliberate approach to Hagrid and his attempts to extract information aroused Dumbledore's concern. Besides this, Hagrid had another reason for seeing Dumbledore. The Forbidden Forest had been restless recently. So Hagrid immediately reported to Dumbledore. When Dumbledore asked for Hagrid's opinion, he unhesitatingly recommended Sherlock. Sir, you might not believe this. Oh, Merlin's beard. Every time I mention this, I find it amazing. Do you know what that little fellow did? He told me about my past the moment he saw me and knew about me retrieving the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts for you. Also, I didn't even say anything this time, and he knew I had gotten a dragon egg. It's amazing. I even suspect he can read minds like you. Dumbledore. Calm down, Rubeus. I have never possessed such an ability, and neither does Sherlock. Dumbledore looked at the excited Hagrid and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Even a wise old man like him didn't know if he should tell Hagrid the truth. Not to mention Sherlock, even that young Weasley wizard could get the truth out of him with a little bit of brain power. Dumbledore ultimately said nothing. The truth was too hurtful. However, Dumbledore was very interested in Hagrid's strong recommendation to let Sherlock investigate the Forbidden Forest. He decided to hear Sherlock's opinion. When Sherlock arrived at the headmaster's office and saw Hagrid, he immediately understood what had happened. Mr. Sherlock, Rubeus has told me about the dragon egg. Dumbledore gave Sherlock a warm smile. It seems Voldemort couldn't help himself. Obviously. Sherlock put his hands together to support his chin, staring at Dumbledore with bright eyes. So, Headmaster, when are you planning to take action? Not yet, Dumbledore met Sherlock's gaze. I need your help. Is it my help or Harry's help? Specifically, it's your help. Dumbledore paused and said with emotion. Sherlock, you know, every time I see you, I can't help but think of a deceased friend. Dumbledore's remark immediately reminded Sherlock of something. The pair of thick white wool socks in the mirror of East. Combining Dumbledore's expression at this moment, Sherlock replied without thinking. I think this deceased friend must have a close relationship with you and been entangled with you for most of your life, right? Dumbledore. He was right. This little wizard was too perceptive. I need you to go to the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore consciously avoided the topic and directly stated his request. With your ability, you will definitely be able to find out the truth. Sherlock didn't dwell on it either. He was more interested in Dumbledore's wording. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The truth. Hagrid will tell you what happened. Dumbledore shook his head. But Quidditch is about to start, and you still have to watch Harry's game, right? I'll find a way to get you detention as soon as possible so that Hagrid can take you to patrol the Forbidden Forest together. Too deliberate. What? I said your arrangement is too deliberate, Sherlock sighed. I'll find a chance to get detention myself. Looking at Dumbledore, Sherlock silently added in his heart, and by the way, I can openly beat up classmates. Ending his recollection, Sherlock looked at the excited students around him and couldn't help but shake his head. Even though he was good at reasoning, he was still a little surprised by the scene. But thinking about it carefully, this result was unexpected but also reasonable. After all, for the Gryffindor Lions, not winning the House Cup was not a serious matter. They had long been accustomed to being at the bottom of the House Cup. Even without these things, they were often deducted points. Anyway, they were always last. As long as they weren't deducted to 0 points, it didn't matter if they had more or fewer points. It was just that Slytherin had won 6 consecutive championships, which was a little unbearable. But now, Sherlock had beaten up Slytherins in public with a first-year student. The key was that they had won. This was too exciting. Even Percy, who was always rigid and took violating school rules as seriously as Hermione, was smiling. Holmes did very well this time, but I think he could have done better. Prefect Weasley, don't worry about the process at this time. Perhaps influenced by alcohol, the tall, handsome Hufflepuff put his arm around Percy. He said to him with a bright smile, "This is honor, a greater honor than the House Cup. Cedric, you." Percy had just frowned when the Weasley twins led the stretcher team onto the field and carried him aside. George Weasley took the opportunity to pinch his head and shake it from side to side. "Never mind, Percy. It's not good to say such a disappointing thing at such a happy time." "That's right, look, even Granger hasn't spoken." Hermione, feeling like she had been offended. That night, the party in the Gryffindor common room lasted until very late. However, the aftermath of this matter was far from over. "It's over there, look quickly." Where? Between Harry Potter and that red-haired boy. The tall one. Did you see his face? Did you see his big nose? The next day, after Sherlock walked out of the dormitory, these whispers followed him closely. Students lined up outside the classrooms, all on tiptoes, wanting to see his true face. In the corridor, they walked past Sherlock, then turned back, staring at him intently. This scene is familiar. Ron couldn't help but complain. Harry was extremely happy. Especially when he heard between Harry Potter and that red-haired boy, he almost laughed out loud. When school first started, he had also been watched so intensely, and he remembered being very distressed at that time. Now it was Sherlock's turn to enjoy the same treatment as him. He could finally become the background. Unlike him, Ron pouted. "Why are you Harry, and I'm just the red-haired boy?" "Harry. So is it my fault?" Harry and Ron were discussing enthusiastically, but Sherlock, the object of their observation and discussion, turned a deaf ear to it all. Harry and Ron didn't know that Sherlock had already endured this kind of intense observation when he was in Muggle school. Students of that age were more lively than now. Not long after Muggle school started, Sherlock showed his talent. So everyone was interested in this classmate who could tell you what you did today just by looking at you. Of course, interest was interest, but that didn't mean they would get along peacefully, and it was absolutely impossible to be friends. Mainly because this student was too sharp-tongued. Everyone treated him as a freak. Besides curiosity, there was more malice in that intense observation. If Sherlock's own strength hadn't been strong enough, he would have been bullied all the time. So, in this regard alone, Harry was much happier than Sherlock. Because he had Sherlock, Ron, and Hermione by his side. Sherlock was alone. But that was in the past. The current Sherlock was no longer alone. Chapter 85. The evening's astronomy class still involved observing the stars with telescopes. Recently, the primary task for the young wizards was to observe the Jupiter astronomical chart. This was to familiarize themselves with the movements of the solar system's largest planet and its satellites. Of all the courses at Hogwarts, if Sherlock disliked Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts the most, then astronomy would rank second. It was even worse than Professor Binns' history of magic. Although Professor Aurora Sinistra repeatedly emphasized the importance of the course, such as cultivating scientific thinking and literacy, improving observation and concentration, stimulating curiosity and the desire to explore, assisting in divination, and other magical disciplines, etc. In Sherlock's view, only the last point had some use, while the previous points were meaningless to him. Even the last point was not very significant. Divination was an elective course, officially starting in the third year. Although he hadn't formally encountered the course, based on Sherlock's current knowledge, relying on it to predict the future was less accurate than his own deductive reasoning. Therefore, Sherlock planned to get just a passing grade in this course during the exams. He often seemed to be lost in thought during class, not paying much attention. Until almost the end of class, Sherlock suddenly whispered 2 sentences to Harry beside him. Harry's eyes narrowed abruptly, and a flash of excitement quickly crossed them. Because everyone was talking amongst themselves, no one noticed this scene. Everyone normally dismissed class and returned to their dormitories. Close to 11 o'clock, Sherlock finished his preparations and headed to the entrance hall. There he saw Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus standing in a line. Sherlock only glanced at them before deducing what had happened. Harry gave Sherlock a helpless look. Hermione stepped forward, saying with concern, "Sherlock, we'll escort you there." Sherlock shook his head, "No need, I can go alone." "Definitely not. I've heard Filch is a pervert." Seamus added fuel to the fire. "When I used to get detention, he even wanted to hang people from the rafters and spank them." "Oh, Seamus, although Filch is indeed annoying, I think if he really tried to do that to Sherlock, Filch himself should be the one worried about his behind." Hermione sneered, "Ronald, your friend is about to get detention, and you still have the mind to joke." Ron muttered, "I'm just telling the truth." "But Sherlock is a good person, he wouldn't do that," Neville whispered. Just then, Filch, who they were discussing, walked over. "Heh, quite a crowd. What's the matter, only now realizing you're scared?" "Too late," he said, lighting a lamp. "I think you'll think twice before breaking the rules again in the future, won't you? Enter." Everyone looked at him without speaking. Filch glanced at everyone, saying words that made people angry upon hearing them. "Oh, yes, if you ask me, I'd say hard work and suffering are the best teachers. It's a pity they abolished those old-fashioned punishments of hanging you by your wrists, suspending you from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office, often oiling them, who knows, they might come in handy one day." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think of Ron's earlier words, all looking towards his rear. Even Hermione couldn't help but sneak a glance. Filch, _. Being stared at with such strange gazes, Filch felt weird, but couldn't quite pinpoint the problem. "All right, let's go. Don't even think about running away, you'll only suffer more. And you lot, aren't you going back to your dormitories? Do you want to be in detention with him?" Everyone looked at each other. Sherlock frowned, "Go back." This time, everyone finally listened obediently and left. As soon as they returned to the castle, the little rascal Dean immediately started cursing. "Filch, that bad guy, is really infuriating, always looking for trouble, never showing mercy, this resentment in my heart will never subside." For some reason, whenever Dean spoke quickly, it felt like he was rapping. Ron spoke again, "Hey, Dean, don't worry too much, Sherlock will be fine. Yeah, after all, you're not the one going into the Forbidden Forest." Hermione retorted again. Ron felt that she didn't trust Sherlock enough. Just as the two were arguing, Harry said he wasn't feeling well, clutching his stomach and running off. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Maybe he caught a cold. Yeah, it's been really cold lately. Only Hermione frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. But soon, she was annoyed by Ron's childish remarks. "Am I not trusting Sherlock? Ronald, shut up, I know Sherlock's situation better than you. But you don't know what's in the Forbidden Forest." Harry left the group, quickly finding a hidden corner and skillfully putting on the invisibility cloak. After Sherlock's training during this period, his reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities had visibly improved. With the help of the invisibility cloak, he was even more at ease. Bypassing Hermione, who had already suppressed the others with her aura, Harry didn't take long to catch up with Sherlock and Filch. However, the way Sherlock and Filch were interacting was somewhat beyond his expectations. Sherlock was saying something, while Filch was listening intently. Harry pondered for a moment, afraid of being discovered by Filch, and didn't dare get too close, so he circled around them and reached their front. He saw Sherlock holding a cat. Harry recognized the cat as Filch's pet, Mrs. Norris, whom many people couldn't wait to kick. However, he was a bit confused about the current situation. He tried to imitate Sherlock's usual methods, to deduce what had happened based on the situation before him. But in the end, he reached a conclusion that surprised him somewhat. Sherlock was reprimanding Filch, and the latter was listening attentively. This was too absurd. Filch himself also found it very absurd. He was actually being reprimanded by a student who had broken the rules and was about to be detained? But the fact was just that. Just now, as he and Mrs. Norris were leading Sherlock through the dark grounds, Sherlock suddenly pointed at Mrs. Norris on the ground and said unexpectedly, "Mr. Filch, do you usually like to abuse cats?" "What did you say?" Filch stopped abruptly, looking at Sherlock with an angry gaze. "How dare you?" Who didn't know that he usually loved Mrs. Norris the most? Abuse? What was he talking about? How dare he say such a thing? Unfortunately, in the magical world, gazes couldn't kill. Moreover, Filch didn't even know magic. Facing Filch's angry gaze, Sherlock remained unmoved, saying calmly, "Forgive me for speaking frankly, but you don't really think Mrs. Norris's current appearance has nothing to do with you, do you?" At this moment, the moonlight was bright. But the constantly drifting clouds occasionally obscured the moon, plunging them into darkness. Filch's heart jumped. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't abuse her. How could I abuse her? She's just a picky eater, eats very little." Although saying these words, Filch's voice was trembling, showing that he wasn't so confident. "It's a stomach problem." Sherlock's voice was calm, but with an undeniable firmness. For cats, eating too quickly, food intolerance or spoilage, environmental changes and stress responses can all cause bloating. Over time, Mrs. Norris will suffer from vomiting, emaciation, and even intestinal obstruction due to loss of appetite. "Stop talking." Filch suddenly raised his head, looking at Sherlock as if he had mustered a lot of courage. "Stop talking? What should I do?" "It's very simple." In Filch's surprised gaze, Sherlock grabbed Mrs. Norris by the scruff of her neck with lightning speed, then lifted her up. What are you doing? Let go of my cat." Filch's face changed, and he was about to pounce on Sherlock. "Filch, you don't want Mrs. Norris to become skin and bones because of bloating, do you?" As Sherlock spoke, he reached out and touched Mrs. Norris. Skin and bones, bloated abdomen, it really was a stomach problem. In fact, he had already had this idea several months ago when he noticed that Filch's pet cat was thin and its fur was dull. It was just that he had too many things to do later, so he didn't have time to take care of it. This time being in detention could be considered an opportunity. Hearing Sherlock's words, Filch stopped abruptly. He watched as Sherlock took a small piece of green plant from his pocket and handed it to Mrs. Norris's mouth. The latter was originally very vigilant, and even though she was grabbed by the scruff of her neck, she was still trying to struggle. But at this moment, she was attracted by the scent of the green plant. The next moment, she seemed to make a decision, immediately opening her mouth to bite the green plant and chewing hard. The speed was so fast that Filch couldn't react at all. What did you give Mrs. Norris to eat?" "Catnip." "Catnip, what's that?" "A perennial plant of the genus Nepeta in the mint family," Sherlock said without looking up. "Muggles usually call it catmint." "Catmint." Filch's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Compared to catnip, this name undoubtedly stimulated him more. Can catmint cure Mrs. Norris's illness? Catnip doesn't directly treat bloating in cats. These words immediately dimmed Filch's eyes, but Sherlock's next words gave him hope again. However, it can help indirectly to some extent. Catnip can stimulate cats to produce pleasurable behavioral responses, relaxing their emotions, which is why it's called catmint. In addition, cats usually become more active after contacting catnip, such as rolling, jumping, chasing imaginary prey, etc. These activities can promote the cat's physical movement, thereby indirectly promoting gastrointestinal motility to some extent. However, to completely treat bloating, other methods are needed. What methods? Filch became nervous once again. Chapter 86. Adjust diet, promote exercise, medication. When Filch asked how to explain Mrs. Norris's problem, Sherlock didn't beat around the bush and gave the answer crisply. Temporarily reduce food intake and use smaller, more frequent meals to reduce the burden on the stomach. Choose more easily digestible foods, such as canned cat food with a higher water content. You can also use probiotics and anti-bloating medications, such as simethicone, etc. Filch. What? What is all this? Even though he had been listening very carefully, Filch still felt as if he was trying to learn magic. Canned cat food, probiotics, simethicone. He dared to swear that even the most complex spells he had seen were not as difficult to understand as Sherlock's words. But seeing Mrs. Norris, who had been listless for some time, rubbing against Sherlock in his arms, looking comfortable and happy, Filch could only suppress the doubts in his heart and listen carefully like a student attending class. Just like that, Sherlock walked forward with Mrs. Norris in his arms, and Filch followed closely beside him. One spoke, one listened, and they walked until they were near the edge of the forbidden forest. Only then did Filch realize that something was wrong. Shouldn't I be the one leading the way? Why does he know where I'm going? Before Filch could ask, Hagrid's voice came from not far away. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm about to leave. Here you go. Hearing Hagrid's voice, Sherlock handed Mrs. Norris to Filch. Noticing that Mrs. Norris, who always clung to him and never gave anyone else a good look, was now tightly holding on to Sherlock, unwilling to leave his arms, Filch's face darkened. He felt like he had lost something important. As for the question just now, it was naturally suppressed in his heart. First do as I said, and during this time I will have my family send some more suitable cat food and anti-bloating medication. Sherlock still said in a calm tone. A tangled look appeared on Filch's face. He really wanted to say he didn't need it. But seeing Mrs. Norris's eyes shining and looking at him with hope, he finally compromised. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Heaven knows how much determination it took for him to say this. Hagrid happened to walk up to Sherlock and Filch at this time. He was a little surprised to see the two getting along harmoniously. Based on his understanding of Filch, shouldn't this guy be lecturing Holmes at this time? The two are getting along unexpectedly harmoniously? Could it be that Holmes is so powerful that he has even taken down Filch, this weird old bucket of rice? If that's the case, it's a good thing. The more powerful Holmes is, the more beneficial it will be to the investigation of the Forbidden Forest. Filch, from now on I'm in charge here. Okay. Filch glanced at Sherlock, nodded to him, and left crisply. Even after Filch's back disappeared, Hagrid still found it a little unbelievable. He touched the back of his head and couldn't help but ask. Holmes, how did you do it? Why is that old bucket of rice so nice to you? Did you tell him that you were deliberately put in detention? In his opinion, only if Sherlock told Filch that he was working for Dumbledore would the other party be so polite. No, I gave him some catnip. Oh, I see. Hagrid suddenly understood and grinned. That guy is annoying, but he's still very nice to his cat. Obviously, Hagrid, who is familiar with magical creatures, also knew the effect of catnip. The two walked forward while talking, and soon came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. At this time, a cold wind blew, and even the strong Hagrid couldn't help but shrink his neck. On the other hand, Sherlock had cast a warming charm on himself long ago, so he didn't feel anything. Hagrid naturally didn't notice these details. He raised the lamp high and pointed to a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the dark dense forest and said to Sherlock. Holmes, look over there, the thing that shines with a silvery white light is unicorn blood. Sherlock looked intently and saw the silvery white reflective substance that Hagrid mentioned. This is the difference between the magical world and the Muggle world. In the Muggle world's reconnaissance experience, there has always been the saying of black mud, white stone, and reflective water. The meaning is that in the night or when the light is not good, the black area is likely to be mud, the white area is stone and other harder objects, and the reflective part is likely to be standing water. This sentence can help people avoid stepping into mud or water when walking, so as to travel more safely in complex outdoor environments. But in the magical world, this experience is obviously not applicable. Hagrid continued. The thing is, a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest was injured by something, and it was seriously injured. In fact, I found one dead last week. The other creatures in the Forbidden Forest will not harm them, so I think there must be poachers sneaking in. Even if we can't find out the reason, it's best to find that poor unicorn first and get it out of its pain. It can be seen that Hagrid is very depressed. The various animals in the Forbidden Forest are his good friends, especially the injury and even death of sacred and noble creatures like unicorns, which is not a normal thing no matter how you look at it. Hagrid has been investigating for 2 weeks and still has not gained anything. When he reported the dragon egg to Dumbledore, he suddenly thought of Sherlock's unique skills. So he proposed to ask Sherlock to help investigate with a try-it-out mentality. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore agreed in one gulp. The rest of the matter went smoothly. Hagrid talked a lot for a long time, and by the way, he also told Sherlock the characteristics of the unicorn. Sherlock listened very carefully and did not ask questions at first. After Hagrid finished speaking, he asked a few questions, and Hagrid also gave detailed answers. Relieve the unicorn of its pain. Sherlock shook his head. Excuse me, Hagrid, your idea is wrong. What did you say? Hagrid's eyes widened. It is no longer meaningful to relieve the unicorn of its pain if this is really done by poachers, then we should relieve him of his pain. Hagrid was startled when he heard this. He looked at Sherlock carefully by the moonlight and found that he didn't seem to be joking. He immediately began to regret suggesting to Dumbledore to let Sherlock participate in the investigation. Sherlock Holmes is indeed a Gryffindor. Although this is gratifying in some ways, some things have to be made clear in advance. Listen, Holmes, I admit you are very powerful, even able to see through people like Dumbledore. But, if there are really poachers sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to seriously injure and kill unicorns, then he is a dangerous person, definitely not someone that a first-year student like you can deal with. Hagrid paused here and said again. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, especially at night. But as long as you are with me and Fang, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you. Sherlock, oh. What does "oh" mean? It means I know, I was just making a suggestion. The slow-witted Hagrid nodded when he heard this. It's good to know, it's good to know. Harry, who was lurking in the side wearing an invisibility cloak, almost laughed out loud. Not long ago in astronomy class, Sherlock told him the inside story of being detained, and by the way, asked him to put on the invisibility cloak and go with him. In fact, it is equivalent to a test of the results of this period of special training. Harry, who had previously been stimulated by adventure factors, was naturally particularly excited. It's just that he didn't expect to have seen so many wonderful scenes before the special training officially started. Filch made him puzzled, and Hagrid made him laugh. It's so much fun. It's much more interesting than wandering around Hogwarts at night. After getting Sherlock's guarantee, Hagrid took him into the dreaded Forbidden Forest. He observed Sherlock while walking, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. Although Sherlock is indeed a Gryffindor, he is only an 11-year-old wizard. Why can't he see any tension on his face? On the contrary, looking at his eyes shining, he actually looked like he was looking forward to it. Sherlock is indeed full of expectations for the Forbidden Forest. If there was such an area in the Muggle world, I am afraid he would have completed the exploration within a month of entering the school. It is precisely because this is the magical world that Sherlock, who initially knew nothing about magic, has endured for so long. Heaven knows how hard it was for him to endure with his adventurous spirit in his bones. 5 months, do you know how he spent these 5 months? But since he has waited for 5 months, he is not in a hurry at this moment. Sherlock made a concealed gesture to the back, signaling Harry not to fall behind, and then asked directly. By the way, Hagrid, the Christmas gift you gave us, that flute, should it be made of special materials? Diricol horn? Erumpent horn? Or Murtlap tentacle? Ha! Sherlock, I didn't expect you to know so much. Hagrid's name for Sherlock changed once again, but you were wrong from the beginning, that thing is not the horn of a magical creature. Really? Sherlock looked surprised. I thought it was so hard, I thought it was the tentacle of an animal. That's the opinion of ordinary people. Hagrid laughed happily. Actually, I made it from the shell of a flobberworm. You know flobberworms, they are a kind of huge snail. In addition to being able to make babbling beverage, its hard shell also has many uses. Because it changes color every hour, I thought it would be very good to make them into flutes. It's indeed very good. Sherlock praised, and then asked. Hagrid, you have been at Hogwarts for so long, you must be very familiar with the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, right? It is very easy to get information from Hagrid. As long as you find an excuse, he will tell you all the information you want to know. This even makes Sherlock wonder if Snape's Veritaserum has a main ingredient that is Hagrid's saliva. If not, you can consider adding it, the effect will definitely not be bad. Sure enough, Hagrid's spirits were lifted after hearing Sherlock's words, and he began to talk endlessly. Chapter 87. Sherlock followed Hagrid, continuously heading deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid held Fang on a leash with one hand, while constantly scanning his surroundings and introducing the Forbidden Forest to Sherlock. Don't let the Forbidden Forest's mystery fool you. It's filled with so many magical creatures that you can't even count them all, but I'm good friends with them. Take Aragog, for example. Although he's frighteningly large, and his bite can numb you for half a day, he was actually a little cutie I adopted when I was at school. If it weren't for the unsuitable timing today, I would have definitely taken you to meet this old friend. Then there are those holy and beautiful unicorns, all snow white with horns as shiny as silver. They usually love to graze and wander quietly by the springs in the forest, and they have very gentle temperaments. But now alas, this misfortune has befallen them. The centaurs have also taken root here. They're very clever and know more about astronomy and geography than we do, but their temperaments are a bit unpredictable. However, if you accidentally run into them, as long as you make your intentions clear, there won't be much of a problem. Further in, there are also bicorns, bundymuns, thestrals, neasels, bowtruckles, puffskeins and werewolves. Although they're not commonly seen, you still have to be careful at certain times, like on the night of a full moon. In short, the Forbidden Forest is much more dangerous than you imagine, so you must stick close to me. Before he could finish speaking, Hagrid suddenly pulled Sherlock behind a towering pine tree. At the same time, he quickly drew an arrow, loaded it onto his crossbow, and aimed at the path they had been on. Damn it, something's coming. Sherlock noticed something was amiss even earlier than Hagrid. He keenly heard the sound of something dragging a cloak on the ground, but it was drowned out by Hagrid's loud voice even though he was trying to keep his voice down. However, Hagrid's reaction wasn't slow. Just as he was about to open his mouth to remind him, Hagrid had already taken action. Sherlock could even feel that Hagrid's aura was different at this moment. Who's there? Come out! Hagrid vigilantly stared at the path to the side and shouted. Come out now, I'm armed! Seeing Hagrid so tough, Fang immediately started running back and forth between Hagrid and Sherlock's feet. Not only that, but he also bared his teeth in the direction of the sound, really giving off the appearance of a dog relying on its master's power, matching his ferocious appearance. The creature lurking in the darkness didn't make Sherlock and Hagrid wait too long. Soon, a strange creature came into their view. The upper half of this creature was human-like, with red hair and a beard. However, the lower half, including the waist, was the body of a shiny, brownish-red horse, with a long red tail dragging behind its rear. At this moment, its tail was swishing back and forth, looking somewhat agitated. With such obvious characteristics, Sherlock recognized them at a glance. Centaurs, or rather, half men, half horses. In the sky, they are represented by the constellations Centaurus and Sagittarius, creatures that originally only existed in Greek myths and legends. But as the doors of the magical world officially opened to Sherlock, he also learned that this kind of magical creature really existed in this world. It is worth noting that centaurs are a species in themselves, not a hybrid of half human and half beast as some terrible works of literature portray them. Oh, it's you, Ronan. Hagrid obviously knew the centaur who had suddenly appeared. He breathed a long sigh of relief and greeted him. How are you? Not well, Hagrid. However, the centaur called Ronan didn't seem very happy. His voice was deep and sorrowful. You were going to shoot me. Hey, don't be like that. Hagrid ignored Ronan's emotional change and stepped forward to forcefully shake his hand. Gotta be vigilant, Ronan. As if to strengthen his persuasiveness, he patted his quiver. Look, there's a bad guy running around in this forest. After saying this, he introduced Sherlock and Ronan to each other. The centaur named Ronan wasn't interested in Sherlock. After a brief greeting, he raised his head and said, Tonight, Mars is very bright. Hagrid looked up at the sky and then echoed, saying, Yes, it is indeed very bright. By the way, Ronan, a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has been injured. Have you seen anything? Even if Sherlock wasn't interested in astronomy, he could be sure that Hagrid hadn't found Mars in the sky. Ronan didn't answer, but continued to stare unblinkingly at the sky. After a long while, he sighed. The innocent are always the first to suffer. It has been like this for centuries, and it is still like this now. Yes, 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 Hagrid said somewhat perfunctorily at this point. I mean, have you noticed anything unusual happening recently? Tonight, Mars is very bright. Ronan repeated this sentence again. Hagrid. I know, it is indeed exceptionally bright, but what I mean is, near our area, is there anything abnormal? Or rather, haven't you noticed any strange movements? Hagrid had clearly lost his patience. However, Ronan still didn't answer. Just then, there was another movement in the bushes behind Ronan. Hagrid had just raised his crossbow when the second centaur appeared. The other party had black hair and a beard, and looked more rough than Ronan. Hello, Bane. Hagrid obviously knew the other party as well. After greeting him, he began to ask. I was just asking Ronan, a unicorn has been injured. Have you noticed anything unusual recently? Good evening, Hagrid. Bane walked over and stood next to Ronan, looking up at the sky. After a moment, he said. Tonight, Mars is very bright. Hagrid. We've already heard that sentence. Hagrid was very irritable at this point. If any of you see anything, please tell me quickly, okay? However, Ronan and Bane still looked up at the sky, completely ignoring him. After a moment, the two centaurs spoke at the same time. Tonight, Mars is very bright. Hagrid. Let's go. When he realized that he could only be impotently furious, Hagrid finally chose to give up. Leaving the two centaurs there, Hagrid led Sherlock around them and continued to walk deeper into the Forbidden Forest. I knew it. Don't even think about getting clues from them, I mean, you never get a straight answer from centaurs. Hagrid complained as he walked, and you could hear from his tone that he still hadn't escaped from the anger just now. They always like to look up at the stars. It's so annoying they're not interested in anything except things around the moon, and they never say anything directly. Sherlock had already seen this without Hagrid telling him. Yes, they don't speak human language properly. Understandable. After all, centaurs are not human. Hearing Sherlock's evaluation, Hagrid nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 they just don't speak human language properly. Sherlock, you're the only one who speaks sense. Sherlock couldn't help but find it a little funny. This was the first time he had received this kind of evaluation. Just then, the two reached a fork in the road. The ground was shimmering with silver light, which was the unicorn blood that Hagrid had just pointed out to Sherlock. Sherlock bent down and observed for a moment, quickly coming to a conclusion. The bloodstains are fresh, proving that it just left here not long ago. If we're fast enough, we should still be able to help it escape the pain, I mean, that poor unicorn. Hagrid didn't notice the difference between he and it, but was troubled by the two forks in the road in front of him. Sherlock, can you tell which way it went? Unfortunately, no. Sherlock shook his head. My suggestion is that we split up. What? That's not feasible. Hagrid immediately shook his head vigorously. The Forbidden Forest was so dangerous. How could he let Sherlock act alone? Sherlock had already guessed that Hagrid would say this before he even said it, so he had already thought of a reason. Don't worry, Hagrid. If I really encounter anything, I'll use my wand to release a flame, like this. As Sherlock spoke, he waved his wand, and a purple firework exploded from the tip of his wand. It was the same magic that Dumbledore had used on the night the troll appeared. He had also used it to remind Hermione at the Quidditch match. Hagrid was still a little hesitant. He deeply loved the Forbidden Forest and the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. He really couldn't bear to see the sacred and noble unicorn being persecuted. But on the other hand, he was worried that Sherlock would be in danger if he left him. Sherlock saw his entanglement and simply added fuel to the fire. Hagrid, you don't want to see another unicorn being killed because it couldn't get help in time, do you? Hagrid. Okay, then I'll let Fang go with you. Sherlock's words finally made Hagrid make up his mind. But I have to tell you in advance, he's a coward, but fortunately he's alert enough to warn you in advance if he encounters danger. Remember, no matter what happens, be sure to send a signal as soon as possible. Sherlock knew that Hagrid wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't accept. Smiling, he took Fang and said. Hagrid, you don't have much time left. Hagrid. After Hagrid left along the other path, a voice rang in Sherlock's ear, Sherlock. What do we do now? Put on the invisibility cloak and continue following me. Sherlock said without turning his head. Fang also discovered Harry at this time. Faced with someone he couldn't see, he suddenly became nervous. But when Sherlock petted his head and said that the invisible person was not an enemy, he calmed down again. Next, Sherlock led Fang, as well as Harry, who was still invisible, to continue toward the center of the Forbidden Forest. After walking for nearly half an hour, Sherlock suddenly said, "It seems we're in luck." "What's wrong?" Harry couldn't help but ask. The truth has surfaced. Chapter 88. Look closely, these silvery white liquids appear in irregular, near oval shapes here, here, and here. Sherlock squatted down, pointing them out to Harry one by one. They all show obvious drag marks and splatters. This indicates that the unicorn accelerated, ran, and jumped vigorously on this side. Clearly, it was startled or stimulated and left these traces while fleeing. Sherlock looked up, his grey eyes gleaming. Although Hagrid didn't provide much information, fortunately, the unicorn left us important clues. I think we'll meet him soon. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry immediately became nervous. If we really encounter him? Sherlock gave a direct, standard answer, release a flame with your wand immediately, then strike decisively. Understood. Hearing what the leader said, Harry immediately felt firm. Sherlock brought him to the Forbidden Forest precisely for this purpose, didn't he? That ancient spell. As the two people and a dog delved deeper into the forest, the trees became extremely dense, and even the path was almost impassable. Correspondingly, the bloodstains on the ground became increasingly dense. Sherlock even found a tree root that was almost entirely dyed silver. Sherlock squatted down to examine the bloodstains, frowning in thought. Fang also became increasingly irritable. He even started trying to tug at Sherlock's robe, wanting him to return the way they came. SHH. Sherlock naturally wouldn't turn back halfway. After comforting Fang, he stood up again. Harry, stay hidden. After stepping over the tree root and walking a few more steps, Sherlock stopped. The silvery white bloodstains crossed an ancient oak tree here, and directly ahead was an open space. A painful, miserable sound came, and something white glittered on the ground. It was the unicorn that Hagrid had been painstakingly searching for. But its current condition was very bad. Its four legs still maintained the position they were in when it fell, its pure white mane spread on the dark black fallen leaves, and a trace of pleading could still be faintly seen in its already hazy eyes. Clearly, although this unicorn was still alive, it was already on its last breath. Sherlock didn't act rashly, and also signaled Harry and Fang to stay put and observe. Just as he expected, the bushes at the edge of the clearing began to shake. Sherlock's spirits lifted, and he immediately turned his attention there. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, beginning to crawl towards the fallen unicorn. Although it was a person, this crawling posture at this moment was like a dark beast, sending chills down one's spine. Harry and Fang were both stunned by the scene before them. The person and the dog stood there dumbfounded, as if they had lost the ability to move. Sherlock, who was already mentally prepared, certainly wouldn't be like them. He slowly raised his wand, aiming at the cloaked figure. Although fists were useful, Sherlock hadn't forgotten that he was now a wizard. The figure that emerged from the shadows finally crawled to the unicorn's side, slowly lowering its head. Shockingly, he actually began to drink blood from the unicorn's wound. The unicorn, whose eyes were originally hazy, seemed to feel the loss of its own life, letting out a miserable whinny. Even though its legs had been broken, it still struggled unwillingly, and the horn on its forehead bloomed with a dazzling white light. It was as if it hoped to drive away the shadow of death that enveloped it with this light. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the light, it couldn't stop what was happening before it. At this moment, Sherlock no longer hesitated, and the spell he had prepared long ago shot straight towards that figure. Petrificus totalis. Having planned ahead, the crawler who was harming the unicorn didn't expect to be ambushed at all. He was hit by the full-body bind curse that Sherlock cast, falling backward into the bushes. Seeing that the spell he cast hit the opponent, Sherlock didn't relax his vigilance. At this time, Harry and Fang finally regained their ability to move. Fang barked loudly and ran away. Just as Hagrid said, he was really timid. Harry overcame the fear in his heart and was about to launch fireworks as Sherlock had said. However, at this critical moment, a sharp pain pierced through his head, as if his scar had suddenly caught fire. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even the last time he met Snape, oh, it should be Quirrell, his eyes didn't hurt this much. Harry's vision blurred, and he staggered backward. Sherlock only glanced at it and immediately cast another spell towards the direction where the dark figure fell without hesitation. Conf Ringo. The formed blasting curse was very powerful, equivalent to a dozen kilograms of TNT explosives. However, after touching an object, it would bounce around aimlessly. If the caster was very close, they were likely to hurt themselves. Fortunately, at this time, Sherlock only had a rough target, and the distance was far enough, making it the perfect time to cast the blasting curse. However, Sherlock didn't think his second spell would work. Sure enough, with a cold snort, a magical barrier was created out of thin air, directly deflecting the spell that Sherlock cast. At the same time, a sinister voice shouted, "Spoiling my good deed, die." After the opponent cast the shield charm to deflect the blasting curse, he flicked his wrist and shouted sharply, "Avada Kedavra." The front end of the spell surged out like a raging black wave, rushing towards Sherlock with the momentum to destroy everything. When did the severing charm have such power? Why was a very normal offensive spell used by him like black magic? Because Sherlock had already thought that the other party would counterattack before casting the spell, he had already dodged to the side before the other party raised his hand. Taking advantage of the gap between the opponent's preparation for the next wave of attacks, he recited the spell again. Impedimenta. Sherlock's observation skills were very keen. This was especially true after entering the battle. From the moment the other party started absorbing the unicorn's blood, he realized that this guy was in the wrong state. Especially after casting the severing charm just now, he was breathing heavily, and even his movements became a little slow. Hagrid's description plus his own understanding of magical creatures made Sherlock's heart clear. For this guy who was eager to maintain his vitality and magic, nothing was more important than killing a unicorn and drinking blood happily. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to delay. Not to mention Dumbledore, even Hagrid, who was nearby, would be enough for him to handle. So after throwing out an impediment jinx, Sherlock sped up and rushed towards the other party. He was indeed a wizard. But close combat was his advantage. By the time the other party reacted, Sherlock had already arrived behind the other party. Even after being hit by the impediment jinx, the black-robed wizard's reaction was not slow, and a shield charm was cast silently. However, he never expected that it wasn't a spell that was attacking him. The already unsheathed sharp longsword pierced into the opponent's soft ribs at a tricky angle. The blade was cold and shone with a firm light in the dim light, echoing the wand in his right hand. Blood came out. Unfortunately, the magical shield generated by the shield charm could not only deflect spells, but also act on physical entities. So this sword was ultimately stabbed a little shallow and failed to hit the vital point. At the same time, a gorgeous red flame rose into the air. Harry endured the severe pain in his forehead, covered his scar with one hand, and pointed his wand at the sky with the other hand to release the agreed signal. Damn it! The black-robed wizard let out an angry roar and prepared to take the first step. Once Dumbledore saw the signal and rushed over, he would not be able to escape in his current state. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain suddenly came from his waist. Sherlock pulled out his longsword, planning to do it again. He was shocked on the spot. An 11-year-old wizard actually wanted to score twice when facing him? Were Gryffindors so brave? Outrageous! After the surprise was extreme anger impedimenta. It was also an impediment jinx, but the black-robed wizard who was hit by the spell still had the strength to cast a shield charm to protect himself, but Sherlock's second sword could no longer be stabbed out. At the same time, the figure retreated rapidly like an arrow leaving the string. Sherlock's movements returned to normal, but he did not relax his vigilance. He put away his wand and took out the prepared round shield in advance. Crucio! A sharp shout came from the direction where the black-robed wizard escaped, and the scarlet light emitted by the Cruciatus curse even changed the color of the forest in the night. For the sake of caution, Sherlock did not block with the shield, but directly threw the shield out and dodged to the side at the same time. Boom! The Cruciatus curse hit the shield head-on, and the aftershock of the impact between the two lifted large pieces of soil. But the spell was ultimately blocked by the shield. Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief. This time he really left. If he didn't leave, it would really be too late. At this time, Harry ran to Sherlock's side and helped him up. Sherlock, I'm sorry, just now my scar. Sherlock stood up with Harry's help, and despite not being able to see the other party, he still patted him on the shoulder and said, Dear Harry, the intense pain made you unable to concentrate, it's not your fault. How do you know? Harry was stunned for a moment, and thought of Sherlock's special skills, then said annoyedly. But I didn't help you at all. We came together, but in the end I had to rely on you alone to fight him. If you hadn't successfully sent out the signal, he wouldn't have left so quickly. After Sherlock finished speaking, he pointed to the ground on the side and said, Harry, can you help me pick it up? Harry then picked up the shield that had just blocked the Cruciatus curse. But when Harry got it in his hand, he was surprised to find that what kind of shield was this? It was clearly the rock cake that Sherlock had brought out of Hagrid's hut. It's just that these rock cakes have obviously been processed, pressed together in layers, and a handle has been added to one side. Harry was stunned. Sherlock, you actually really used it as armor. The shock this matter brought to Harry made him forget even his guilt. He couldn't help but think of what Sherlock had said to him and Ron at the time. If you don't treat it as food, but treat it as a weapon and armor, it will become very practical. He actually did it. Sherlock seemed to see through Harry's thoughts and said with a smile. It is indeed very practical, isn't it? Harry. What else can I say? I can only admire him to the ground. Chapter 89. A large creature is rapidly approaching. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Hagrid. Sherlock sheathed his sword and stowed his rock cake shield, turning to Harry and saying, Dear Harry, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could remain invisible. Harry nodded. For various reasons, he didn't want Hagrid to know that he was also in the Forbidden Forest tonight. Sherlock, heavens! What on earth happened here? By the time Hagrid arrived, looking at the battlefield before him and the nearly lifeless unicorn, he was almost too shocked to speak, only able to tug at his beard. Hey, hold on! First, see if it can be saved. Sherlock pointed to the unicorn with its legs broken. Oh, Merlin's beard! Who could have hurt it like this? Wait! As he said this, he suddenly saw the bite marks on the unicorn's wound. Someone's been drinking its blood. Hagrid's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Hagrid, I think you should know what this means. Even on the verge of death, a unicorn's blood can prolong life, but only if it's willingly given. But if someone forcibly takes the blood to save their own life, from the moment the blood touches their lips, they will have a half-life, a cursed life. Sherlock said slowly, seemingly stating facts, but actually explaining to Harry, who was standing nearby in his invisibility cloak. This time, Harry understood completely. The one he had just faced was none other than the murderer who killed his parents, the Dark Lord who made the entire wizarding world tremble, Voldemort. But, he didn't seem that strong. Harry understood, but Hagrid did not. Sherlock didn't expect him to understand. In any case, his main task was to examine the severely injured unicorn. Fortunately, although the unicorn was badly hurt, it could still be saved because Sherlock had intervened in time. With that, the unicorn attack in the Forbidden Forest could be considered investigated and concluded. Hagrid thought Sherlock was very lucky to have figured everything out on just the first night. Sherlock knew that it was because the other party couldn't wait any longer. His frantic actions just now further confirmed this. Next was to tell Dumbledore everything and let him solve the problem. As a leader, that's what he's supposed to do. In any case, after what happened today, the other party would definitely not come to the Forbidden Forest again. On the way back, Hagrid also found Fang, who had run off, and a centaur. However, this time the centaur they encountered was neither Ronan nor Bane. From his appearance, this centaur looked younger and more handsome. His hair was platinum blonde, with the body of a silver-maned horse and a pair of light blue eyes, resembling a Prince Charming from a fairy tale. Firenze, it's good to see you. Clearly, the other party was also an acquaintance of Hagrid's. Hagrid, hello, what's that? A unicorn. Is it all right? When he saw Hagrid carrying a unicorn with broken legs, the centaur named Firenze panicked. Is it the one lurking in our forest, isn't it? Calm down, Firenze, Hagrid patted the unicorn he was carrying. Fortunately, Sherlock arrived in time. It didn't lose its life, and the poacher was driven away. Thank goodness. Firenze breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this answer. He then turned his gaze to Sherlock. Thank you for saving this poor unicorn. Firenze's attitude towards Sherlock was much warmer, forming a stark contrast to the perfunctory attitudes of Ronan and Bane. You're Sherlock Holmes? I've heard of you. You're a remarkable child. Hagrid slapped Sherlock on the shoulder upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so famous among the centaurs. Before this, I thought only Harry could do that. Just then, more hoofbeats came from the other side of the clearing. It was Ronan and Bane, whom they had seen before. Sherlock's gaze swept over them, noticing that their flanks were heaving violently, dripping with sweat, clearly indicating that they had just engaged in strenuous exercise. Firenze! Bane called out Firenze's name as soon as he arrived. Bane, my ears aren't deaf. You don't have to speak so loudly. Firenze's tone was not polite. What did you tell him? Bane said angrily, remember, Firenze, we swore never to defy the will of the heavens. Didn't we see the omens displayed by the planetary movements? Ronan awkwardly pawed at the ground with his hooves, continuing to explain for Firenze in his sorrowful voice. I believe Firenze thinks he's doing this with good intentions. With good intentions? What does this have to do with us? However, Bane didn't appreciate it, continuing his angry outburst. Centaurs care about astrological prophecies. We don't need to run around like donkeys, following humans who are lost in our forest. This sentence immediately angered Hagrid. But before he could explode, Firenze stood upright on his two hind legs. This was a movement that centaurs only made when extremely angry. Didn't you see the unicorn? Coordinating with this movement, Firenze also began to roar at Bane. Don't you understand why it was killed? Or did the planets not reveal this secret to you? Listen, I will resist the one lurking in our forest, Bane. Yes, if necessary, I will stand with humans. After saying this, he ignored Bane and Ronan, put his two hind legs down again, and signalled for Sherlock and Hagrid to leave with him. Sherlock and Hagrid naturally had no objections. After all, they both hated Riddlers. After leaving Bane and Ronan far behind, Firenze stopped and turned to Sherlock, asking, Holmes, do you know why Bane was so angry just now? Hagrid laughed upon hearing this. Firenze, you never say anything directly. Even Sherlock couldn't guess, right, Sherlock? I can probably deduce something. Hagrid was stunned, and Firenze's eyes lit up. Tell me. It's simple. He just doesn't want you to tell us the results you obtained from observing the stars. Firenze's blue eyes became even brighter. Not bad. Do you know the result? Sherlock sighed. Obviously, the one who harmed the unicorn was Voldemort. When Sherlock said this name, Hagrid couldn't help but gasp. Harry, who was in his invisibility cloak, couldn't help but tighten it. He felt like the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hagrid shook his massive head violently. Hogwarts has Dumbledore. The Dark Lord can't get in. Firenze's reaction to the name Voldemort wasn't as strong as Hagrid's, but he looked at Sherlock with admiration. Holmes, you are indeed as I heard. I think you should study divination. Divination? Sherlock shook his head. This is the result I deduced through scientific methods. It has nothing to do with divination. The stars told me the prophecy, but you say you used science. When he said this word, the centaur Firenze's expression was a little subtle. After all, talking about science in the world of magic always felt a little strange. Actually, it's simple to deduce these things. Seeing Sherlock like this, Harry, who was still invisible, smiled knowingly. He knew his friend was about to start. Unicorn blood carries a curse when forcibly taken. For a normal person, if they had to live a half-life with a curse, they might as well die cleanly. Unless the purpose is only to prolong life, so that the cursed person has time to obtain another thing that can fully restore energy and magic. Coincidentally, the Philosopher's Stone, which can make the elixir of life, is in the school. For Voldemort, who has been dormant for many years and wants to make a comeback, I don't think he would miss this opportunity. This time, Firenze was completely stunned. Sherlock, you already told me this. Just as Firenze was in shock, Hagrid seemed to suddenly understand and yelled. So you had already thought of that at that time. Harry, who was invisible, almost fell over. His giant friend was too slow. But even after belatedly understanding Sherlock's deduction process, Hagrid still muttered. Although you're very capable, Sherlock, I still think you're wrong this time. As long as Dumbledore is still at the school, the Dark Lord won't succeed. It was clear that his trust in Dumbledore had risen to a level of blind worship. Sherlock didn't refute, and Firenze said softly. This isn't just a deduction, it's also the centaur's divination. Hagrid, you know, we rarely make mistakes. But you're wrong this time. Sherlock, you too. Seeing that Hagrid had entered a state of indiscriminate attack, Firenze didn't say anything more. Mainly because he understood Hagrid's personality and knew that there was nothing to say to him in this situation. Soon, the three of them, one centaur, one unicorn, and one dog, arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Let's part ways here." Firenze stopped and looked at Sherlock and Hagrid. "Good luck to you in the past, the stars of fate have been misunderstood, and even the centaurs are not immune to mistakes. I hope this time is also the case." Looking at the centaur, who was different from Ronan and Bane and continued to show goodwill towards him, Sherlock said a little more. "Actually, I think there's a sentence that's more suitable for your divination results today." Firenze was puzzled. "What is it?" Suddenly, a madman sharpens his knife at night, and the Emperor star shakes as Mars rises high. After saying this, Sherlock waved to Firenze and walked towards the castle with Hagrid. Suddenly, a madman sharpens his knife at night, and the Emperor star shakes as Mars rises high. Firenze repeated this sentence silently several times. Suddenly, his eyes turned an astonishing blue in an instant, like pale sapphires. Indeed, this sentence is much more suitable than "Mars is very bright tonight." Chapter 90. Firenze held great reverence for destiny. This was similar to other centaurs. However, unlike the other centaurs who generally loathed wizards, he was not as repulsed by humans and did not hesitate to lend a helping hand when they were in danger. This made him an oddity among the centaurs. Ronan and Bane's attitude tonight was the best illustration of this. Friends of mine often know that Mars is always associated with elements such as war, conflict, and violence. The centaur Ronan repeatedly telling Sherlock and Hagrid that Mars was bright was essentially an insinuation that the magical world was facing a potential crisis and upheaval. After a decade of peace, war might be imminent. Dark forces were rising, which could trigger conflicts and disasters. All of this was closely related to Voldemort's resurrection and his attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Unfortunately, the centaurs never spoke plainly. So they could only express their views by constantly repeating this sentence. However, compared to Sherlock's "A madman suddenly grinds his knife at night, a baleful star flickers over the Emperor's throne," this sentence, "Mars is bright tonight," was worlds apart. The two sentences expressed the same meaning, but the latter's artistic conception directly crushed the former. Firenze made up his mind. When he returned to the centaur herd, he would also use this sentence to replace "Mars is bright tonight." This perfectly matched the centaur's characteristics, making people feel inexplicably odd. Firenze did not expect that Sherlock's seemingly unintentional action would greatly change his position in the centaur herd. At the same time, Sherlock was explaining to the curious Hagrid and Harry, who was under the invisibility cloak. "This Christmas, a classmate gave me a strange book. It was full of bizarre content, including Eastern mystical symbols and stories. Among them were these 2 lines of poetry, along with simple annotations. This sentence originated from an ancient Chinese general. This ancient and mysterious Eastern country spent a full 5,000 years studying human nature. No one in this world understands it better than they do." Hagrid listened, half understanding, and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you say that to him?" "I just hope that this centaur friend who has shown us kindness will have an easier time when he returns." "All right, Hagrid, please settle the unicorn as soon as possible, or our headmaster will be going to bed." Hagrid hurriedly dealt with the injured unicorn and took Sherlock straight to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, seeing the two, looked a little helpless. "Couldn't you be considerate of this old man? What could be so important that it couldn't wait until tomorrow?" At this time, Dumbledore was wearing a set of pajamas covered with stars, obviously intending to go to sleep. "Sir, you understand me." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Hagrid couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "If there's nothing important, Dear Rubius, of course I understand you. It seems there's news about the Forbidden Forest." Dumbledore asked understandingly. Hagrid nodded emphatically, "Yes. Although we saved the unicorn, the poacher ran away. Sherlock even came face to face with him. Also, Sherlock said he is. Seeing Hagrid's lips trembling, unable to say the name, Dumbledore was not surprised, and simply turned his gaze to Sherlock. "It's Voldemort." Hagrid shivered immediately, taking a deep breath. He didn't notice that the space beside him produced a slight, unnatural tremor at that moment. Dumbledore's glasses flashed, and he turned his gaze to Hagrid again, saying in a gentle voice, "Hagrid, could you please leave for a moment?" "Hagrid, degree. After the dejected Hagrid left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore glanced at Sherlock and said with a smile, "I thought you would persuade me to let Hagrid stay. There's no need. The things we're going to talk about next are indeed not suitable for him to know." Sherlock said calmly, "He's like he's taken veritasirum by nature." That's a very vivid and apt analogy. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then smiled again, "Well, but I think your other friend can show himself now, right?" Harry, wearing the invisibility cloak, remained motionless. Having spent a long time with Sherlock, Harry was no longer as ignorant as he was when he first entered school. Who knew if Dumbledore was trying to trick him? "Show yourself. You were discovered the moment you entered the office." As soon as Sherlock said this, Harry immediately took off the invisibility cloak without hesitation. He looked at Dumbledore somewhat awkwardly. "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to find me." "How strange, you've actually become more confident after becoming invisible." Noticing that Dumbledore still had a smile on his face, Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good, good, Dumbledore wasn't angry. "So Sherlock, how did you know I discovered Harry?" "It's very simple. A person who is good at observation, if he observes the things he comes into contact with accurately and systematically, can deduce the thoughts in a person's heart from the expression in an instant, every twitch of the muscles, and every movement of the eyes. When Hagrid and I first entered, your gaze, in addition to focusing on the two of us, also lingered on the position beside me for 3 seconds. That was exactly Harry's position. Also, when Hagrid mentioned Voldemort just now, your gaze shifted to his position again. 2 confirmations are enough to explain the problem." Dumbledore revealed a thoughtful look. After a moment, he waved his wand and conjured 2 glasses of lemonade, sending them to Sherlock and Harry. "Have a glass first." Sherlock didn't move. Harry said thank you, then grabbed it and drank it all in one gulp. Although he didn't directly participate in the battle tonight, following Sherlock in and out of the Forbidden Forest also consumed a lot of energy. He really needed to replenish his fluids. Then he regretted it. It was too damn sweet. Heaven knows how much sugar Dumbledore added to this glass of water. He couldn't taste the sourness of the lemon at all. Only then did he notice that Sherlock didn't move, and he secretly admired his friend's foresight. Dumbledore didn't seem to notice this scene. He asked in a gentle voice. "So, the person who actually participated in the battle tonight wasn't 1, but 2, right?" Harry couldn't help but feel ashamed when he heard this. "Sir, this time it was all thanks to Sherlock. I only had time to launch fireworks into the sky." "No, Harry, if you hadn't done that, Voldemort wouldn't have left so quickly." "But don't worry about these details." Dumbledore pushed his glasses up. "You've done very well tonight. I believe your friend thinks so too." "That's right." Sherlock echoed Dumbledore's statement. "In fact, I made an oversight in tonight's operation." "Oversight? What oversight?" Hearing Sherlock's words, Dumbledore immediately became interested. He was particularly curious about this genius who he believed surpassed that person. Sherlock didn't answer, but drew his wand and waved it. Purple fireworks then burst from the tip of the wand. "A very good warning charm. I used it on Halloween once. I didn't expect you to apply it to practice so quickly." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. He changed the subject, "But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with our topic just now. Harry fired red sparks after encountering Voldemort," Sherlock said calmly. Dumbledore understood immediately. Harry was stunned for a moment before he realized, I didn't think of that at all." "Rubeus didn't think of it either, did he?" Dumbledore smiled. "Believe me, Harry, he'll forget about it soon." "But not everyone is Hagrid," Sherlock said with a serious face. "I should have told Harry this in advance before the battle." "All right, Sherlock, you've done enough tonight. If it were me when I first entered Hogwarts, I wouldn't be as good as you." "Yes, after all, you didn't have a powerful headmaster behind you to support you in fighting the Dark Lord." Dumbledore. Having once again experienced Sherlock's venomous tongue, Dumbledore decisively decided to avoid this topic first. "In fact, Voldemort's desire for unicorn blood far exceeds your imagination. The fact that you were able to stop him today is already the greatest victory." Sherlock frowned, disagreeing with Dumbledore. Unicorn blood can only extend his life while burdening him with a curse. The Philosopher's Stone is his fundamental goal. "That's because you don't know that unicorn blood, in addition to extending life, has another effect that few people know about." Sherlock looked at Dumbledore with some surprise. Dumbledore said calmly, that is to create a temporary body cursed by dark magic. As if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, Sherlock instantly connected all the clues. If that was the case, then the harvest from today's encounter with Voldemort would be greater than imagined. No wonder Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, didn't drink the blood after killing the unicorn. Because what he needed was the unicorn watching its own life drain away bit by bit, powerless, so that the unicorn could maintain the greatest resentment before its death. Speaking of which, with Sherlock's vast amount of reading, he had really seen many similar settings. For example, in the literary works of a certain mysterious ancient Eastern civilization, evil cultivators liked to use this method to refine magical artifacts. As a dark wizard, Voldemort was even inferior to those evil cultivators to some extent. After all, according to the descriptions in those literary works, the number of people Voldemort had killed in his life was only equal to the number of lives those demons slaughtered in a single day. But it wasn't a problem. Different national conditions. At this time, Harry had already told Dumbledore everything that happened tonight. In this process, Sherlock did not add anything. Because he found that Harry did have a talent for description and summarization. The current Voldemort is already very weak. Judging from his hasty actions and the battle process tonight, his control over Quirrell is not as perfect as I imagined, so. After listening to Harry's words, Dumbledore pondered for a moment and said in a gentle voice, I hope you can defeat him again. Me? Harry looked incredulous. He pointed to his nose and couldn't help but ask. Sir, I'm just a first-year student who hasn't even learned a few offensive spells. You want me to deal with Voldemort and Quirrell? One is influenced by those he associates with. If this world didn't have Sherlock, when Dumbledore entrusted this matter to him, he might have thought that he was a person of great importance. Burdened with a special mission and fueled by the hatred of his parents, he would have rushed to fight Voldemort head-on even without Dumbledore's encouragement. But having spent so long with Sherlock, Harry had grown a brain. Now that Dumbledore wanted to use the same old tricks to deal with him, it naturally wouldn't work. Hearing Harry's question, Dumbledore was a little surprised. Harry shouldn't be this kind of person. But he soon understood where the problem lay. His gaze turned to Sherlock. Sherlock. Chapter 91. Seeing Sherlock's detached and indifferent demeanor, Dumbledore had no choice but to speak first. Sherlock, our agreement. Does it have to be this way? What did you say? I mean, does Harry really have to face Voldemort directly? Sherlock met Dumbledore's gaze without backing down, saying each word clearly. Letting a first-year student face Voldemort again and again, your idea is genius-level stupid. Do you think Harry will thank you? Or do you just want him to thank you in the graveyard? Tonight's battle has already proven that Harry can't even maintain a normal state when facing Voldemort. Dumbledore coughed. About that scar, I actually have an idea. Before he could finish, Sherlock interrupted him impolitely. Are you really treating Harry as the savior? Or do you just want him to be a sacrifice to Voldemort? Headmaster, you can't expect us first-year students to protect the Sorcerer's Stone. If the magical world's power is really so weak, I suggest it's better to just destroy it. Sherlock's impolite words surprised Dumbledore and stunned Harry. Good grief, this is Dumbledore. Although he usually looks kind and amiable. Even the Hogwarts students fear Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape more than him, the smiling old man. But President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class of the Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and the current headmaster of Hogwarts, this long list of titles isn't just for show. He is the greatest wizard of the age and is recognized as the only person Voldemort fears. Sherlock dared to do this, which is tantamount to pointing fingers and scolding him. Not to mention that he's just a first-year student like himself. But when he thought that the other party was entirely considering him, Harry suddenly felt warm inside. Sherlock's image became incredibly tall in his heart. Just then, Dumbledore once again turned his gaze to Harry. Sherlock's eyes suddenly narrowed. Dumbledore spoke to Harry in an almost pleading, gentle tone. Harry, trust me, I only need you to face him one more time, the last time. Obviously, Dumbledore planned to find a breakthrough through Harry. Mainly, he didn't expect Sherlock's influence on Harry to be so great in less than a school year. Even though he was battle-hardened and had seen a lot, he still found it difficult to judge whether this was a good thing or a bad thing for Harry. Previously, placing the Mirror of Erised and deliberately leading Sherlock and Harry there was to see the essence of the two through the mirror. Harry's result was within his expectations. As for Sherlock, Dumbledore shook his head. Even though the other party was only a 12-year-old boy, Dumbledore still couldn't guarantee that he could see the other party's essence. Fortunately, one thing was certain, his friendship with Harry was clean and pure. That was enough. So at this time, he lowered his stance when facing Harry. He felt that Harry could understand him. This was for Harry and for the future of the entire magical world. Harry looked at Sherlock with some embarrassment. Sherlock. Sherlock couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. The kid is a good kid, but his reaction is a little slow. But since this was Harry's own will, Sherlock, as a friend, would not interfere. Of course, he still made a request. Headmaster, things that can be solved with brains have been solved by me. I only hope that you won't let us down when we need to use force. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. Of course, I assure you that no matter what means Voldemort uses to control Quirrell, he won't be able to hurt you. Hopefully. Sherlock's tone was still not happy, but he had obviously relented. Harry and Dumbledore both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. So when are you planning to leave? Just then, Sherlock suddenly said again. What did you say? Dumbledore didn't react for a moment and asked subconsciously. But after asking this question, he secretly said that it was not good. After dealing with Sherlock so many times, he has a certain understanding of this little wizard. His kindness and wisdom are beyond doubt, but his poisonous tongue is not fake, especially when he is angry. Obviously, Sherlock is in this state now. Sure enough, Sherlock unceremoniously started spraying. I'm really curious, did you pour all the sugar into your brain when you were drinking water? Or is this just a manifestation of your senile dementia? If you are at school, how could that guy attack the Sorcerer's Stone? Although he had expected it, Dumbledore still didn't expect Sherlock's attack power to be so strong. It seems that after tonight's battle in the Forbidden Forest, his insistence on letting Harry face Voldemort still made Sherlock very angry. Although he was a little helpless, he was also very happy that Harry could have such a friend who was always thinking of him. I will make him think that I have left the school. He was stabbed by me, so he should ask for leave to rest for a while. I will let Watson and Hedwig notify you then. What about Harry's scar? There is no way for the time being. I only have a guess now, but it should be confirmed after this incident. I need the detailed layout of the Sorcerer's Stone's defense mechanisms. I will send you a letter, or let Watson bring it to you. The two of them decided on several points to pay attention to in the Harry-Voldemort battle in Harry's confused eyes. Harry tried to express his opinion, but Sherlock patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, Harry, there's no point in staying here anymore. But leave with your little friend. Dumbledore saw Harry looking at him, smiled and nodded at him. Also, Sherlock, don't you really want a glass of lemonade? Why don't you keep that syrup for yourself? By the way, I suggest you consider using this year's periodontal checkup and free teeth cleaning service. Dr. Granger's clinic will definitely welcome you. Dumbledore. Sherlock and Harry, who was wearing an invisibility cloak, returned to the dormitory. Ron, Neville, and Dean had already fallen asleep. The next morning, Sherlock still took Harry for morning exercises. The battle in the Forbidden Forest made Harry realize his shortcomings, so he practiced even harder. When the morning exercises were over, the two returned to the hall. Seeing that there was no one around, Harry finally couldn't help but ask, Sherlock, why can Hagrid's rock cakes block spells? Sherlock couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. My dear friend, I thought you couldn't help but ask me earlier. Harry was a little embarrassed. He had indeed held back for a long time. Dear Harry, if you think carefully, you will find that it is not difficult to make this inference. First of all, consider the essence of spells, which is a way to mobilize magical power to achieve some effects that ordinary people cannot achieve. From the perspective of the energy projection direction of offensive spells, they are often accompanied by physical phenomena such as sound and light, so there is a possibility that they may be deflected, dodged, or blocked. Even the powerful Imperious Curse just now is not invincible and can still be blocked by hard substances. This is like in the Muggle world, physical attacks can be blocked by sturdy shields. There is a similar defense mechanism for spell attacks in the magical world. Harry nodded. This point had already been explained in Charms class, but most young wizards just took notes hastily and did not think deeply. Sherlock touched his fingertips together, looked at Harry and continued. Let's take a look at the maker of this rock cake, Hagrid. As a giant, this special identity plays a key role. You should know that giants are born with a certain degree of magic resistance. But people often overlook one point: this resistance is not only reflected in themselves, but even the items they make will be contaminated with similar characteristics. So, when Voldemort's imperious curse struck, the special properties of the rock cake that were given by Hagrid's giant characteristics, and its relatively hard texture, worked together to successfully block this deadly spell. This seemingly accidental miracle actually has a clear logical context. Of course, when facing the unforgivable curse for the first time, I was not sure, so I threw the shield directly. But now it seems that the rock cake carefully made by Hagrid did inherit this characteristic. When the next battle comes, the shield will play a greater role. Now, please hand me the teacup. I need to think about your training plan before I meet him next time and the action steps after Dumbledore leaves school. In the following 2 weeks, as Sherlock expected, Professor Quirrell did not appear in the defense against the dark arts class. This further proved that the crawler that night was Quirrell. As for whether Voldemort controlled Quirrell himself through black magic, or whether Voldemort was attached to Quirrell in some way, it is not known. However, Professor Snape's statement was that Professor Quirrell had asked for leave due to physical discomfort. That's right, Quirrell was absent, and the person who took over his teaching was none other than Potions Professor Snape. His teaching naturally meant that Gryffindor would lose a lot of points again. In addition to Harry Potter, who was always deducted points for various inexplicable reasons, Neville, who always failed to cast spells, and Seamus, who inexplicably caused explosions, became the focus of attention. Gryffindor was already ranked low because Sherlock beat up his classmates in public, and the scores have been declining rapidly in the past 2 weeks. With Professor Snape opening double, he finally became Gran and more. Not only was the ranking directly at the bottom, but the gap with Slytherin, which ranked first, was getting bigger and bigger. This made the little lions miserable. Of course, there are exceptions. Sherlock was very satisfied with this. Chapter 92. In contrast to the amiable Professor Quirrell, the temporarily substituting Snape, despite his awful attitude, actually taught you useful knowledge. It's hard to imagine that it wasn't until the second half of the semester that the first-year students encountered the disarming charm in practical lessons. The incantation for this spell is Expelliarmus, and as the name suggests, its effect is to make the opponent's wand fly out of their hand. Most wizards usually rely on wands to accurately guide and control magic. This is because the wand can enhance and focus a wizard's magic, making the magic more accurate and effective. Wandless magic is much more difficult and unstable, easily causing unexpected consequences and even danger. Therefore, Expelliarmus naturally became the most basic and very practical offensive spell. As for the power, it varies depending on the caster's magical ability. Sherlock and Harry both showed great talent in this course. Especially Harry. It can be said that this was the first time he showed the characteristics befitting the savior of the magical world besides Quidditch. Even Hermione, who was already recognized as a top student, couldn't compare to him in this regard. Snape stared intently at Harry's green eyes, and after a moment, he said in his usual low voice, "A very standard disarming charm, Mr. Potter." Harry was flattered to receive Snape's affirmation. Although he had received a high-level potion from Snape during Christmas and learned about the professor's past with his mother from Sherlock, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Because Sherlock had made it clear that Snape had always liked his mother, Lily. The only reason he was being protected was because he was Lily's child. That's all. Sure enough, Snape, who had been praising Harry a moment ago, suddenly changed the subject. "However, since your disarming charm is so standard, why are you unwilling to guide your classmates? Finnegan just used an exploding charm effect with a disarming charm right next to you. Should I call him a genius or an idiot?" "Potter, because of your inaction, Gryffindor loses another 5 points. That's the normal Professor Snape." Harry couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Apart from Harry himself, everyone else was used to Snape finding fault and deducting points from Gryffindor. Or rather, it would be strange if he didn't deduct points one day. So even though Seamus had already had points deducted once, the little lions weren't surprised when the reason for the deduction was unreasonably thrown at Harry for the same thing. They just silently said in their hearts, "You really are who we thought you were." I have to say, although not surprisingly, it's really unlucky to have points deducted twice for the same thing. After class, Seamus took the lead in complaining, "I wonder when Professor Quirrell will be back? Great Detective Holmes, can you deduce it?" Great Detective Holmes was the nickname the students gave Sherlock. Interestingly, this title was first spread from other colleges. Before Christmas, Sherlock had helped Hannah Abbott, the first freshman to wear the sorting hat, solve a problem. After this incident, Sherlock successively received several commissions and successfully solved them. In addition to flying lessons, Halloween, and some other daily life, the nickname Great Detective Holmes gradually spread. Sherlock's own Gryffindor Academy became the last to know. After all, the daily life of the little lions is recklessness. In most cases, they don't consider the consequences, so there is no need to entrust Sherlock. This is the opposite of Hermione. Hermione's initial nickname was Gryffindor's Know-It-All, and it wasn't until her reputation spread beyond the academy that it became Miss Know-It-All. Probably after Easter. Sherlock said affirmatively in response to Seamus's question. But I personally hope he never comes back. Really? Seamus widened his eyes in surprise. Do you still want the old bat to continue teaching us? Old Bat is Snape's nickname. Because he always wandered around the campus in a black robe, and would suddenly appear when he needed to deduct points. So the Weasley brothers gave him such a nickname. Once the nickname was called out, it quickly gained the approval of all students, including Slytherin. He is a good teacher, Sherlock said seriously. His teaching level is far better than Professor Quirrell's. To be precise, Professor Quirrell is not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as him. Seamus looked at the others awkwardly. Neville and Dean looked left and right, pretending to look around the scenery. No, buddy. Ron received Seamus's request for help, cleared his throat and was about to speak. Hermione suddenly echoed, Sherlock is right, although Professor Snape likes to deduct points randomly, you can learn real skills from him. She glared at Ron fiercely. The latter immediately shut up like a cicada in winter. There was no way, eating someone's food makes you soft-mouthed, and taking someone's things makes you short-handed. His homework still needs to be checked by Hermione. Seeing that no one else expressed different opinions, Hermione nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to Sherlock. Asked a question that had been ignored. How do you know Professor Quirrell will be back soon? Because I stabbed him with a sword. 2 weeks of rest, plus the Easter holiday, is enough. Several partners were stunned for a moment, and then laughed together. Ron was the most exaggerated, tears came out of his laughter. Hey, buddy, I didn't expect you to do this kind of black humor. If this is true, let me not find a girlfriend before I am 20. Neville, Seamus, and Dean were all laughing. Harry looked around, and then cleverly laughed with them. The surroundings were filled with cheerful air. Hermione frowned, this joke is not funny at all. Obviously, she didn't believe this statement either. Sherlock did not refute, sometimes it is like this, no one believes it when you tell the truth. Before Easter arrived, Sherlock first restarted the Hogwarts Night Tour project with Harry, which had obviously been acquiesced by Dumbledore. On the other hand, since the second Quidditch match had ended, he simply restored the morning exercise intensity to the normal level. In addition to training, Sherlock also took Harry to the library on weekends. The original Sherlock-Hermione duo became the Sherlock-Hermione-Harry trio. Ron found this difficult to understand, while Hermione was quite gratified. The savior followed the Lion King and finally embarked on the right path. However, Hermione and Ron didn't know the real purpose of Sherlock taking Harry to the library. Dumbledore had already asked Watson to send detailed information about the Philosopher's Stone. Although the entrance to guarding the Philosopher's Stone is on the 4th floor corridor, the main body is in the basement of Hogwarts Castle. It consists of a series of suites composed of 7 rooms with protective measures. Several professors, including Dumbledore, each set up a mechanism, namely Fluffy, the 3-headed dog Hagrid bought from Baskerville. The magical plant Devil's Snare planted by Professor Sprout. The flying keys transformed by Professor Flitwick using spells. The giant chessboard array set up by Professor McGonagall using transfiguration. And Quirrell put down the troll. When setting up the room at that time, the freshmen had not yet enrolled, and Dumbledore did not doubt Quirrell. Just as he said to Sherlock for the first time, he thought Quirrell was a talented Ravenclaw at the time. Furthermore, arranging Quirrell was also to increase the diversity of defenses. Setting up different types of magical mechanisms by different professors was originally to make the defense system richer and more diverse, in order to deal with various possible situations. Now it seems that this goal has at least been achieved. After Quirrell, there were the checkpoints set up by Snape and Dumbledore himself. Snape's exclusive room naturally set up potions. But according to Dumbledore, this will be the easiest level for Sherlock. As for Dumbledore himself, the old man did not explicitly state in the letter Watson brought to Sherlock, only saying that he would not disappoint him. Sherlock did not comment on this. On the one hand, because based on the current situation analysis, it is enough as long as he takes Harry to the last room. It doesn't matter what Dumbledore sets up. On the other hand, because in the case of already knowing the exam questions, solving the test questions set by the professors in the first few rooms is really as simple as an open book exam for Sherlock. Sherlock even began to regret it. If I had known this, I wouldn't have asked Dumbledore for the questions. It's boring. As for the known problems, the most difficult one is the troll placed by Quirrell, the traitor. Sherlock himself had faced the largest mountain troll in the underground classroom. So he knew very well that defeating a troll was not an easy thing. According to Bear Grylls' survival handbook, the author once subdued a troll single-handedly in a state of extreme hunger. But Grylls' method was obviously not suitable for him. That guy was not an ordinary person at all. Fortunately, Sherlock's current purpose is only to pass through the room guarded by the troll, and he doesn't necessarily have to fight the opponent head-on. In this way, there is a lot of room for operation. Snape, who replaced Quirrell to teach for these 2 weeks, provided Sherlock with some ideas from the side. Train Harry's frontal combat ability well, in order to let him truly output in the next Harry vs. Voldemort war. Time always passes quickly when you focus on doing one thing. With the arrival of the first Sunday after the vernal equinox in 1992, Easter arrived. Like Christmas and Halloween, Easter originally had a strong religious color. But over time, it has gradually changed into a traditional festival based on celebration. The symbols of this festival are Easter eggs and Easter rabbits, and the mainstream flower is the lily. Compared with Halloween and Valentine's Day, Easter is only second to Christmas in popularity among Hogwarts little wizards. Because its arrival means another holiday. Chapter 93. The Easter holiday is from the end of March to the beginning of April. Like Christmas, young wizards can choose to go home or stay at school during the holiday. Unlike the relaxing Christmas holiday, Hogwarts professors assign a lot of homework to students every Easter. This year is no exception. Even a bookworm like Hermione has to spend several days in the library to complete her homework on time. Not to mention other ordinary students. In addition, the Quidditch teams of each house will also use this time for intensive training to prepare for the final stage of the House Cup competition. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor team captain, approached Harry early for this reason. "Potter, you're not going home this holiday, are you?" "Harry, Great, I knew you wouldn't go home. I've already told everyone else on the team that the weather is nice this holiday, and we can fly every day, which is a good time to train." "Harry, you know, we've already won 2 games. As long as we beat Ravenclaw in the last game, we can win the championship trophy." Speaking of which, Wood's eyes flashed with wild light. The whole person exuded an aura that strangers should not approach, which frightened Seamus and Dean, who were planning to talk to Harry, from approaching. "It's settled then. A week of closed training, a week of intensive training. I'll let you know when the time comes." Harry. As soon as Wood left, the Weasley twins walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. "Hey, don't worry, Potter, the training won't be as hard as he said. Oliver is already in his 5th year and has to prepare for the OWL exams." "What exams?" Harry didn't react for a moment. "Ordinary Wizarding Level exams, or OWL exams for short." At this moment, Hermione walked over from somewhere. "This is a subject examination that 5th-year students must take, and it is managed by the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Students can only decide whether they can continue to study this course in the coming year based on the scores they obtain in a specific OWL exam subject." Hearing Hermione's words, the Weasley twins exclaimed sincerely. "As expected of Miss Know-It-All, you already figured this out in the first year. So don't worry, Potter, have a happy holiday. But we have to go. Lee Jordan thinks he has discovered a new secret passage that leads outside the school. I guess it's the passage behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, right? We found it in the first week of school. Goodbye." After the twins left unsteadily, Hermione turned to Harry. "Are you going home this holiday?" Harry shook his head. Although his relationship with the Dursleys had improved a little with Sherlock's help, he still didn't want to return to Privet Drive. He couldn't possibly spend Easter at Sherlock's house, could he? The professors left so much homework, I'm not going back, and Wood just came to me and said he wanted to use the holiday to strengthen training. Hermione nodded, me too, I just asked Ron, and he doesn't plan to go back either. By the way, do you know where Sherlock is? He didn't go to the library today. Harry shook his head again. Even though he lived in the same dormitory as Sherlock, he had never grasped Sherlock's whereabouts. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be elusive. Sometimes Harry even suspected that Sherlock had secretly slipped away wearing an invisibility cloak. So even if he really agreed to Mycroft's surveillance request as Sherlock said, he couldn't do it at all. Unless Sherlock deliberately leaked something. Just as Harry and Hermione were scratching their heads, Dean and Seamus, who had been waiting beside them for a while, walked over. I seem to have heard you talking about Holmes. That's right, do you know where he is? Hermione's eyes lit up. Yeah, we saw him when we came over just now. Next, Dean and Seamus pulled Harry to play wizard chess, while Hermione followed the direction pointed by Dean and Seamus to the Great Hall. She didn't spend much effort to find Sherlock. Because he was not alone. Ravenclaw. Looking at the two girls sitting next to Sherlock, Hermione couldn't help but curl her lips, and then walked over quickly. When she got closer, she recognized that one of them was the girl who had approached Sherlock before Christmas. Hermione didn't know her name at the time. But now she already knew that this girl's name was Cho Chang, a rare Asian at Hogwarts, a second-year Ravenclaw. As for the other one, Penelope Clearwater. When she saw her face clearly, Hermione couldn't help but exclaimed. A fifth-year student, and also a Ravenclaw prefect. Her voice made the three of them turn their heads at the same time. Sorry. Hermione naturally also felt that it was a bit rude to call out someone's name directly. At this time, she had already guessed that these two were probably consulting Sherlock, just like Hannah Abbott before. Maybe I came at the wrong time. No, you came at the right time. Sherlock looked at Hermione. I think it must be Dean Thomas who told you I was here, right? Yes, and Seamus. Since Sherlock said so, Hermione sat down smoothly. Fortunately, she knew both of the Ravenclaw girls, so she didn't need Sherlock to introduce them, saving some trouble. As soon as Hermione sat down, she asked curiously. How did you see it? Because the direction I came from is the same as the direction they just left. And time. Sherlock's fingers tapped the table lightly, and your walking posture, I noticed that you walked straight towards me, which shows that you have a strong purpose in coming here. Okay, let's not talk about these irrelevant topics, let's talk about business. Sherlock said and turned to the two Ravenclaw witches. Ladies, now please tell my friend the things you told me, and please be as detailed as possible, it is also useful for me to hear the process again. Hermione, this case may be very interesting, or it may not be. But I think you should be interested in it. Now, I will no longer disturb you. Cho Chang and Penelope Clearwater looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. In fact, Cho Chang had just started to tell Sherlock when she was stopped by him. The reason was that his friend would be coming over soon, and that friend would bring some help to this matter. As a result, Hermione Granger came here not long after. If it was just like this, it would be fine. But what surprised the two even more was that from the communication between Sherlock and Hermione, it could be seen that Hermione herself knew nothing about this matter. Being assigned to Ravenclaw, their logical thinking ability is naturally not bad. The two understood what this meant almost instantly, and their surprise in looking at Sherlock was even greater. Cho Chang glanced at Penelope Clearwater again, and then slowly said with the encouragement of the latter. Actually, I didn't want to bother Mr. Holmes again. This is just a small matter, I don't want to bring trouble to the Academy, but Miss Penelope insisted that I should ask Mr. Holmes for help. Miss Granger, I am not good at telling stories, so I can only state everything I have encountered in the most straightforward language. Hearing this, Sherlock immediately leaned forward slightly, clasped his hands together to support his chin, which meant that he began to concentrate. Please forgive my rambling, but this matter must be said from last Christmas. My father has been on business trips for a long time, and even on such an important holiday, he still couldn't go home in time to reunite with us. Although my mother and I were not happy, we could understand my father, because he was too busy. But we didn't expect that although he couldn't go home that day, he still specially sent me a gift, a 7-color eyeshadow brought from an ancient magic supplies store in Hangzhou Old Street, packed in a sandalwood grid carved with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. When she received this gift, my mother was especially happy. She said that it was the craftsmanship of a century-old shop in King Hefang, the eyeshadow used ancient mineral color embryos, and even the white porcelain for storage was refired in Longchuan Kill. Mr. Holmes, Miss Granger, to be honest, I was stunned when I opened the gift. Because it was indeed very delicate, 7 porcelain bloods were embedded in the sandalwood grid with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums in relief, from dark cyan to imperial concubine color, as if condensing the 4 seasons of Jiangnan in a square inch. After returning to school, I have been keeping it in my dressing case. My friends also like it very much, and we had originally agreed to go out together this Easter. Speaking of this, Cho Chang took a deep breath. Sherlock and Hermione both stared at her intently. Obviously, what she was going to say next was the focus of this matter. In the last potions class before Easter, my friends and I returned to the dormitory as usual, and found that the dressing case was in its original place, but the sandalwood box had disappeared. We carefully checked the entire dormitory, but still found nothing, and after asking others, we confirmed that no one had been to the dormitory. A wry smile appeared on Cho Chang's face. I think it is also possible that I put it somewhere, but I forgot. Actually, I don't think this is a big deal, it's just an ordinary box of cosmetics. After Cho Chang finished speaking, Sherlock looked at Hermione, and then leaned back slightly, with a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while, he slowly said, "With all due respect, useless information occupies most of your description just now, but there is not much content that is really useful for the case." Listening to Sherlock's undisguised and straightforward criticism, a blush flashed across Cho Chang's face. "Sorry, Mr. Holmes, I don't know what information is useful to you." Sherlock interrupted Cho Chang and directly asked, "Is there anything special about that box of eyeshadow?" From the perspective of color alone, the 7 colors are indeed rich and unique, with auspicious golden red, which can make the eyes emit a warm and bright light after application. The mysterious dark blue represents the deep starry sky, giving the eyes a mysterious and deep feeling. The elegant pink is like the blooming peach blossoms in spring, showing gentleness and sweetness. These colors are not mixed with ordinary pigments, but are integrated with a variety of rare magical plants and mineral powders. So this 7-color eyeshadow is not just for beauty, but also has certain magical effects. When you are in a tense mood, you can apply the light blue eyeshadow that represents tranquility, which can soothe your mind. The golden eyeshadow that shines with tiny light can make the user more charming and attract other people's attention in social situations. It can be said that each grid of eyeshadow contains a unique magical charm. Sherlock patiently listened to Cho Chang's introduction of the 7-color eyeshadow, and then began to ask other questions. Chapter 94. After you brought the eyeshadow back to the dormitory, besides your roommates, did you show it to any other classmates? No, I only showed it to my roommates in the dormitory. Do you remember the specific location where you put the eyeshadow in the dormitory? I put it in my vanity case and placed it on the top layer of the bedside cabinet. Was the cabinet locked? No, we never do such things. Let me confirm again, the last time you saw the eyeshadow was before that potions class, right? Hearing this question, Cho Chang pondered for a moment before answering. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know if the eyeshadow was still there before class that day, but when I returned to the dormitory after potions class, a roommate said she wanted such a cosmetic as an Easter gift, and that's when I discovered it was missing. Who was the one who suggested wanting to see the gift? It was Alicia, she's a witch from a Muggle family. Speaking of this, Cho Chang suddenly revealed a surprised expression. No, Mr. Holmes, she couldn't have done this. Is that so? Sherlock smiled faintly. Why do you think so? Since the first year, we classmates living in the same dormitory have been very good friends. After my eyeshadow went missing, they were all very enthusiastic. Those who originally planned to go home didn't leave. Did everyone not go home? No, Alicia and Marietta stayed. Lucy went home, but that doesn't mean anything, she's just like the other two, very good friends with me. Miss Chang, I must remind you that if your description is mixed with too many subjective factors, it will be detrimental to the subsequent investigation. Sorry. It's okay, just continue to answer the questions. Mr. Holmes, what else do you want to know? Describe your 3 roommates and their family situations from an objective perspective. Okay. This time, Cho Chang's account was slightly longer. When she finished, Sherlock immediately looked at Penelope Clearwater. I have obtained enough information, this prefect, I need your help next. Penelope Clearwater did not ask why, but said directly, Mr. Holmes, please feel free to speak. We need to enter the Ravenclaw common room, and preferably Miss Chang's dormitory if you really want to thoroughly understand this matter. Speaking of this, Sherlock stared at Penelope Clearwater, as if trying to see something from her expression. Prefect Penelope. Cho Chang also looked at Penelope Clearwater at this time, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Letting students from other houses enter their own house is not in accordance with the rules, otherwise, the common rooms of the 4 houses would not have passwords. But Ravenclaw is an exception. Its common room does not require a password, but rather an answer. The real difficulty lies in letting Sherlock, a male, enter the girls' dormitory. No matter which house, when a boy wants to enter the girls' dormitory, the stairs in the girls' dormitory will undergo magical changes to prevent the boy from entering. But girls can freely enter and exit the boys' dormitory. It is said that this is because the founders of the school at that time unanimously believed that boys were not as reliable as girls. Sherlock was too lazy to argue with this view, so he directly threw the difficulty to the female prefect of Ravenclaw. Since they were able to seek his help, they should obviously have considered this aspect long ago. Otherwise, don't call it Ravenclaw. If Mr. Holmes confirms that he accepts the commission, I will apply to Professor Flitwick. Penelope Clearwater said. Her words startled Hermione and Cho Chang. Is it necessary to go to this extent? Hermione hesitated. Miss Chang doesn't plan to pursue it anymore. Cho Chang quickly said, yes, I think. I think it's necessary. Penelope Clearwater looked at Cho Chang with bright eyes. Cho, I know your situation very well. Your father's gift has special meaning to you, and... Speaking of this, Penelope Clearwater's gaze became firm. Ravenclaw's reputation must not be tarnished. There was something they didn't tell Sherlock and Hermione. Cho Chang had just mentioned that her cabinet was not locked, because the Ravenclaw dormitory was assumed to be safe. But now there was such a thing as the loss of personal items, which naturally caused a commotion within the Ravenclaw house. In fact, Cho Chang did not publicize it after discovering the loss of the eyeshadow, just because she was worried that this matter would have a bad impact on the house. But there is no wall that doesn't leak, and the matter eventually spread. Ravenclaw, known for its wisdom, could naturally easily deduce that this matter was most likely done by their own people. Although the voice of Ravenclaw students will never steal once occupied the mainstream, it was of no use. Even if Cho Chang later changed her story, claiming that she had left the eyeshadow somewhere. Because some Ravenclaw students had already begun to lock their cabinets and apply protective spells. War reports can lie, but the battle line will not deceive people. This move undoubtedly conveyed a signal Ravenclaw was no longer safe. Especially the partners in the same dormitory as Cho Chang and the first-year students, who were even more indignant about this. Although Cho Chang was already a second-year student, in the eyes of the first-year students, this pretty and eloquent young lady was obviously on the same front as them. So, for various reasons, Penelope Clearwater decided to investigate this matter. Under the conditions permitted, it is necessary to go to the site to check. Sherlock looked at Penelope Clearwater. However, I suggest that this prefect lady should be able to restrain the Ravenclaw students, and do not visit Ms. Chang's dormitory during this period. Otherwise, the few remaining clues can easily be completely destroyed. In fact, you should have come to me earlier. Sherlock's words made Penelope Clearwater feel a little embarrassed. She had investigated before looking for Sherlock. The results were not satisfactory. In her wise eyes, everyone seemed like a criminal. It just so happened that Cho Chang had consulted Sherlock before Christmas. With this relationship, Penelope Clearwater inquired about Sherlock's deeds in detail, and then made up her mind to ask for outside help. So at this moment, she avoided this question and explained. About half of the people chose to go home for this Easter holiday. Is that so? That's good news for us. I'll go apply to Professor Flitwick now. Cho, let's go. After the two Ravenclaw girls left, Sherlock leaned back slightly. Hermione, what do you think? I also think that this matter was done by a Ravenclaw insider, but looking at Cho Chang's appearance, she doesn't seem willing to continue the investigation. Understandable for someone like her, when the truth is contrary to friendship, how to choose is not an easy thing. Do you already know who the culprit is? Hermione looked at Sherlock in surprise. It's just a guess. Cho Chang's description has already provided some information, just like this Easter egg in my hand. Sherlock said, picking up an egg from the table and turning the smiling face towards Hermione. Before it is broken, no one knows who the final winner is. Always remember that inferring with insufficient evidence is always a dangerous thing. So you're going to the Ravenclaw common room? It's we. Sherlock looked at Hermione, if you're willing to accompany me. It's a pleasure to travel with the great detective. Thank you, my friend, but before that, I need to leave for a while. If our clients return, please ask them to wait for a while. You're leaving? Where to? You'll know soon. Clearwater was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, she and Cho Chang returned with Professor Flitwick's permission. Where's Mr. Holmes? Clearwater, who was in a hurry, couldn't help but look surprised when she saw that only Hermione was left in the hall. He'll be back soon. Hermione didn't know where Sherlock had gone, so she could only give such an answer. While waiting for Sherlock, Hermione chatted with the two of them for a few words, and also learned about Professor Flitwick's attitude towards this matter. Strong support. Even if he wasn't worried about causing public opinion, he himself wanted to go to the Ravenclaw common room with them. To see what Sherlock would do. But then again, if Professor Flitwick really wanted to figure out the ins and outs of this matter, it wouldn't be a difficult thing. It's just that once the professor comes forward, the nature of this matter will change. Just as Sherlock said before, wizards always like to reconcile and compromise, and they don't want to do things to the extreme unless they have to. Especially when the thief is likely to be a Ravenclaw student. Holmes didn't keep the three waiting for too long. But when he appeared in front of the three with a cat in his arms, the girls were stunned. This cat. Could it be? It's Mrs. Norris. It seems you have already recognized it. Sherlock smiled and petted the cat. Mrs. Norris in his arms quickly doing. Under his skilled touch. This scene made the three of them dumbfounded. Who wouldn't recognize it? Hermione said with a surprised expression, Sherlock, you're so amazing, you were able to steal it from Filch. To be precise, it's borrowed. Borrowed. A hint of doubt appeared in Clearwater's eyes. Filch would lend it to you. It wasn't that she didn't believe Sherlock. It's just that Filch's love for Mrs. Norris is obvious to all, and it's really hard to imagine that he would lend this cat to someone else. Well, I solved this cat's stomach problem before, so he was willing to help. After that night in the Forbidden Forest, Sherlock wrote a letter asking his family to send cat food and anti-flatulence medicine suitable for Mrs. Norris. Treating the symptoms, the effect is naturally immediate. Now that more than half a month has passed, Filch's favorability towards Sherlock has greatly increased. To be precise, Mrs. Norris's favorability towards Sherlock has greatly increased, which in turn drove Filch's favorability towards Sherlock. In this case, borrowing Mrs. Norris to help solve the case is just a piece of cake. It seems that this prefect lady has already obtained Professor Flitwick's permission. I noticed that a manuscript in the right pocket of your robe is showing an inch or two, with Professor Flitwick's autograph on it. Now that we're ready, let's go. Clearwater was once again amazed by Sherlock's keen observation and reasoning ability. But noticing Sherlock's address to her, she frowned and said, It's not polite to call a lady that, Mr. Holmes. Sorry, compared to Miss Chang, your name is really a bit difficult to remember. Clearwater. Cho Chang. My name is Penelope Clearwater. I hope Mr. Holmes can call me by my name directly, and stop calling me this prefect lady. Okay, Miss Penelope. Penelope? Shouldn't it be called Clearwater? Hermione leaned close to Penelope and whispered to her, I think it should be that Penelope has fewer syllables and is easier to remember than Clearwater. Saying this, she briefly explained Sherlock's theory that the brain is a hard drive. Hearing Hermione's explanation, Penelope took a deep breath. Okay, at least he didn't call me Penny because it was easier to remember. Having figured this out, Penelope stopped struggling and began to lead the way. The Ravenclaw Tower is located on the west side of Hogwarts Castle. On the way to the tower, Cho Chang suddenly pointed at Mrs. Norris in Sherlock's arms and said in surprise. Hey, is she a little fatter than before? I remember she used to be very thin. Not only is she fatter, but even her dark grey fur has become brighter. Hermione also noticed this. She originally wanted to reach out and touch her, but Mrs. Norris shrank into Sherlock's arms and bared her teeth at her. Hermione. Your observation skills have improved, Hermione. Sherlock noticed Hermione's expression, but he didn't care. After the stomach problem was solved, she is indeed healthier than before. No wonder Filch was willing to lend her to you. Penelope, who was walking in front, turned her head and said, I didn't expect you to raise cats, but how can it help us? Even in the magical world, don't underestimate animals. Sherlock continued to pet the cat, quickly causing Mrs. Norris to doan. Doan again. Cats are experts in tracking, and with their instincts and sense of smell, they might provide us with crucial clues for solving the case. But, isn't solving cases usually done with dogs? As a witch of Muggle origin, Hermione knew more about this aspect. Their sense of smell is more sensitive, right? I heard Scotland Yard keeps quite a few police dogs. Actually, that's a misconception. Sherlock said calmly. A cat's sense of smell isn't lower than a dog's, it might even be higher. But compared to dogs, who are trained to be obedient and manipulated, cats are unwilling to easily obey humans. They are only willing to fully use their sense of smell when it is very beneficial to themselves. The three girls suddenly understood. They learned some strange new knowledge again. Chapter 95. Sherlock and the others walked and talked, quickly arriving at the Ravenclaw Tower, ascending to the top floor. In the shadows of the tower's spiral staircase, the bronze door knocker gleamed with a cold luster in the morning light. Ravenclaw's common room doesn't require a password, instead, you need to answer the door knocker's question correctly to enter. Each student has only one chance, and once they answer incorrectly, they lose the right to try again. But that's okay, the Ravenclaw house, known for its wisdom, always has someone who can find the correct answer. However, if everyone is stumped by the question, that would be fun. The three little witches didn't know that Sherlock was already very familiar with this place. However, this was his first time coming here openly. The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker emitted a dull sound. Today's question is logic the reflection of the moon or the essence of the lake? Penelope didn't answer but turned around, looking at Sherlock and Hermione with interest. On one hand, she was curious to see how Sherlock Holmes, who was in Gryffindor but known for his intelligence, would answer the door knocker's question. On the other hand, it was also a subtle test, how could he catch the thief if he couldn't even get through the common room door? However, when she looked at Sherlock, she found him looking around, pretending to admire the scenery. But Penelope knew in her heart that Sherlock wasn't avoiding it. He was genuinely uninterested. In this situation, Penelope couldn't force Sherlock to answer, so she turned her attention to Hermione. Hermione didn't answer immediately. She had heard about the Ravenclaw common room door knocker long ago. Although she didn't realize Penelope's intentions, her competitive nature wouldn't allow her to embarrass herself in front of Ravenclaw. So, she pondered for a moment, and after clarifying the logic, she spoke. A reflection needs a lake to exist, but a lake doesn't need a reflection to prove its existence, just like wisdom doesn't need logic to prove its eternity. The door knocker opened in response. Penelope and Cho Chang both looked surprised. They could also give the correct answer to this question, but they didn't expect Hermione to do it so quickly. Miss Granger, you really should be in Ravenclaw, Penelope said excitedly. Hermione shook her head. This question, how should she put it? She now understood why Sherlock wasn't interested in this question. She also vaguely understood why Sherlock wasn't sorted into Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's common room is similar to Gryffindor's, also a large circular room. But unlike the red and gold of the Gryffindor common room, this room is decorated in cool colors like blue and bronze, with a more dreamlike interior. Not only are the walls hung with silks of these two colors, but the arched windows also have silk curtains. Even more striking is that the vaulted ceiling and the deep blue carpet are covered with stars. Standing by the window, you can fully appreciate the surrounding mountain scenery. The floor is furnished with tables, chairs, and bookshelves, with all kinds of equipment. Sherlock looked up and found that the constellations on the dome were slowly rotating. From a visual perspective alone, it was much more interesting than observing the stars through a telescope in astronomy class. After a moment, he retracted his gaze. There's nothing to see here. Take us to Miss Chang's dormitory. Penelope nodded. She also felt that there were unlikely to be clues in the common room, so she led Sherlock and Hermione to Cho Chang's dormitory. Sherlock and Hermione didn't attract much attention when they entered the Ravenclaw common room. But as he followed Penelope towards the girls' dormitory, someone suddenly appeared. Prefect Clearwater. Michael Corner? Aren't you going home? Penelope looked at the black-haired boy and, after a moment's thought, called out his name. Michael Corner glanced at the girls and quietly puffed out his chest. Yes, I plan to use this holiday to complete the assignments given by the professors. Commendable spirit, worthy of encouragement. Okay, now move aside, we have things to do. But that's the girls' dormitory. Michael Corner became anxious, pointing at Sherlock and saying, how can you let a boy go there? Penelope's eyes sharpened instantly. Michael Corner, are you questioning my decision? And no. It's just that a boy going to the girls' dormitory is still a bit inappropriate. Mr. Holmes is here with the permission of Professor Flitwick and myself. Now, move aside and don't make me say it a second time. Michael Corner was, after all, just a first-year student. Mustering the courage to stand up had exhausted all his bravery. Faced with Penelope's imposing manner, he could only obediently stand aside. Sherlock and Hermione pretended not to notice his predicament, following Penelope to continue forward. Cho Chang gave him an apologetic smile before hurrying to catch up with the three. Michael Corner stood there for a moment, then quickly left. He was going to tell Ravenclaw's other prefect about this. Because they had a manuscript with a spell written in Flitwick's own hand, Sherlock and his group smoothly arrived at the girls' dormitory area. Not long after they left, Michael Corner arrived with Ravenclaw's other prefect, Robert Hilliard. When they were about to enter the girls' dormitory, the stairs instantly turned into a smooth stone slide. Obviously, they couldn't pass. Robert Hilliard's face changed instantly. Are you sure Penelope took that Gryffindor boy to the girls' dormitory? I saw it with my own eyes. It's that person called the Great Detective Holmes. I understand. Robert Hilliard's expression was uncertain, and he finally turned and left. He was going to find Professor Flitwick and ask about the whole story. Entering the girls' dormitory area, Sherlock and his group attracted more attention. The main reason, of course, was that it was the first time a boy had appeared in the girls' dormitory. But not everyone came to watch. Most Ravenclaw students merely glanced at Sherlock curiously, then looked away to busy themselves with their own affairs. Some people came forward to chat with Penelope, asking about the reason for this, and left happily after receiving an explanation. Only a very few people, like Michael Corner, questioned Penelope's actions. Even more so, when they learned that Sherlock had been specially invited by Penelope to solve the case of Cho Chang's missing cosmetics, they not only did not feel relieved, but reacted even more strongly. Fortunately, Penelope, as a prefect, was still well respected, and with Professor Flitwick's endorsement, the four of them finally escaped the entanglement of these people. The resistance to this matter is greater than I imagined, Penelope said as she led the way. Even first-year students dare to question me. The implication was that Sherlock must investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, we are Gryffindors. Hermione said with some emotion, it's somewhat ironic that Ravenclaw, known for its wisdom, now needs a brainless brute to help. Penelope and Cho Chang looked at Hermione helplessly. This Gryffindor really doesn't know how to talk. The thought had just arisen when they heard Sherlock echo. Well said, my friend. Penelope and Cho Chang were even more speechless. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together, there's a reason these two can get together. Finally, the four arrived at Cho Chang's dormitory. As Cho Chang had said, a girl named Lucy had already left Hogwarts to return home for the holidays. Those who remained in the dormitory were Marietta Edgecombe and Alicia Keys. When they saw Sherlock appear, their reactions were almost identical to Michael Corner's. Prefect Penelope, Cho, why did you bring a boy here? Wait, he's not even a Ravenclaw student. Marietta, Alicia, calm down. With the experience gained along the way, Penelope was able to handle this matter with ease, explaining the purpose in a few words. Hearing Penelope's explanation, the two showed different expressions. Marietta Edgecombe frowned and said nothing, while Alicia Keys muttered, Ravenclaw's affairs still need Gryffindor to help, it's really. All right, say less. Penelope was afraid that they would anger Sherlock, so she quickly interrupted and turned to Sherlock, saying, Holmes, you can star. Before she could finish speaking, she was surprised to find that Sherlock had already started his investigation. There was no need for her to remind him. On Halloween night, Sherlock had used his magnifying glass and tape measure to survey the scene and verify the blood words before Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived. Unexpectedly, he had another encore during Easter. The only difference was that this time the location was a girls' dormitory in Ravenclaw. His portable equipment had also been upgraded. The Christmas gift that Harry gave to Sherlock, in addition to having the function of an ordinary magnifying glass, can also detect magical traces and discover special runes and magical fluctuations on magical items. The original ordinary tape measure has also been replaced with the one from Ollivander's wand shop, which can automatically measure distances. Of course, in the magical world, they can only provide some basic functions. Once encountering a skilled caster or a dark magic item with powerful power, they will lose their effect. But for Sherlock, they just happen to make up for the gap between the Muggle world and the magical world, so that some detective techniques commonly used in the Muggle world can be successfully applied to the magical world. Seeing Sherlock walking and stopping in the room, sometimes standing, sometimes squatting, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, the Ravenclaw girls looked at each other, looking confused. Chapter 96. Miss Granger, has he always been like this? Penelope couldn't help but ask. Once he gets absorbed in his own world, he's like this. Having seen Sherlock in action before, Hermione's reaction was much more normal than the other three. Actually, she had originally tried to look for clues like Sherlock, but she was rudely stopped by him just after moving her feet. Under these circumstances, she could only stand in place with the other three Ravenclaw girls, watching Sherlock busily. But even standing still, she had a clear view of the entire dormitory. This girls' dormitory is located at the top of the west tower of the castle, with flowing star maps embedded in the arched dome, and bronze and dark blue ornaments hanging from the dome, consistent with the common room style. The dormitory layout is similar to the Gryffindor dormitories, with 4 poster beds and hanging flannel curtains. However, the color is not crimson but light blue, and the starlight shines through the magic glass windows onto the 4 poster beds. The bedposts are carved with raven and book patterns, and the copper wind chimes hanging from the head of the bed ring softly in the wind, making ethereal tinkling sounds. Noticing Hermione listening intently, Penelope explained. This is a magical item where the words of the Ravenclaw founder are translated into musical notes. In the center of the room is a round walnut table, the surface covered with graffiti and magic formulas from past students, and the edges piled with several self-turning magic books and a steaming teapot of honey tea. Cho Chang whispered to Hermione that her bed was the second one by the window. Hermione glanced at it and found that the bed was very tidy. The light blue sheets had not a single wrinkle, and although the quilt was not folded into a tofu-like shape, it was neat and tidy. There was also a small magic plant pot on her bedside table, with glistening dewdrops condensed on the leaves, emitting a fresh scent. This was all Hermione observed. She tried to analyze it like Sherlock. She only deduced that Cho Chang was a clean, hygienic, and cheerful witch. And then nothing. She sighed secretly. Sure enough, although Sherlock always said this is common sense, it's obvious, it's easy to deduce, those were only for himself. She couldn't do it. Sherlock was still carefully checking every item in the room, not even letting go of the walnut table and copper wind chimes. When it came to the beds in the dormitory, he also took out a magic magnifying glass to observe them carefully without any scruples. This action made Cho Chang and her 2 roommates blush. Strangely, Sherlock did not ask them about the owners of the beds. Mr. Holmes, do we need to go out? Marietta Edgecombe didn't finish what she wanted to ask, and was interrupted by her own scream. Mrs. Norris didn't know when she had suddenly crawled under her feet. Where did it come from? Isn't this Mrs. Norris? Filch's cat. In fact, Mrs. Norris entered the dormitory even before Sherlock and the other 3. Just as Penelope was introducing the situation to Cho Chang's 2 roommates, Sherlock had already used the 3 witches who came with him to block the line of sight and put it in the room. Doing this was easy for him. Mrs. Norris did not disappoint Sherlock's expectations. It wasn't discovered until this moment. Sherlock's gaze stayed on Mrs. Norris for a few seconds before he withdrew it. Next, he opened Cho Chang's bedside table, and after carefully checking it, he turned his attention to the other 3's bedside tables. Marietta Edgecombe and Alicia Key's expressions immediately changed. But just then, Sherlock withdrew his gaze. All right, the on-site investigation is over. Ladies, don't mind if I ask you a few questions. Sherlock said, walking to Mrs. Norris, bending down and picking it up. Cho Chang's 2 roommates both looked at Penelope, and after the latter nodded, they began to accept Sherlock's questioning. The 2's answers were similar to Cho Chang's. They both admitted to seeing Cho Chang use eyeshadow, and that they and Lucy, who had returned home, had both tried it. The time they discovered the eyeshadow was missing was also the same as Cho Chang's, after returning to the dormitory from the last potions class of Easter. They hadn't noticed anything unusual recently. When Sherlock asked Alicia Keys why she suddenly wanted to check the eyeshadow after returning to the dormitory after potions class, her eyes suddenly became sharp. "Mr. Holmes, are you suspecting me? If I really did this, how could I deliberately bring it up at that time? Wouldn't that make myself more noticeable? Mr. Holmes, Ravenclaw students would never steal, especially the people in this dormitory," Marietta Edgecombe said with righteous indignation. "Alicia, Marietta, you don't need to." Sherlock waved his hand, stopping Penelope from speaking. "Ladies, I must say, you are a little sensitive." The two heard Sherlock say this, and both hemmed. "In my opinion, your behavior may be using reverse psychology, doing the opposite, deliberately doing something unusual to get rid of suspicion." Sherlock's words instantly stunned the girls present. "You are really brave." In their opinion, this was undoubtedly pointing at their noses and saying you are the criminal. Alicia Keys' chest heaved up and down, pointing at Sherlock and saying, "Holmes, are you insulting me? You are not only insulting us, but also insulting Ravenclaw." Marietta Edgecombe said coldly, then turned to Penelope, "Prefect, we don't need this person's help. You've got one thing wrong." Facing the two girls' accusations, Sherlock said calmly, "The client for this incident is not you, not even Miss Chong, but Prefect Penelope standing over there. Holmes, you." Sherlock stopped paying attention to the two, but turned to Hermione and waved, "Dear Hermione, can you do me a favor?" Hermione, confused, came to Sherlock's side, and the latter whispered a few words to her. Hermione immediately showed a surprised look. But after a moment she nodded and ran out quickly. Penelope couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Holmes, what are you doing?" "Oh, don't worry about her, I'm just having her do me a little favor." Sherlock stroked the cat with his skilled movements, and suddenly said, "Ladies, if there are no further introductions, I would like to ask you to move to the common room." "No need to check any more." Penelope couldn't help but ask. The three girls in the dormitory showed surprised looks at the same time. Sherlock took in the expressions of several people, and then shook his head with a smile. "This case happened too long ago, and many key clues have disappeared. To give an example, data can often be recovered from a formatted hard drive. But if new data is constantly written after erasing, it becomes difficult. Your dormitory happens to meet this condition. The scene was not protected, and the entire dormitory, including Miss Chang's cabinet, has been constantly used, and many clues have already been covered up by new traces of use." Speaking of this, Sherlock suddenly changed the subject. "Fortunately, I still found some useful information, which I hope will be helpful to you." The four girls looked at each other, and finally all turned their attention to Penelope. Sherlock's mouth raised slightly as he watched this scene. 10 minutes later, Sherlock and the four girls arrived at the Ravenclaw common room. Sherlock sat in the middle, Mrs. Norris lying comfortably on his lap. The four girls sat opposite Sherlock, faintly surrounding him. Those who didn't know the situation would probably think they were interrogating a criminal. Sherlock naturally turned a blind eye to all of this, and while stroking the cat, he said calmly, welcoming their curious and scrutinizing gazes. "Investigation is indeed a physical activity, whether in the Muggle world or the magical world. But I still want to thank Prefect Penelope for providing me with such an opportunity, so that my Easter holiday doesn't seem so boring." As soon as Sherlock said this, the four girls' faces changed. After all, they are all Ravenclaws, and they can understand this level of language. Penelope was the most impatient and immediately asked, "Holmes, do you mean you have completed the task?" "That depends on what your definition of task is, whether it is to find Miss Chang's lost eyeshadow, or to catch the thief who took the eyeshadow, or both." When saying this, Sherlock's gaze stayed on someone's face for a moment. As soon as he said this, the four people's faces changed again. The temperature in the Ravenclaw common room, which was already dominated by cool colors, seemed to drop 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. After a brief silence, Penelope still took the lead in breaking the deadlock, her face not looking good. "So, it has been determined that it was done by someone." Hearing this, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. "I thought this point was already beyond any doubt. It can't be that Miss Chong really forgot it somewhere, right?" "Very good," Penelope took a deep breath, "please tell us everything, Mr. Holmes." "Wait a minute. You were just using the example of hard drive formatting to explain that you didn't find any clues. How can you be so confident now?" At this moment, Alicia Keys suddenly interjected, looking at Sherlock with suspicion, "Are you deliberately mystifying things?" Chapter 97. I never try to mystify. Sherlock looked at the four Ravenclaw girls and said with considerable regret. Although many clues have indeed been erased, the thief overestimated their abilities. You have already provided enough information, and I have carefully examined the crime scene again. It would be strange if I still couldn't deduce what happened in this dormitory. At that moment, the three girls present simultaneously felt Sherlock's unwavering confidence. Firstly, the Ravenclaw common room is unique. Anyone who can correctly answer the question posed by the knocker can freely enter and exit. On the surface, this method seems less secure than the fixed passwords of other houses, but in reality, it is not. As far as I know, many wizards lack logical reasoning skills. Therefore, the question and answer method of entry maximizes the exclusion of students from other houses. Even if a student from another house could correctly answer the question and enter Ravenclaw, they might be recognized. Of course, this is not absolute. But in this regard, it does strengthen the logic of an internal suspect. Secondly, before this incident, Ravenclaw students' cabinets were unlocked. As Sherlock said this, the girls' expressions became somewhat unpleasant. It was because of this incident that the phrase Ravenclaw is absolutely safe became less absolute. Fixed storage locations, unlocked cabinets, and Miss Zhang's regular routine all provided sufficient convenience for the thief. Through the inspection just now, I also found that the cabinet had no signs of being forced open. Of course, there was no need. If I were Miss Zhang's roommate, there would be at least 7 ways to take the sandalwood box without her noticing. By the time Miss Zhang discovered the theft, there would have been enough time to destroy all the clues. Even if another version of myself came to investigate at that time, it would be of no use. In fact, the thief did exactly that. Penelope couldn't help but interject. "Mr. Holmes, do you mean the eyeshadow wasn't lost when Cho went to potions class in the fall?" "Of course not." Sherlock glanced at Alicia Keys with a smile that was not quite a smile. If that were the case, this young lady's suspicion could be directly eliminated. "What do you mean by that?" Alicia Keys stood up abruptly. "Are you saying I took Cho's eyeshadow?" Marietta Edgecombe, although not standing, looked at Sherlock with undisguised hostility. Of course, her words were even more impolite. "This is slander, blatant slander. What great detective! Holmes, you are nothing but a fraud. I think you are just a charlatan." "Miss Keys, please calm down." Sherlock's tone was as calm as ever. "Although the eyeshadow had already left the owner's cabinet before you discovered it. It was your attempt to view it that caused trouble for the thief after all. She originally thought Cho Chang would not discover this until returning to school after Easter." As soon as Sherlock said this, Alicia Keys and Marietta Edgecombe exchanged glances. Could he please not pause so dramatically? It made their previous behavior seem very awkward. Just then, Marietta Edgecombe seemed to have thought of something, and she murmured. "Could it be?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." "Marietta, what's impossible?" Alicia Keys quickly asked. "It's nothing, I must be overthinking it." Marietta Edgecombe forced a smile. "I heard Lucy muttering before going home for the holidays, why does she have such good things? But I think she was probably talking about Gemma Farley's Felix Felicis. I heard she performed exceptionally well in Professor Snape's potions class and received a small bottle as a reward. Lucy has always been very envious. Speaking of which, Professor Snape has always favored Slytherin students. Even if we did the same thing as her, we wouldn't get a reward." Penelope, Cho Chang, and Keys all nodded. Edgecombe was right. Except for Slytherin students, no one else could expect a reward, no matter how well they performed in potions class. If they happened to be Gryffindor, not being deducted points would be considered a great act of kindness from Professor Snape. Seeing that everyone agreed with her view, Edgecombe smiled slightly. The seed of suspicion had been quietly planted, waiting for a suitable opportunity to take root and sprout, eventually growing into a towering tree. But she never expected that this seed would be uprooted along with the soil as soon as it was planted. "Sherlock!" Hermione's voice came from the common room door. She was leaning against the door frame, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling with her breath, clearly exhausted, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. "My dear friend, it seems you really need to exercise more." Sherlock sized Hermione up and smiled. "Looks like you found it." Hermione nodded emphatically and took a deep breath, "Just as you predicted." "Good. Excellent." Sherlock praised, then turned to face the 4 Ravenclaw girls and said, "That's enough." The 4 of them looked surprised, and Edgecombe's heart skipped a beat. Penelope asked in confusion, "Mr. Holmes? What do you mean enough? Crude acting, pathetic motives, clumsy actions. I really didn't expect that you would still be resorting to petty tricks even now." Sherlock sighed, "Ravenclaw's wisdom is ultimately no match for the thorns growing wildly in your heart. Am I right, Miss Marietta Edgecombe?" As soon as this was said, Penelope, Cho Chang, and Alicia Keys all gasped. The 3 of them looked at Marietta Edgecombe with disbelief. Facing the gazes of the prefect, her roommates, and her friend, Edgecombe looked bewildered. "Mr. Holmes, I don't understand what you're saying." "Miss Edgecombe, you don't have to put on this innocent act." Sherlock seemed a little impatient. As he had said before, he really couldn't stand Marietta Edgecombe's crude acting. Hermione's arrival had completed the final piece of the puzzle, so he simply decided to reveal everything. "The moment I first saw you, I knew Miss Zhang's eyeshadow was in your hands." "You're spouting nonsense." Marietta Edgecombe stood up abruptly. She looked agitated, with tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The 3 Ravenclaw girls' gazes were more or less filled with doubt, but Hermione, who was standing next to Sherlock, looked disdainful. Through Sherlock's explanation, she knew what kind of person this girl really was. Sherlock shook his head gently. "You might not believe it, but before I knew about the magical world, I could deduce a person's inner thoughts from their fleeting expressions, including the movement of their muscles and the rotation of their eyeballs. I can determine that someone is a software designer from their tie, and I can tell that they are a commercial airline pilot from their left thumb. Fortunately, when I came to the magical world, I found that my skills still worked." As he said this, he met the skeptical gazes of the others, chuckled, did not explain, and continued to look at Edgecombe, saying, "Even more fortunately, you are not a clever pretender at all. So, when I saw you for the first time, I knew you were lying, and the thing my client was looking for was in your hands." Saying this, Sherlock turned to Penelope, his eyes shining brightly, and said, "Miss Penelope, I can now formally reply to you. Mission accomplished. Marietta Edgecombe, standing next to you, is the thief who took Miss Zhang's eyeshadow." Silence. A long silence. "Mr. Holmes, I really don't understand." Penelope finally spoke first. However, even she, who was known for her wisdom and intelligence in Ravenclaw, was a little confused at this time. It couldn't be blamed on her, the amount of information Sherlock had just given out was indeed a bit overwhelming. "It doesn't matter, this small case has come to an end. Next, I welcome any questions you or anyone else may have, I will never refuse to answer." Penelope first looked at Edgecombe, who still looked blank, and then took a deep breath. "You just said you knew Marietta had taken the eyeshadow the moment you saw her." "Correct." "How did you know?" "Humph, the false sympathy on her face was an insult to me." Sherlock looked disdainful. "When I questioned her, she pretended to be calm, but her eyes flickered. Like a cat that had stolen cream, afraid of being discovered. When I questioned Miss Keys, she repeatedly emphasized that Ravenclaw students would never steal. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would uphold the honor of the house. Just now, when I mentioned that there were 7 ways to take the eyeshadow, her breathing suddenly became rapid. This foolish physiological reaction was like announcing to the world that she was a criminal. She didn't even notice that, until now, her fingers are still unconsciously rubbing her cuffs, a typical sign of anxiety." The others followed Sherlock's gaze and saw Marietta quickly put down her right hand. "Do you think I'm blind, or do you think you're clever enough to fool everyone?" Sherlock leaned close to Marietta, his voice low and cold. "Your biggest mistake wasn't stealing something, it was thinking you could deceive me. From the moment you met me, you have been using body language to try your best to tell me one fact. You are a clumsy thief and an even more failed liar." After Sherlock said these words, Marietta Edgecombe's face was already pale. Chapter 98. Looking down at Marietta Edgecombe, Sherlock saw that her psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. After all, she was just a 13-year-old girl and couldn't withstand Sherlock's, an abnormal person's, interrogation. But she quickly began to scream hysterically. "Those expressions, those looks, that anxiety, it's all just your speculation. You have no proof." Not a slow reaction at all, of course. "If I were to convict you based only on this, even I would despise myself." Sherlock chuckled softly. "Miss Chang, please close the door to the common room." If anyone wants to come in, ask them to wait a moment. Miss Clearwater, please keep an eye on Miss Edgecombe. If it's convenient, it would be best to use magic to control her movements. Miss Case, please work with Miss Chong to ensure we are not disturbed for the time being. Don't worry, I'll finish this quickly. After saying this, he returned to his seat, looked at the exasperated Edgecombe, and slowly said, "In any case, this is the first real case for me since coming to the magical world, so it has special significance. Last time, it was the Ministry of Magic that really played a role in the Miss Abbott case even if they didn't realize it themselves. But this case, although simple, has several points worth learning from." Simple? Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. The other girls, including Edgecombe, looked at Sherlock with puzzled expressions. Clearly, they didn't agree with Sherlock's view. Yes, very simple. It's hard to describe it with any other word. Noticing the surprised looks on their faces, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. You might as well think about it carefully. Apart from a little help from my friend, I actually caught the culprit within a day through ordinary reasoning. This proves that the case is essentially very simple. If you understand it that way, it makes sense. Hermione said thoughtfully. She had originally thought that Sherlock would spend several days or even a week to solve the case. Anything that looks or sounds extraordinary is usually not an obstacle. In my opinion, it's actually a clue. When solving these kinds of problems, the most important thing is to be able to use the method of reasoning, layer by layer, backtracking. This is a very useful skill, and it's also easy to do. Unfortunately, people don't often apply it in practice. Whether it's in the Muggle world or the magical world, forward reasoning is more useful in daily life, so we often overlook backtracking. Since coming to the magical world, I've found that for wizards who aren't good at logical reasoning, if 50 people can comprehensively reason from all aspects of a matter, then there are probably less than 10 who can reason using analytical methods. I'm not the culprit. As if she had had enough of Sherlock's self-aggrandizing display, Edgecombe shouted out again. You have no proof. You want proof? Sherlock looked at Edgecombe contemptuously. I'll give it to you now. Looking at Edgecombe, who was trying to struggle but was being restrained by Clearwater, Sherlock walked back and forth in the Ravenclaw common room and slowly began to state. The second bed by the window in your dormitory, the light blue bed canopy embroidered with Chinese cloud patterns and silver thread. There's no doubt that this bed belongs to Miss Chong. There's a magical potted plant on the bedside table. I opened the cabinet and saw that the missing sandalwood box was originally placed on the third shelf. Although the cabinet wasn't locked, there was still a trace of sandalwood fragrance in the lock hole, which was mixed with the scent of the scattered herbal sachets inside the cabinet. For Mrs. Norris, this was as obvious as a beacon in the night. Next to Miss Chang's bed, there's a dressing mirror inlaid with malachite on the cabinet top, with the initials AE engraved on the edge of the frame. Obviously, this is Miss Edgecombe's bed because it's the abbreviation of the Edgecombe family. I don't think Miss Edgecombe noticed that there's a small crack in the mirror surface, and a few strands of glitter on the crack are silver fluo powder. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. After all, your mother, Mrs. Edgecombe, works in the Fluo Network Authority of the Department of Magical Transportation. But it was precisely this that reminded me and made me aware of your motive. Speaking of this, Sherlock glanced at Edgecombe, took in her expression, and then continued. As for the other two beds, there's nothing to say. They are clean to the point of being almost rigid. Parchment rolls are arranged by date, and quill tips are always sharp. It seems to reflect Ravenclaw's typical sense of order, but the corner of the crumpled The Quibbler magazine peeking out from under one of the beds seems a bit absurd. No wonder you didn't ask us who the owners of the beds were. Cho Chang revealed a look of realization. It's just the most basic reasoning, not worth mentioning at all. Sherlock waved his hand and held up 3 fingers. There are 3 pieces of evidence that really made me identify the culprit. Everyone perked up their ears at this moment. First, the spell. With the help of a magical magnifying glass, I found weak magical traces on the surface of Miss Chang's dressing case and the wind chimes hanging on the head of the bed. Normally, as the owner, Miss Chang wouldn't need to cast a spell when opening the dressing case or even the sandalwood box containing the eyeshadow. Not to mention the copper wind chimes. As a magical item translated into musical notes, I don't think anyone would use it to practice. So there is only one possibility: the magic was left by the person who took the eyeshadow. Then why would he use magic on other people's items and wind chimes in the dormitory? I can think of many possibilities, but the most likely is undoubtedly to cover up the opening action and interfere with the sound of the wind chimes. In this case, the most suitable spell is obviously the Confundus charm. Although this is a very difficult spell, you must concentrate on a single target when casting it, and the spell will fail if there is a slight error. However, if the object being cast on is a stationary object, then the difficulty is naturally greatly reduced. Even so, it's still very difficult for a second-year student. I'm afraid it takes multiple spells to succeed, so it will leave magical traces. After saying this, Sherlock leaned forward slightly, put his hands together to support his chin, and looked at Clearwater with interest. Miss Clearwater, I think with your ability, you should be able to easily cast the prior incantato spell, right? Clearwater nodded confidently. Then please give Miss Edgecombe's wand a shot. Edgecombe's face turned pale instantly. Marietta, take out your wand. Head girl Clearwater, would you rather believe an outsider than believe me? Hand over the wand. Case, who was standing aside, couldn't stand it anymore and simply took Edgecombe's wand and handed it to Clearwater. Clearwater didn't stand on ceremony and waved her wand at the target. Prior incantato. As Clearwater chanted the spell, a flashing golden line was created between the two wands. The next moment, the golden line split open, forming hundreds of arcs of light, eventually weaving into a domed golden net. Looking at Clearwater's skillful casting of the spell, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little envious. I wish I could be so proficient one day. Soon, everything returned to calm. Clearwater was silent for a moment, then opened her mouth and said. The Confundus charm was indeed cast, and more than once. Marietta. Hearing this result, Cho Chang covered her mouth in surprise. Cho, you have to believe me. Edgecombe glared at Sherlock. I have used the Confundus charm, but that's because I've been practicing spells alone recently. A difficult spell like the Confundus charm can just train my subtle control of magic, is that not allowed? Don't worry, Miss Edgecombe, this is just the first piece of evidence. Sherlock stopped Edgecombe with one sentence and continued. Secondly, the smell. The eyeshadow was placed with the scattered herbal sachets on the bedside table for a long time, and the scent of sandalwood mixed with it, making it easy for Mrs. Norris to notice. Here I have to say one more thing, your spell casting level is really too poor, even Mrs. Norris can detect the abnormality. Why do you think it appeared at your feet just now? Don't tell me you think it likes you? It easily discovered a small drop of liquid glittering with tiny lights left on the corner of that walnut table. According to Miss Chang's description, that's the golden eyeshadow from the 7 Shades eyeshadow. Maybe out of excitement, maybe out of nervousness, after getting the eyeshadow, you couldn't wait to start using it in the dormitory. Do you know? That cat's evaluation of you is even lower than mine. Looking at Sherlock shaking his head constantly, Edgecombe couldn't say a word. Of course, you can still argue that all of this has nothing to do with you. Unfortunately, Mrs. Norris can find the hiding place of the eyeshadow even with just its claws. This is the third piece of evidence. Sherlock said as he stood up, Miss Chang, you can open the door now. Cho Chang nodded and opened the door to the common room, where many Ravenclaw students had already gathered. However, with a sweep of Clearwater's eyes, they all flashed aside. Only one tall boy was still standing in place. He was Robert Hilliard, another Ravenclaw prefect. When he saw Clearwater, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Clearwater. However, he was rudely interrupted by Clearwater as soon as he opened his mouth. I don't want to talk to you right now. After saying that, she signaled Sherlock and the others to leave first. Sherlock shrugged. Hermione followed closely behind. Cho Chang and Case stood on either side of Edgecombe. When Edgecombe saw Robert Hilliard, her eyes darted around, and she was about to speak. Clearwater was quick to act and waved her wand, Langlock. Edgecombe was still opening her mouth to speak, but she couldn't say a single word. Robert Hilliard's face immediately darkened. Clearwater, it's not good to cast offensive spells on lower grade students. You will naturally know the reason after this matter is over. Although she had basically determined that Sherlock's deduction was correct through the previous prior incantato and Edgecombe's performance, Marietta Edgecombe was the perpetrator of this case. But only by finding the lost eyeshadow can it be considered a real capture of the stolen goods. Before that, she really wasn't in the mood to deal with Robert Hilliard. After saying this, she quickened her pace to catch up with Sherlock and the others. Walking at the end was naturally to prevent accidents. After all, Edgecombe had just planned to ask Robert Hilliard for help. Robert Hilliard stretched his right arm forward, with his palm and 5 fingers open, wanting to call out to Clearwater. But he finally gave up. Walking in front for the second time in the girls' dormitory, Sherlock asked as if inadvertently, "It seems Miss Clearwater has gotten rid of your pursuer." "Not bad. Wait, how did you know?" As expected of a Ravenclaw student, Clearwater reacted almost instantly. She looked at Sherlock in shock. Even in Ravenclaw, few people knew about Robert Hilliard's pursuit of her, but why would Sherlock know? "Just look at his robes," Sherlock said in a quick tone. "The collar is ironed so sharply that it can cut your fingers, and the cuffs are sprayed with perfume. I don't remember the Ravenclaw prefect needing to dress like he's attending a wedding, unless he wants to attract a specific audience. From the moment Miss Chong opened the door to the common room, he looked at you 27 times, and the number of times he looked at me was 0 even though I'm the key figure in solving the case." His pupils dilated when you turned around, and the muscles in the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted, which is a typical courtship instinct. "Also, your attitude towards him. It's like avoiding a dung beetle. You didn't look at him directly at all when you were talking to him." After saying this, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. "You should thank this case, it gave you a perfect excuse to avoid this infatuated prefect. Mr. Holmes, I'm now starting to believe that you deduced that she did it from the first time you saw her." Hearing Clearwater's praise, Sherlock didn't speak, but the arc of the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Clearwater took a deep breath. "Now, please show us the third piece of evidence." Entering Cho Chang's dormitory again, Sherlock released Mrs. Norris, who immediately ran to Edgecombe's bedside table and kept patting the cabinet door with its paws. Except for Sherlock, everyone who saw this scene was slightly startled. Mrs. Norris can find the hiding place of the eyeshadow even with just its claws. They couldn't help but recall Sherlock's words just now. Could it be that Cho Chang's eyeshadow is hidden here? But Sherlock didn't go over immediately. He first came to the walnut table and pointed out the drop of solidified golden eyeshadow to everyone. "It's really my golden eyeshadow!" Cho Chang exclaimed. Hermione couldn't help but glance at Ackerley, noticing that she was now in a daze, seemingly no longer caring about anything. It was then that Sherlock walked over to Marietta's cabinet. Just as he had said before, a dressing mirror inlaid with malachite sat on top of the bedside table, the frame engraved with the Ackerley family initials, A.E. Looking closely, one could see a faint crack in the mirror surface, with the silvery shimmer characteristic of flow powder glinting. Sherlock tapped it gently with his wand, and Mrs. Norris quickly jumped aside. The cabinet door opened, revealing a few articles of clothing at the bottom, with books, notebooks, and some simple cosmetics on the upper shelves. However, the sandalwood box that Cho Chang had lost was not among them. The crowd exchanged glances, and Penelope hesitated for a moment before casting a spell, instantly restoring Ackerley's ability to speak. "Where is it?" She stared into Ackerley's eyes. "Where did you hide it?" "Hat, shouldn't you be asking our great detective that?" Ackerley seemed to have come back to life, looking at Sherlock with a mocking expression as she said. "Great Detective Holmes, didn't you say that Filch's cat could find it with just its claws? I trouble you to tell me now, where is the thing that was stolen by me? Could it be that someone else used a Confondue's charm to take it away again?" Chapter 99. Faced with Marietta Edgecombe's in-your-face outburst, Cho Chang was both relieved and worried. Relieved that Sherlock was likely mistaken, and her friend hadn't done anything wrong. Worried that Sherlock's deduction was incorrect, and he would lose face. Alicia, on the other hand, looked curious, a pure bystander, just wanting to watch the fun. Only Hermione and Penelope firmly believed that Edgecombe was the culprit. Hermione's trust in Sherlock went without saying, and she had just found corroborating evidence. Penelope, on the other hand, trusted her own eyes. After all, Edgecombe's previous abnormal behavior was tantamount to self-confession. However, looking at her current appearance of being unafraid, both of them frowned. Where exactly did the problem lie? Sherlock looked at Edgecombe with an idiotic gaze. "If you could be a little more patient, you wouldn't ask such a stupid question." Following Sherlock's gaze, everyone noticed Mrs. Norris repeatedly patting the bottom of Marietta's cabinet with her paw, making a hollow thump-thump sound. Could it be? Several girls simultaneously thought of something upon seeing this scene. Penelope quickly walked to the bedside table and cast a spell directly at the place Mrs. Norris was patting. Revelio. As soon as the revealing charm was cast, a new drawer suddenly popped out from the bottom of the cabinet. "It's a hidden compartment with an extension charm. Oh my gosh, that's my sandalwood box!" Hermione and Cho Chang exclaimed simultaneously. Penelope frowned, took the sandalwood box out of the hidden compartment, opened it, and handed it to Cho Chang. 7 porcelain rouges were embedded in the sandalwood box with plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum carvings, as if condensing the 4 seasons of Jiangnan into a square inch, ranging from dark cyan to imperial concubine pink. Just as Cho Chang had described before. The amount of gold eyeshadow used is more than other colors, and the traces of use are the newest. Sherlock gave his judgment directly after a glance. Gold eyeshadow, shimmering with tiny light, can make the user more charming and attract the attention of others when used in social situations. At this moment, Hermione also remembered Cho Chang's seemingly useless description of the 7-color eyeshadow. Marietta, why? Cho Chang turned to Edgecombe, her eyes full of regret and disappointment. We are clearly best friends. You know, if you like it, I can totally have my father buy another one. Edgecombe glanced at Cho Chang, her eyes were cold at this time, and there was no longer the false sympathy that Sherlock had called it before. Things have come to this, I have nothing to say. Tell me, give me a reason. If I said I was just curious, so I took it to play with for a few days, would you believe it? This. Cho Chang hesitated a little. If that's really the case, you could have just told Cho. Keith was immediately furious when she heard this. But you not only secretly took the eyeshadow, but even used magic in a hidden compartment with magic attached. Miss Keith, if you want to know her motive, I can explain it. Sherlock suddenly interjected. That's right. Alicia reacted all of a sudden, and she looked at Sherlock with amazement. You said that just now. Sherlock looked at Hermione. Hermione, please read what I asked you to find just now. Hermione nodded, then took out a stack of paper from her body. The Daily Prophet, March 27th, Mrs. Edgecombe is once again recognized for her Flow Network reforms, this time awarded by Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge himself. It is reported that this is the 7th time Mrs. Edgecombe has been recognized by the Ministry of Magic in the past year. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Transportation and the Flow Network Administration have repeatedly highly praised Mrs. Edgecombe, believing that she has made outstanding contributions to the monitoring and management of the Flow Network. The content that Hermione read next was largely the same, all of which were positive evaluations and commendations of Mrs. Edgecombe by the Daily Prophet. After listening to Hermione's description, several girls faintly understood Sherlock's meaning. Then Hermione said, Edgecombe's potions class grades are not excellent, but they are passable. But recently, her grades have shown a significant decline. Coincidentally, Professor Snape's recent thesis topic involved the fragility of kinship magic contracts. Thank you, Hermione. Seeing Hermione put away the materials, Sherlock then turned to Edgecombe and said, Miss Chang told me before that your mother works at the Ministry of Magic. It's just that she's very busy, even busier than Miss Chang's father. You once complained to her unintentionally that not all parents remember to give their children gifts. Miss Chang only remembered this sentence, but did not associate it with more. Combined with the Daily Prophet, it is not difficult to see that she is a workaholic. So I guess that you are psychologically unbalanced because Mrs. Edgecombe has long neglected the family, jealous of the paternal love that Miss Chang has obtained, and vented your emotions by stealing her precious gifts. The decline in potions class grades also provides corroborating evidence. Marietta, is that really so? Cho Chang looked at Edgecombe in shock, the hand holding the sandalwood box even began to tremble. Edgecombe looked at Cho Chang without speaking. Jealousy is more pathetic than theft because it cannot be returned. When Sherlock said this quietly, Edgecombe finally broke down. That's right, I did it. Edgecombe suddenly screamed, snatched the sandalwood box from Cho Chang's hand, and smashed it to the ground. Cho Chang didn't even have time to react, but fortunately, Penelope was quicker to cast a banishing charm. Edgecombe's sobbing awakened the owl on the windowsill. Looking at her friend's distorted face, Cho Chang froze in place. At this moment, Cho Chang suddenly remembered Edgecombe's trembling fingertips when she stroked the eyeshadow, and remembered that she always said, Cho always gets the best things. Perhaps long before she discovered the loss of the eyeshadow, the friendship had already faded. Let's go, Hermione, there's nothing for us here. Head girl Penelope will take care of everything. Sherlock, who had expected this result, said that sentence again. Ravenclaw's wisdom, after all, cannot defeat the thorns that grow wildly in the heart. Wonderful, truly wonderful. When Harry and Ron heard Hermione tell about Sherlock's detection of the 7-color eyeshadow theft case during dinner in the evening, they couldn't help but exclaim. Harry, who had almost been drained of his energy by wood, looked at Hermione sitting next to Sherlock with envy. If he hadn't gone to training today, the person accompanying Sherlock to solve the case should have been himself, right? But he was just thinking about it, but Ron directly said it. Sherlock, you're too unkind. Next time there is such a thing, be sure to call us. I think your purpose is the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory, right? Hermione said unhappily. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person? Ron stood up dissatisfied, but speaking of which, I really haven't been to the girls' dormitory. Hermione rolled her eyes helplessly, she was too lazy to say more to this guy. Harry asked another question, how will Ravenclaw deal with the girl who stole things, will they let her drop out of school? During the period when school just started, he was always worried that he would be expelled from school for violating school rules. He even thought of Dumbledore making an exception and letting him be Hagrid's assistant. Several times he dreamed of carrying Hagrid's bag, dragging his heavy steps around the field, and eagerly watching Sherlock and others become wizards. No, buddy. Ron looked at Harry in surprise, how could you think that way? The punishment for theft is just deducting points and detention, at most inviting parents. Harry breathed a long sigh of relief when he heard this. Looking at his good brother like this, Ron couldn't help but find it a little funny. He was about to say something, but found that Harry's gaze passed over Sherlock's shoulder and was fixed on the entrance of the auditorium. Ron curiously followed his gaze and immediately saw two figures walking towards this side over the blue and silver Ravenclaw curtain. Harry and Ron's actions naturally did not escape Sherlock's eyes. He turned slightly and saw Cho Chang following behind Penelope. They came faster than expected. Sherlock tapped the oak table with his index finger twice. It seems that Ravenclaw has made a decision. Soon, Penelope and Cho Chang came to the table of Sherlock and the four. Harry and Ron didn't know Penelope, but the Ravenclaw head boy badge similar to the style on Percy's chest made them guess the other party's identity at once. Undoubtedly, this is a girl with both beauty and wisdom. But they quickly turned their attention to the younger Cho Chang. Her black hair was loosely tied up with a sandalwood hairpin, and a few strands of broken hair hung on the side of her neck, swaying gently with her steps. Harry's fingers tightened the dining knife unconsciously. He had seen Cho Chang the smile before Christmas had left a deep impression on him. But she was different from that time at this moment. A few freckles on the tip of her nose were like stardust sprinkled on parchment, not only did not show flaws, but added 3 points of girlish freshness to her porcelain white skin. A pair of beautiful big eyes carried a hint of faint melancholy. Merlin's beard. Ron nudged Harry with his elbow and whispered to him, your ears are red. The preoccupied Penelope did not notice Harry and Ron. She took out a galleon. Mr. Holmes, this is our commission fee. Seeing this scene, Ron immediately couldn't care about looking at his good brother anymore. You know, his family's gold inventory only has 1 galleon. So is accepting commissions so fast to make money? Sherlock did not accept it immediately. You gave too much. Mr. Holmes, you have maintained Ravenclaw's reputation. Penelope sighed and looked at Cho Chang. The latter immediately pushed a silk package embroidered with the Lifeng pagoda pattern to Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, this is the Westlake Longjing tea that my father brought from Hangzhou. In addition, I hope you two will not disclose the details of the case. Penelope lowered her voice and looked at Harry and Ron, and Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley are the same. This time, Sherlock accepted the gifts from Penelope and Cho Chang, and then smiled. Does Ravenclaw's pride need to be maintained by hush money? Cho Chang hurriedly waved her hand. No, it's not. Marietta has been punished, I just don't want her to be pointed at. Her voice was very light, like falling parasitic leaves. Harry suddenly felt that his ribs had turned into a group of rampaging bowtruckles. Chapter 100. Mr. Potter. As Cho Chang turned to greet Harry, he jumped up so abruptly that he knocked over his pumpkin juice. The deep orange liquid immediately began to spread across the tablecloth. Sorry. Nervous, Harry grabbed his napkin and began to wipe it up haphazardly. Sherlock watched him and said calmly, need I remind you, dear Harry, that you're wiping it on my sleeve? Hermione's sigh mingled with Ron's laughter. Seeing this, Cho Chang giggled. Immediately afterward, she tapped the table lightly with her wand, scour jiffy. The tablecloth and Sherlock's sleeve were instantly clean. Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly at this. Cho Chang's spell casting was very skilled, no less than her own. Harry didn't pay attention to the spell, he struggled to tear his gaze away from the silver thread cloud pattern rippling on Cho Chang's sleeve. After this small interlude, the initial sense of distance between them lessened considerably. Penelope and Cho Chang also sat down on either side of the table. So, what was the punishment for Akmar? Sherlock asked, looking at Cho Chang, who was sitting next to Harry. The smile that had appeared because of Harry's earlier actions vanished instantly, and she said in a low voice. Return the items, pay a fine. Ravenclaw loses 50 points, only stating that Marietta is the one losing points, without revealing specific details. Detention during holidays and free time after class, performing manual labor that doesn't allow the use of magic. Restricted range of activity, prohibiting her from entering certain public areas for a period of time. My suggestion is withdraw any unnecessary mercy. Looking at the dejected Cho Chang, Sherlock said disdainfully, her actions are entirely self-inflicted, and she doesn't deserve any pity. Your relationship with her will never be the same, but Miss Case she is a good friend worth making. Cho Chang nodded, having indeed seen many things clearly through this incident. After chatting for a while longer, the group became increasingly familiar with each other. Seeing that it was almost time, Penelope coughed softly, Mr. Holmes, you won't say anything about this, will you? I have no interest in it. Me neither. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Me too. Having received affirmative answers, Penelope and Cho Chang stood up, the latter even bowing to the four of them. Once the two had left, Ron couldn't help but exclaim, she's really a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Even after all this, she's still thinking about her friend, don't you think so, Harry? Seeing the look in Ron's eyes, Harry couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He had to admit that he had indeed been judging her based on her appearance. Fortunately, Ron didn't pay too much attention to it. His attention was quickly drawn to the delicious food on the table. Today was Easter, and the Great Hall's dinner was much more lavish than usual. Before long, he entered a state of double-wielding chicken legs. Harry, who had almost exhausted his energy on the Quidditch field, also felt a little flustered at this time. Seeing his good brother eating so heartily, he quickly joined in. Sherlock and Hermione had also spent a lot of energy investigating the case, so the four of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere became increasingly cheerful. The first day of the Easter holiday ended uneventfully. For Sherlock, after finishing Penelope and Cho Chang's commission, the following holiday life inevitably seemed a bit boring. Of course, it was impossible to expect cases every day. Otherwise, Hogwarts could be renamed Azkaban. It was the assignments assigned by the professors that consumed a lot of his time. Especially Professor McGonagall. She gave special attention to Sherlock, this transfiguration genius. The same essay, the length was different from others. If others were 5 inches, he was 7 inches. This also led to Sherlock needing to spend more time completing his homework. As for the nightly Hogwarts tour project that originally included Harry, it had to be stopped once again. The main reason was Wood's training for Harry. This was something that even the Weasley twins couldn't understand. They wondered for 3 days and 3 nights how Wood could find so much time for Quidditch training while having to prepare for his OWL exams. As soon as he arrived at the Quidditch field, his enthusiasm was always so high. Before we start training, I want each of you to shout out your name and your position on the field. I want to ensure that everyone is fully energized for every day's training. Let's begin. Chaser, Angelina Johnson. Good, next. Beater, George Weasley. Not enough energy, can't hear you at all. Say it again. Beater, George Weasley. Good, very energetic, next. Beater, Fred Weasley. Can't hear you, want to win the championship with such a soft voice? Again. The pre-training pep talk every day was already frustrating enough, but what was even more frustrating was that weather conditions were not within Wood's consideration at all. Even if it rained heavily, he would still train regardless of the weather. This training method naturally led to the Gryffindor team members returning from the Quidditch field exhausted every day. Until one morning, the school hospital happily received a dozen bladders filled with pep pills. Wood's high-intensity training was stopped under the strong intervention of Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse. The members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team breathed a sigh of relief and henceforth regarded Madame Pomfrey as their savior. Although Ron didn't have Harry's high-intensity training, just completing the assignments assigned by the professors was already enough for him to handle, even with Sherlock and Hermione, 2 big shots, helping him. The final result was that, by the end of the holiday, Harry and Ron felt that this Easter was more tiring than a workday. This was the first time they hoped that the holiday could end quickly. Sherlock and Hermione were naturally much better off. With Harry joining after the end of training, the trio of the Lion King, the Savior, and the Know-It-All once again frequented the library. As for Ron, reading books is impossible, writing homework is impossible, only copying this kind of thing can maintain life like this. Sherlock naturally didn't care about Ron's choice. Harry and Hermione were angry at his lack of ambition. However, although Ron didn't come to the library, he could always learn those spells under Sherlock's guidance, which was also a good thing. In the first defense against the dark arts class after the Easter holiday, Professor Quirrell, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, reappeared. His condition was not good, compared to before he took leave before Easter. His body was even more hunched, and his face was even paler. "Hey, Sherlock, you're really as good as your word." Seamus couldn't help but give Sherlock a thumbs up quietly. Before Easter, he had asked Sherlock to predict when Quirrell would be able to return, and he didn't expect Sherlock to really get it right. Sherlock was sitting in the second-to-last row by the window, Harry was sitting next to him, with Ron and Neville in front and Seamus and Dean behind. This level of reasoning is too simple for Sherlock. Hearing their conversation, Ron couldn't help but turn around and join in. "However, he seems to be in bad shape. Can you deduce the reason this time?" "I said last time, he was stabbed by me." Hearing Sherlock say this without changing his expression, the others were first startled, then burst out laughing. "Holmes, how long are you going to keep up this joke? I still say the same thing, if this is true, let me never find a girlfriend before I'm 20, ha ha ha." "Hey, be quiet." Hermione, who was across the aisle, couldn't help but say. Although Professor Quirrell seemed easy to bully, don't forget that he was Voldemort's minion. Even if this matter was under the control of Headmaster Dumbledore, they should still be careful. Perhaps Quirrell's usual disguise was too successful, or perhaps Ron's memory was too poor. In short, Ron clearly failed to understand Hermione's intention at this moment, and he looked at his desk mate with a forced smile. "Neville, why don't you just go ask him?" "Me? I'd rather not." In Neville's opinion, although Quirrell wasn't as scary as Snape, he still didn't dare to face a Hogwarts professor alone. Except for Professor Sprout, because she always reminded Neville of his grandmother. "I'll go." Seeing Neville chicken out, Seamus volunteered and went to greet Quirrell about his health before the class officially started. Watching Seamus rush up, Harry and Hermione's hearts both skipped a beat. Hermione was a little better, but Harry knew very well that the Quirrell in front of him was the crawler who had fought them in the Forbidden Forest that night. Sherlock said he stabbed him, so he really stabbed him. However, seeing Sherlock's calm expression, he could only pretend to be nonchalant. Seamus soon received Quirrell's answer: the vampire's curse had relapsed, and he had to rest for a while to suppress it. Of course, the garlic smell from that turban was even stronger. Harry couldn't concentrate on the class. After lunch and returning to the common room, Ron couldn't help but ask. "Harry, what's wrong with you today? You seem so absent-minded." Although Quirrell usually stuttered when lecturing and only recited from the textbook, Harry had never been like this today. It was really abnormal. "Quirrell is back." "Yet, now I have to admit that Sherlock is right, the old bat is indeed more skilled than Quirrell. At least he can really teach us something." Ron shook his head and suddenly waved his wand, Expelliarmus. The Westlake Dragonwell tea leaves in Sherlock's hand didn't move at all. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Ron, he shook his head. "If you want to cast a disarming charm on me, next time remember to make the movement of taking out your wand a little smaller." "Hee hee." Ron scratched his nose embarrassedly. He looked at Harry again. "I know you look down on him, but you can't expect the old bat to teach 2 subjects all the time, can you? That way, no matter how many points Sherlock and Hermione earn in other courses, it won't be enough."